came close within 28 runs, and that was thanks to a century from Mohammed. Bassett now, he's in good form. Yeshraj Joshi comes into the side for them. He was sensational, and their captain Amin Sheehan, he's been pretty good. But watch out for somebody like Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to finals day here in Hornchurch, where we've been having a blast, and blast is the right word. 9 days of action so far during 36 matches. Over 10,500 runs have been scored, and the maximum rate during the innings has been over 12. 150 runs is the average per innings, and that is absolutely awesome. And I think today in finals day is going to be exactly the same sort of thing that we're going to witness. 4 teams will come, but only one will be crowned the champions. First up this morning, it is the Eliminator. So we'll go from 4 teams to 3 straight away. It's going to feature the East Londoners. They were sweating buckets yesterday. They only just made it through on net run rate over Rainham, and they will be taking on the Camilla Warriors. When these two teams met earlier, it was a high scoring affair with over 200 runs being scored there by the East Londoners, but the Camilla Warriors, they came close within 28 runs, and that was thanks to a century from Mohammed Bassett. Now he's in good form. Yes, right. Joshi comes into the side for them. He was sensational, and their captain Amin Shihan, he's been pretty good. But watch out for somebody like Bilal Kamal. He's starting to do some good things out there as well. Kamal kar ditta si. What about the East Londoners? We've seen up and down performances from them, but when the two Yadavs do perform and their captain Donald McDonald, they can be good. And watch out for somebody like Jackson. It's going to be an absolute blast. It is finals day here in England in Hornchurch. I'm Rika Fool. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and the action starts right here, right now on finals day. For the Eliminator, the East Londoners are taking on the Camilla Warriors. East Londoners, Vibha, is your call?
Heads.
Heads is the call. Shaheen, it has landed tails. What would you like to do? There's the news from the middle for the Eliminator. It's going to be the Camilla Warriors are going to have a bowl first. And it's time to join me and our special guest in the commentary box. All the way from Switzerland, I think, or wherever. Tina Goff is here, my good friend and fellow commentator. Take it away, Tina, for the start of the Eliminator here on finals day.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome. Yes, the big day, finals day, has arrived, and we're looking forward to this one, the Eliminator. You heard there that the Camilla Warriors, surprisingly for me, Amin Shihan, having won the toss, has elected to put East Londoners in. Now, as I touched on in my intro, last time these two teams met, East Londoners scored 204 for 1. Vibha Yadav 75, Athara Yadav 69, Donald McDonald 45 helped them to get to that score. And Camilla Warriors, they put a good chase in with Mohammed Bassett scoring 101 and the captain 46 of 23. Finished on 176, 28 runs behind, but lost out. I thought they would have taken the opportunity to bat first, but it's not to be. Here's the first ball off the Eliminator, and it's going to be fired down the leg side from Mohammed Kasim. And we're going to start with a minimo on finals day. Well, we're used to starting with a boundary of some sort. That's not what I was quite expecting. A minimo it is to start. Now, East Londoners, just having a look at their side, they've got the key players in there. Parthakor, I think he could come good, you know, on finals day. And Donald McDonald, though he's not captaining today. Gurveer Sahini is the captain. Athara Yadav there too, along with Vibor. So they've got the key players. And Haston Jackson, maybe he could be the main man. Well, he's struggling to get over the fence. There is the fielder. First one does go into the road. Talking about the first one, first person in the chat today who gets the gold star was Dave. Hello, Dave. And then King's AI Creation says, I'm the second. Kamal Khan was in there as well. Hello to Ash, Chris Addison, everybody rocking up for finals day here in Hornchurch. And what a great day it's going to be. And of course, happy Peacock Friday to everybody. Hello to Rahul, Deepak, and Shivam there as well. And here's the next. It's going to be another wide, you know. And Kasim is saying that touches his pad. Mohammed Adnan is having none of it. He says, according to me, it's another wide. So we haven't had a legal delivery yet, and that's 7 on the board. Because this time round, the two batters do change around as well. So not the best of starts here from Kasim. Miller Warriors had a good day yesterday, didn't they? Talk about that in a moment. And that's going to be smashed away. Lovely shot from Vibor. Rocks back and hammers it out of the middle. And lovely jubbly. Seis Carreras. Balle first up this morning. And that's a nice clean hit for Vibor. So the two Yadavs, the dangerous men, are out there. These two were the ones that did the damage against the Camilla Warriors last time round. I am, as I said, they're very surprised with the decision there, really, from Captain Aminul Shihan. Here's the next. That's going to get played out forcefully. This time the offside. And looking pretty ruthless at the moment. Heavy ball gets another one away. 4 more. At least this one better areas. Maybe a tad short. But still, really nice shot being played. So Mohammed Kasim. 2 legal deliveries bowled, 17 on the board so far. Let's talk a little bit about the Warriors. Bilal Kamal in the side. Yashraj Joshi in there as well. Mohammed Basit. And of course, their captain, Aminul Shihan. They're going to be the main men with the bat. And then somebody like Gufran Hassan can also produce some magic. But at the moment, the magic is coming from the bat of Vibor as he goes down the ground this time. Manos Riba from the Albitro. 6 carreras más. Big hit out of the middle. It's going to be a cracker, isn't it? A lot of people already saying it's going to be a high-scoring one. And plenty of you getting ready to go. Hello to Paul, who was saying good morning to ECN and the crew. And the crew here being, so Paulo is with us, of course, again. We also have Path, who's behind me, pressing all the buttons. And Teddy is back from the Teddy's picnic. Nice to have Teddy on the camera. And our scorers, father and son team, Graham and Ollie. The 2 umpires, the same as what we had yesterday. Nitin is there with Adnan. And then also joining me in the commentary box, and I'm delighted to have good friend and fellow commentator with me. It's Tina Goff. Tina, lovely to see you.
Morning, Rico. It's lovely to be here. Thanks for having me. I know I'm getting a bit of a reputation just rocking up for finals day after you do the hard yards for 2 weeks, but better late than never, I suppose.
No, it's great to have you. And you're looking very summery as well. And wearing I love your pink outfit, and it's quite fitting. But I tell you what, and let's talk a little bit about this because it's another boundary. What an over. And we are going to start on the finals day with a supersonic over 33 coming off the first, Tina. It has just been mental here when you talk about the run rates.
What a start, and a nice little funky shot to finish off the first over as well. And if that's the sign of things to come for finals day, Rico, I think we're in for a treat.
Well, we are in for a treat there. I mean, the number of Maximos off the chart, they're going at over 12 an innings here. 150 runs has been about the average. Get used to the ball going into the road. We'll have plenty of time to talk because the ball either goes into the road and then the boys have to dodge the buses trying to get it, or it goes into the woods. Now, have you heard about these woods?
I've heard bits, but I want the full lowdown.
Oh, boy. You do not want to know some of the things that have been happening in the woods over there. You might have heard that last week we had a fire.
I did hear about that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen some things on the network, but fire's pretty much up there with top 10 most bizarre things on ECN.
Yeah, we had a fire, so the fire brigade had to be called, and those woods became the haunted woods because with the smoke that was around, it was very spooky as Zisan Pachara comes in to bowl the next. And he also is going to be whipped away. That's going to give us a bit more time to talk, unless the old lady jumps into action here She's not going to. She does stop and let the grizzly go by. Could be another one in the street. So, yeah, we had the fire. But then a couple of days ago, a lot of people walking by are walking their dogs. Sometimes they're off the lead. And you know what dogs love? They love to play chase, and they love to go chasing balls. Well, one went into the woods. The dog went after it and got the ball. The player decided it was a good idea to try and take it out of its mouth.
Yeah, that's mistake number one.
It didn't end well for the player. So we had a dog bite as well, as we see this one go away. So got to be very careful here, the Camilla Warriors, having put East Londoners in. I mean, I know they're a team that can chase well, but at the moment, if you look at where this could be going, I don't know where the expected score is 111.
Maybe that's the power play.
Yeah, possibly. But, yeah, this is at the moment on kind of 200-plus alerts, and that would mean that the Camilla Warriors would have to pull off one of the biggest run chases that we've seen. But it just runs galore, and that one does go into kind of the what we was calling the bite area, the bite zone of the woods. There's the lady who was talking about. She's I actually think she's going around and picking up the litter. She's doing a grand job there. Is that what she's doing?
She almost looks like a player for Camilla Warriors as well. She's got the same colours on. Maybe she's their 12th.
Could be. She's doing a good deed, I think. I think as she goes along, she sees a bit of litter. She picks it up. Good on her. And that's another big hit. Down the ground it goes. Seis queridas más. Well, the East Londoners, some may feel that they're lucky to be here today after Raynham gave them a bit of a fright yesterday. But with Raynham losing both their matches, it meant that the East Londoners, they held on to take fourth spot on net run rate. Well, they're here. And they're here to have a party, and they're here to give it a bash. And at the moment, they're looking like they're going to bring the 50 up inside of 2 overs. And that's an interesting defensive shot that came from nowhere from Achara Yadav.
I suppose he's had 3 boundaries so far already, so he's got his sensible shoes on as well. And yeah, you've got to feel for Raynham a bit, don't you? They were pretty much in prime position to get into that top 4, and then just had a bad day. And one bad day, and their tournament's over.
That's right. I'm just looking at the far end here. As well, we might have more time to talk about it as another one get blasted away here from Achara Yadav. That's 6 more to him, and that does bring the 50 up. 50 up inside, what's that, 11 balls. That's quite crazy. 53 without loss.
Some start, isn't it, in a game that's a must-win? And, well, look to the heavens, find a reigning grizzly. There it is, on its way to the leisure centre, and it's been a blistering start, both of them as well. Both Yadavs have been clicking here. Yeah, you mentioned the leisure centre where the Grizzlies have been given a workout. So have the umpires, it has to be said. I've never seen umpires having to put their hands up in the air so many times. And with these two doing majority of the matches, I think they're starting to feel just a little bit tired as Pachara comes in again. And he goes short and he rocks back and thumps this into the woods. There it goes. There goes the Grizzly. It's 6 more, and that over finishes with 26 coming off it. And off 2 overs, the East Londoners, they are 59 without loss. Oh, what a start. Well, games aren't won and lost in the first 2 overs, but you've got to say, East Londoners have put themselves well in the driving seat here. Just short is not going to work on this pitch, isn't it? Going to sit up. And as you said, those woods have had a workout. Grizzly rolls away. Definitely so. One thing that I was saying yesterday, and I maintain this, I know that the batters have been in incredible form. We have seen in this series 10 centuries already. It's been nuts. It really has. But I do feel that today, Tina, that it's going to be the team that's going to win. It's going to go down to some amazing fielding and bowling. Yeah. Because I just feel that that's what's going to be the difference. All these teams have big hitters. Any 4 of these teams on batting alone can go and score big scores, as we're seeing at the start of this match. But I think there's a team that fields and bowls the better that is going to be crowned the champions here today. And here's Sajib coming in, see if he can make a difference. No, he can't. He will also be carted over the leg side boundary. The 2 Yadavs at the moment, brothers in arms, are absolutely mullering the ball to every part of this ground. That was a clean swing of the bat. Probably one of the hits so far of the day. Both of the Yadav brothers here going to absolute town on this Friday morning. 65 for no loss. It's just the 13th ball of the innings so far. Unlucky for some, and it's certainly unlucky for Camilla Warriors so far.
Hello to Scotty from Melbourne. The ECN Supporters Club. Kroom is in there as well. And Irida Singh and Zahid. Hello, Zahid from San Francisco. We finally see a dot ball. Wow. As the crowd applaud a dot ball there. Talvin Singh, Sasriya Kalto, Noki, Haljale, Monty in there as well. Nice to see so many people enjoying the cricket, enjoying the start of finals day. Don't forget, do like and do subscribe and do tell your friends and your family as we see six more. This one is going towards where we normally see a bit of the Karate Club. And they're a little bit late starting over there today, but maybe they want to move because they could. Well, it could be the Grizzlies that are giving them the chop.
The expected score has finally caught up as well. It just ticked over to 300 before that dot ball. Now it's down at a measly 284. It needed a while to catch up on this sleepy Friday morning. Yadav, though, haven't had any time at all to get into their work.
What do you think the captain, Shihan, is thinking? He's behind the stumps keeping. He put him in. And I did think at the coin toss that probably wasn't the smartest of moves.
I mean, it's always easy to be wise after the fact, but I think you've got to look at how powerful the top order is for East Londoners, and got to give your bowlers something to work with. And at the moment, it's been a bit of a luckless task for them.
Well, at least this one doesn't go, or shouldn't go to the boundary. It will get stopped there by the fielder. What have you been up to? I've kind of heard you all. When I was after the coin toss, I said, yeah, Tina's with me, and Tina's, of course, been to, and I'm thinking, you've been everywhere. Switzerland, of course, Portugal. You've been a busy young lady, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been all over Europe. That one.
Well, a good throw here could be in trouble. Oh, he's missed. And now they will run. How many will they get here? I think that's the fielder who's running towards long on. He couldn't stop. I thought maybe he got hit by this. Well, first of all, it's ball watching and not realising that the partner's running. He keeps his ground. Here comes a throw. He's missed by a long way, isn't he? But that was a big opportunity. First real opportunity to get a wicket, and it doesn't get taken.
Trouble was the bowler was nowhere near the stumps as well. An easy throw in for the bowler's end would have been out.
And once again, he's running nowhere. Once again, there. Oh, well, it's all happening out there. Cue the music as the batters. Well, they're both Yadavs. They both should understand each other pretty well. But the last two deliveries there, they didn't. A much better over there also from Sajib. Just 14 coming from it after 1 of 33 and 26. 3 overs. Pretty decent power play. 73 without loss.
2 missed run-out opportunities in that over as well. Neither of the throws really coming anywhere close, but those are the kind of opportunities you need to take when you've got an opening partnership now worth 73. Yeah, I've been all over Europe. So I went to Switzerland, obviously reunited with Phil G, the G-Force.
Yeah.
We almost melted into a puddle. It was about 37 degrees on the hottest day in Zurich.
Hang on a minute. You say that, yet all the videos I saw of that was you and Phil holding the tent down and being blown away. So you had some... I wouldn't say bad weather. It was still sunny and hot, but you had a fair bit of wind there as well.
It was the craziest thing. About 15 minutes left of the final, the last 15 minutes of the T20I series for the women, and suddenly this wind came from nowhere. And the sight of Phil G holding onto the gazebo leg while commentating will be one that will live long in the memory.
Well, that's, for some people will say, well, that's why you call it the G-Force, you know?
Exactly.
But yeah, that was a really good... I say series, but of course it was kind of little mini series within series, but it was great to see some of the cricket there.
Absolutely. It was great to see Brazil on the network first, South American team. Great to have blowers on the airwaves as well. So it was an absolute highlight, and that's going to be a highlight as well, as that's uppercut away, but it will be stopped in the deep. Slight fumble as they take advantage of that, and they run through for what should have never been a 2, but they get Yadav of the A fame rather than the V fame back on strike as Arthur.
Yeah. This is Yashraj Joshi, by the way. He's a good player, Tina. We'll have to watch him. He comes on to bowl here, and it's going to be another one that's just going to be a single. And the difference here is he's jamming in the Yorker length, isn't he?
Yeah, it's all about the length on this pitch, isn't it? We were saying in the previous couple of overs, anything short is just going to be knocked away into those woods. You've got to, in some ways, overpitch it rather than underpitch it. Low full tosses. How many times do we see those caught on the boundary on the network? Anything short's just going to go.
Little change in the field here. He brings in the square leg to push back good fun Hassan onto the backward point boundary. And it gets one through. Big wild swing this time from Vibber. And there's a dot ball. Yeah, so Switzerland, you did have blown. Now he's a lovely, lovely gentleman, isn't he? It's Henry. And I know that he loved his time over there. And then he caught a bit of the T10 action as well. And I think he was actually caught saying he really enjoyed it and thought that it was much more enjoyable than he ever thought it would be.
And that's a glowing endorsement, isn't it? He's gone all the way from Test match on TMS to T10 with Phil G. Yeah. It's the whole spectrum of cricket.
Yeah, but we have been got to be said. I mean, I know it's been stifling hot sometimes, but we've been blessed with the weather. I mean, how about here? I mean, into finals day here, second week, and it's just been absolutely amazing. Good thing it's been a little bit cooler, which of course helps. Very good over this from Joshy at the moment. Just I think, leg by signal there by Nitin. Yeah, we've had great weather, and the one thing that, of course, you always get here in England, particularly at a famous and historic ground like Hornchurch, is a lot of people coming down and just, enjoying the hospitality, getting themselves a nice cold beverage and enjoying the cricket. Slower, goes for it, and he's going to get this one away. So it will finish with a 6, but still, very good one from Joshy. Just the 9 runs off that one. The over before went for 14. So starting to just slow the run rate down a little, the Warriors.
That was 8 balls without a boundary before that one. So for the high standards set by East Londoners so far, it was a boundary drought. But Joshy doesn't quite damage his figures. You'd say still a decent over going for 9, given that the run rate before that was towards 30. Still, you'd imagine 200 plus is on the cards here for the East Londoners.
Yeah, definitely is. And remember, they have got batting to come, and all of them are hard hitters, of course. I'm talking about Jackson and also McDonald. So those guys to come. He's also got Parth Thakur. Both these teams, I think, kind of match each other power for power when it comes to the batting department. But who's going to take the wickets? Who's going to make the breakthrough here? That's what it all comes down to. And who's going to be the other bowler? You would imagine it would be Umair Khan. And that's exactly who they are going to go to. So Umair going to bowl over number 5. So they've used a different bowler each time. Thing is, outside of Umair here, they don't really have too many other options. So all those bowlers who've gone for plenty will be called back into action. And I think Mohammad Kasim, if my memory serves me right, yesterday only just got away with not going for. That could be out. And it's a very, very good catch taken by the fielder. I wonder if that's Joshy out there. Normally he's in the place where all the action is. Catch is taken, and Vibor Yadav is going to be caught on the boundary. Really good catch. He has to spring into action here, Tina.
An excellent catch. I think he takes that with all 4 limbs off the ground. As we take a look at this one on the replay, he had to know exactly where the rope was. Ends up landing one-legged, and it is, in fact, is it Joshy out there? I think it is.
I think it is Joshy, because looking at the way he took that catch and the quality of it, it's a brilliant catch. Vibber will go. It is indeed Joshy who holds on to it. And 39 of 15, 5 6s, 2 4s. But that's the end of the dangerous Vibber Joshy. And now is Donald McDonald, who comes in at number 3.
They had to break that partnership, didn't they? The Camilla Warriors, it looked like the game was just racing away from them at this early stage, and pressure catch there taken by Joshy. Holds on nicely, right man at the right spot at the right time. Wicket picked up then by Umair Khan. First one to get anything in that wickets column. Everyone else has kind of just been damaging that runs column.
Umair Khan with the breakthrough. Now this one gets worked away towards mid-wicket. Just look at, slight fumble, but just the one taken. Batters weren't really looking for the 2. Field pretty orthodox here at the moment. They've got the 3 there on the leg side. They have got a very straight long off and a sweeper out the off. So the boundary behind the keeper unprotected. And well bowled again. So Interesting, isn't it? That first that over from Sajib goes 14. It started badly, but he brought it back in. A great one from Joshi. Now Umir Khan. So the foot's come off the pedal a little bit here after 73 off the first three. Umir. Well, now it gets a swivel on this. That's come sweet out of the middle. And sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, or actually, should I be saying it's sweeter than a bowl of raspberries and cream, because it is National Raspberries and Cream Day. You like a little bit of raspberries?
Absolutely, especially in the summer.
Yeah, raspberries and cream brings a sweet sparkle to everyone who loves this delightful treat. The day is all about celebrating the fantastic blend of fresh raspberries with creamy toppings. And of course, raspberries are also very good for you. And nicely played away. That ball's going to still not being found out there. The treat isn't just delicious, it also brightens up any dish from pies to smoothies, making it a favourite for many. This special day is not just about indulging in yummy desserts, it's also a celebration of the health benefits of raspberries. And they are packed with vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants, which is great for heart health and digestion. So make sure you get your raspberries and cream in today. Here comes Umir Khan. Slower delivery. It's going to get scuffed over to mid-wicket. It's just going to be another single.
A good little comeback, hasn't it, from first Joshi and then Khan. These two in tandem have really put the brakes on the batting innings. Looked like it was going to get well away from them.
Here we go. I fancy going up there to the front. Or maybe Teddy at some point, Path, can show us some of the karate club there at the far end. They're actually in white today. I mean, last 2 days they've been in red. That's high in the air. But has this got the legs? Is this catchable? And it is indeed. It will be taken. So both the Yadavs go in this over from Umir Khan. Athara Yadav goes high, but not the distance. Umir Khan gets another breakthrough, and it's another good catch there taken on the boundary. And this is where the sweeper, who was there at extra cover, comes across, calls it, and holds on to it. 2 down now with the score at 92.
And it's just about that length, Rico, isn't it? Just slightly fuller length. It gets him pushing at it, and it's a nice catch. 2 of them converging underneath it. Good communication, though. One goes for it, holds on nicely, and Zaidi takes the catch. And both openers now, within the space of 6 deliveries and 1 over, are back in the shed. And that's exactly what Camilla Warriors needed. 92 for 2, halfway mark now. You can imagine they still want 200 from this stage, but the last couple of overs have very much gone the fielding side's way.
Yeah, they have indeed. And yeah, you're right. What a good catch that is from Zaidi. Had to make up a bit of ground, but he got right underneath it. Safe hands. And yeah, both the others, though, will be very disappointed having made starts the way they did, getting into the high 30s and then losing the wicket. That's going to be disappointing for them. It's certainly slowed things down, and it's opened the door here now for the Camilla Warriors. They will know that another couple of wickets, particularly if it's one of Donald and this Jackson who's just come in now, will really kind of put a stop to this big flow of runs, because after these two, they really don't have too many more that can score big runs. So the Camilla Warriors, they may have lost the first 3 overs, but they've bounced back well in the next 2. And another swing and a miss as they do go straight back to Joshi here, not holding him back, Tina.
No, I think it's a good move. They probably know what we know as well, Rico, is that if you get through this top order for East Londoners, then maybe they've got a bit of a soft underbelly. But I quite like it. Joshi going 2 straight up, seeing if he can make another couple of breakthroughs, and suddenly there's a big difference, isn't there, between started at 83 for no loss, now 92 for 2, add 2 more wickets on. Say maybe it's almost back to 50-50.
Yeah, Joshi being very particular about where he wants his field there on that the offside here to Donald McDonald. See one of the buses go by. You can see, oh, that's going to be a little bit too wide. It's a good take actually there from the captain Shihan. Yeah, and Path, can we at any point when Teddy can show us the activity there at the far end, I feel like getting involved in there. I feel like on this Peacock Friday doing a little bit of kung fu fighting. Well, so far there's a little bit of kung fu hitting from Donald, as even though Joshy was very specific about the field on the offside, Donald has still managed to carve this over point for a big 6. Nice shot, nicely timed. Donald showing that he is able to play on both sides off the pitch. And now he goes the leg side. That will go all the way. Bolle, kinna sora, shakalagia. And well done. Oh, wow. He tried to get funky, didn't he? The passerby there. Tried to flick it up. Probably a bit of a footballer, I think. But thank you very much. At least he stops it going into the woods, Tina.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for effort. Looks good. He goes for a bit of a outside of the boot flick here.
Yeah,
He's got bare shins as well, so it's going to hurt if it conks him on the shin. But he manages to get the ball back.
He could have had his claim to fame there, that passerby, if he had pulled that off. But he got it a little bit wrong. Shot. That's a really good shot. I think Jossie here basically says, all right, I want to see if you're going to be able to, if you're going to use your feet and come down to this, or you're going to stay in your crease. Well, he gets his answer as Big Donald comes down and crunches it out of the middle. That is sweet. And sweeter than a bowl. All right, then, Paul Campin. Strawberries and cream. He was saying strawberries and cream for me, Rico. Yeah, strawberries and cream are just as good as the raspberries.
I suppose Wimbledon is over now, isn't it? Strawberries and cream, very much Wimbledon era. So now maybe we're going into the raspberries and cream part of summer.
And Scotty's saying quarter pounded by Donald. Like where you're coming from there, Scotty. And Talvin Singh saying, well read there by Donald. That's going to be played away. He's a little bit gutted that he hasn't got it as well this time round, Donald. But Joshy fights back. Now bowling here to Jackson. Jackson getting set to face his first ball, Haston Jackson. And Joshy would love to be able to remove him with his last delivery. And it's not going to. It's played nicely down the ground by Jackson. It will just be a single. Fielding gets done. Joshy goes for 30 off his 2. Do you know, I was saying that on this pitch and with this outfield, if you bowl your 2 overs and it's 30, I think you've done well.
Yeah, absolutely. And doing well as well. The kids there doing their karate. I mean, they could almost be a cricket team, couldn't they, in their whites? So maybe they can do karate by day, cricket by night. You wouldn't want to get on the wrong end of them, would you?
They wouldn't.
Karate chops.
And look at them practicing their punsies over there. Yeah. Oh, look at that. That one was right in the gut. Go on, give us a kick. I want to see that kick. She's practicing it there. Gives the kick. Hey, yeah. Oh, there we go. That was a good one. And that's father saying to his babies, one day, one of you will be a kung fu expert. The other one will be out there in the middle playing cricket. Stars of the future may be there. All right, back to the action here. Umair Khan comes straight back as well. And he gets a dot ball through. Good areas from Umair today.
Been bowling excellently so far. 2 for 9 off his opening 7 deliveries. Really turned this game on its head. Remember, going into that 5th over, they're 83 for no loss. Suddenly, wicket at the start of the 5th over, wicket at the end. Both openers back in the dugout. This game has a completely different complexion.
He gets another one through again. So Jackson just swinging in hope here. He's trying to hit down the ground, but he's got to change his approach and trying to be looking to play. I mean, a ball of that length, he should be looking at the gap between point and short third on the offside, playing the uppercut or trying to get on top of it. Umair goes the same area. This time it will just be scuffed away to the long on who does the fielding. So Umair certainly creating some issues for Jackson. Let's see how Donald deals with him. Some of the stats there and top performances in this series so far. Highest run chase was that 182, and it was the Camilla Warriors that did it. Maybe that's the reason that their captain decided to stick the opposition in, and he's going to get another wicket, and it's a big one. That's the end of Donald McDonald. Umair Khan has picked up his 3rd wicket. What a spell of bowling this is for him in the eliminator.
Just picks out the fielder there in the deep, and a nice catch. Take another look at this one on the replay. Maybe just a slower ball, and you can see Donald McDonald, he picks it. then picks out the fielder, and it's a great grab there by Ali Imran Zaidi. His second catch. They've got their key fielders in the right spots here, Rico, and it's paid dividends here. 3 catches, taken all 3 opportunities. The top 3 back in the hut.
Yeah, very much so. And what a good catch that was again. It's all about getting in a good position, good balance, and taking it cleanly in the hands. Any mistake there, that would have been 6 runs. So, yeah, Azadi has taken 2 great catches. We've seen a good one there taken by Joshi as well. So, the Camilla Warriors, remember, just a reminder, it was 73 without loss after 3, and they've come back great. So, the captain now, Gudvid Saini, and this is now where I think they've got to start to think, right, we've got a pretty good start here now, and we don't want to lose too many more wickets, and got to be a little bit careful the way we play. Take the single. Singles won't worry or trouble the Camilla Warriors. They're quite happy if it's just 1s and 2s. It's the boundaries that they want to try and stop.
Which they've managed to do well in the last 7 deliveries. Those 666s in the middle of Yashraj Joshi's over, but since then, just a couple of singles and a wicket.
And they're asking the question, Adnan says not out. Is another wild swing from Jackson. Jackson's got to think about his innings here, hasn't he, Tina? He's gone out there. He wants to be super aggressive as we see this again. He's swinging wild. That's probably the 3rd or 4th time we've seen him do that. I think the captain's out there with him. I think Gudvid just has to talk to him and say, hey, look, you've got the ability. You're trying to hit the ball too hard. Play a few strokes, get bat on ball, and then you can try and muscle it again because there's too many dot balls appearing here now.
Absolutely. You can see the frustration on his face as well. As just so convinced that he can hit the ball to the boundary that he's forgetting about the important part, which is getting the bat on ball. Got now the end of the over to have a think about what he's done. Gurveer Saini will be on strike at the start of the 8th, and it looks like Mohammad Kasim, who went supersonic in his first over, coming back with a point or 2 to prove.
Yeah, he does. As I was saying yesterday, his 2 overs went for 49. And, well, today he's on the verge of that again, or maybe even more. That's going to be cuatro carreras, the first one from the captain, Gudvid. 4 more. So, Mohammad Kasim, this is what we're saying. They're going to have to go back to some of these bowlers again. That one's up in the air, and it's going, gone. Goes all the way. 6 more. So there's no respite for Kasim. He goes for another one. I'm a bit surprised they went to him before maybe Sajib, just to keep the pressure on. This one could just release some of that pressure that's been applied on the East Londoners.
He's just bowling with a bit too much width here. I can understand what he's trying to do, just hide it on that wide line. But it also just allows Saidi to throw his hands at it, knowing that as long as he gets it over that conventional cover fielder, it's going to be runs all day long. Now I'm going to make a few adjustments here. Ishan Baratra has moved around a touch. Maybe then the deep boundary fielder will scoot across a touch, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, they've also, just noticed there, they also decided, even though Saini is hitting, well, that's worked out well for them, so that changed. But the other change there I noticed, they brought the point who was on the boundary up to push square leg back, but that wasn't an area where Gudvid was hitting, so interesting change. Let's see how Jackson goes about things here now. And well, at least he does get bat on ball this time. Thinks about 2, he ain't going to get 2, and he's got to be careful there as well. Good bit of work by the fielder. The bell has come off, but Jackson, he is pretty nimble in between the wickets, so he does get back.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rico. I don't mind the tactic of keeping it outside off stump, but you've got to have the field to fit. And if you're keeping it there, you don't need a deep square leg in.
It's a nice looking shot, and that's exactly what we're talking about. So here I think was just a slight error from the captain there, from Shaheen. He pushed and bought, that was Hassan, who was on the boundary at point, brought him up to push square leg back. But the line that Kasim is bowling, the chances are he's going to go in the offside. So that's 4 that probably should have been saved.
Can't really afford it when they've at least brought themselves back into this game to then give away 3 runs.
Slower delivery. It's nicely bowled. It will just be a single. You can see that the father with the buggy, he's got the 2 babies in there. definitely doing the rounds. Probably about the third time that he's gone round the pitch and he's going past the Karate Kids again. And, well, Kasim, as you point out there, Tina, this time round today, he does go for 50 of his 2.
Yeah, brings the 50 up, but it's not the one that you want to have. He's not going to be raising his bat anytime soon. I suppose that second over was actually not the worst in the world. It was the first that did the damage.
Yeah.
33 in the first, 17 in the second, which is not terrible in an 8th over. We've seen a lot worse. But yeah, not the best day at the office for Kasim. He'll be hoping to make amends with the bat if he is required. 2 overs left, then 132 for 3. I think you're right, Rico. They've only got those 5-bat bowlers as well. They're going to have to turn to bowlers who have been hit a bit already.
And hit a bit more here. It's a slower delivery, but he's got enough off that. It's a tremendous effort from the fielder. But from the moment he touches it, it was going to be 6. So slower ball. I like the way that Zishan does try something different from the word go. Maybe trying to add a element of surprise in that one. But it's not going to be the only surprise is for him, maybe. And not for the batter that it's gone for 6. So Gurveer Saini playing a very good captain's innings here at the moment. Up in the air, should be taken, will be taken. There you have it. They go back to that fielder, Tina, on the boundary, and they get the wicket for Saini. So fair play to Sheehan. He made a change in the field. It didn't work. He went back to the norm. Catches taken, no mistakes from Gurfan Hassan, and Saini will have to depart.
That's what happens when you get the fielders in the right positions. It's a comfortable grab there for deep point. And well done to Zishan, who he got hit for a few runs in the first over, then got smashed away for a 6 on his first delivery of his second, but comes back well to pick up the wicket as Parth Thakur comes out at number 6 for East Londoners. And they really have fallen away here, haven't they? At one point, the expected score was 300.
Yeah.
We always knew they weren't going to keep up with that rate, but certainly 200 plus would have been on their radar. Now it's looking much more like 150, 160 unless they push on in the final 10 deliveries.
Parthakur is a kind of, I think he's a batter who probably hasn't been given as many opportunities. Strangely enough, as he faces his first, it's in the air, just gets this over a bit of a wobble, and it's gone past the fielder. So Zaidi, who's been very good with his fielding so far, this one gets away from him. He's a bit unlucky with the bounce here, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, just deviates away from him. He does get down. He puts the long barrier down, but not able to make the stop. So a fortuitous boundary there for Thakur. Yeah, Thakur, we saw him score runs in one of his earlier matches. Then after that, he kind of went out of sort with his captain. So he's got a point to prove, and he's going to do it with 4 and 6. Looking pretty slick. So Parth Thakur comes out, and he's, hitting it well straight away. He got a little bit of help with the first boundary, but no help needed with this one.
He's kind of showing Hassan Jackson how it's done, which is trying not to overhit it. He knows he's just got to clear the rope, which is not the toughest task when there's pace on the ball. That one's the perfect example there. Just lifts it up and over the cover fielder, races away for 6 runs. So Thakur putting in a nice little cameo here now, just too shy of the 150 mark, the East Londoners.
Pachara, maybe the slower one again here, perhaps. No, he goes pace on, and he's going to get the treatment. That's a lovely hit. Quick hands, good timing, solid shot. 6 more going towards the Harrow Lodge Leisure Centre there. And you can see that one of the Hornchurch partners also actively involved with the Leisure Centre, and that's everyone active. You can see that, there you go, that's the Harrow Lodge Leisure Centre behind there. And another good hit. A little bit too short, I think. Parache's got the new batter coming. Thakur is banging anything that's short. He's kind of stand and deliver. So he's got to make a change here. And the 150 does come up, and they've still got here 7 balls to go to try. I reckon you really against the Warriors. 180 plus is what you're looking for. Goes again, and it's in the same area. Well, don't get dizzy there, Teddy. As Teddy's following that ball, going up, sailing over him, sailing over the boundary rope. And that is going to be Calypso style, as I like to call it. A little bit of shaka. 3 sixes in a row. And Parth Thakur, that's exactly, folks, what I've been talking about. I don't think he's been given the opportunities that perhaps he deserves. He's not a number 6 batter for me.
Spare a thought for Zishan Paracha as well. He thought maybe his luck was turning with that wicket on the second delivery, but then gets pummeled away. He finishes with figures of 1 for 54, so the second bowler to join the 50 club for Camilla Warriors. Not exactly how they planned this Friday morning to go when they won the toss and wanted to bowl.
Sajib to finish things off. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Jackson finally gets one out of the middle, and it's probably the biggest 6 of the day.
That's a huge hit. Jackson, better late than never. That one's rolling away. It's taking a stroll with the fathers and the buggies down the path. That one just sweet as you like. Gets his hips into it as well, doesn't he? Almost like a golf swing.
Yeah,
what
a difference. I mean, what he does this time, he steps across and hits straight down the ground rather than feet staying planted and swinging across the line. Sajib. Now he's going to get worked away there on the leg side. Mid-wicket does the fielding. Nicely stopped, just a single.
Good comeback there from Sajib. And we have to feel, Rico, that the problem is for Camilla Warriors is they only have those 5 bowlers. So when you have someone that goes for 33 in the first over, like Hasim, Zishan went magical as well, you know that they have to bowl again. That's always a tough position to be in, to not have those 6th and 7th bowlers to call upon.
Yeah, very much so. But I do notice how if they wanted to, they have got Zaidi in the side. Now, he has bowled. Now, I'm surprised they didn't take a gamble and give him one over, particularly like you said, when the likes of the first 2 overs went for 59 with Kasim and Pachara going for a lot of runs. They could have tried something different, and they didn't. That's going to be 6 more as Jackson gets another one to go straight down the ground. Yeah, this is a good hit because it wasn't quite in the slot. This time round, rather than swing wildly and over the ball, yeah, watch out over there. And do they make helmets for little babies?
They should do, especially when Jackson beat it on that occasion.
2 more balls to come then. 180 plus I think they need here. And they're looking to get it with another Maximo here. Over it goes. Gear, gear, gear. Shaka, Lugya and Sajib, who had a pretty good first over, went for 14. Not this time round. And much, much better from Jackson. He seems to have taken a leaf out of the book of Parthakur. He's standing a lot stiller and he's muscling the ball big. 180 on the board.
7 boundaries in the last 9 deliveries since that wicket. Thakur really put the momentum back into this batting innings for the East Londoners.
This one's played along the ground. You might as well go for it. Fielder has done superbly well. Excellent bit of fielding. And it's going to be 3 here. They might as well just go for another. Why not? And they are taking it on. Are they going to get 4? They get 4. They have taken 4, Tina. They have run 4. I mean, it's a little bit sloppy. Look at the bowler, Sajib. He is absolutely fuming. How important could those extra runs there be in this match? They'll finish with 184. And the Camilla Warriors, it has to be said, were a little bit sloppy here right at the end. After a great save, well, he may as well not have bothered.
Got to say, great awareness there from Jackson Thakur, who decided, well, let's keep running. In fact, Jackson needed a bit of a hurry up there from Thakur, who said, well, let's go. There's no point not going. And they were rewarded for it. And you can see there, Tajib was absolutely fuming that he thought maybe he bowled the perfect final ball. Should have gone for 1, maybe 2. Ends up going for 4. Gets the East Londoners up to a respectable 184 for 4.
Yeah, great finish to the innings. Just for one moment, East Londoners looked like they may fall short of a 165 kind of score, especially at one point when it was looking like it was definitely going to be 200 plus. Both the Yadavs got into the 30s, then got out. They'll be disappointed that not one of them was able to go further. Same could be said about McDonald. Hassan Jackson came good towards the end. He finishes with a healthy 26 of 11. 3 big towering 6s from him. And then I think Saini and Parthakur, they certainly did put in a good shift. But what about that 23 of just 5 balls? 3 6s and 1 4 from Thakur, helping the East Londoners to another big score. It has to be said, last time these 2 teams played, it was 204 to 176. So the Camilla Warriors They're going to have to turn on the style if they are going to win this eliminator and if we are going to see them in the qualifier number 2 a little bit later. Rico Full here. Great to have Tina here with me and Path and Polo and also Teddy doing a wonderful job. And a big shout out, of course, to our scorers, Graham and Ollie, father and son team, doing a grand job. Join us back in about 10 for the reply from the Camilla Warriors, needing 185 for victory.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And look who I have with me. And isn't she looking bright and summery? Tina, lovely to have you with us. And I know you've been here before, but
Yep.
I think the weather and the look of the ground are a little bit different this time around.
We could be in the Sahara Desert, couldn't we? And it's been strange when I've coming in and out of England, just seeing the landscape. Usually in summer, it's these luscious green
Yeah.
fields, and at the moment, looks like it could do with a bit of a water, but of course there's a hosepipe ban, so we're not allowed to water the outfield. But it does mean that the ball is going quickly and it's racing along, and certainly for the Camilla Warriors, they'll be hoping that they'll have a few racing to the boundary here.
Yeah, when I was talking to, because Vinny, of course, did a bit of Switzerland as well, and I was talking to him about this outfield and how quick. I actually think it's the quickest outfield that I've experienced on my travels with ECM, but Vinny was saying it's pretty quick out there in Switzerland as well.
Almost quicker, because we're in
Wow.
Switzerland. It's on a slope, so that the pitch is in the middle and it goes downhill in every direction, and it was absolutely brutal. I think the fielders most of the time thought they were just decoration, whereas here they've still got a job to do. I mean, we saw those catches in the first innings as well, so they aren't just there as pretty faces.
Yeah, and one thing that we both agreed on is that today, though we are going to see a lot of good batting because we've seen it all the way through in this tournament, I think the fielding and the bowling could be key. That's one thing I think East Londoners have to sort out here now. It was an interesting scorecard because when I was looking at that, it's the first, I think one of the first and only few matches where when you look at the innings, no batter actually went past 50.
Yep.
We've been seeing on average 2 or 3 batters going over 50. We've seen 10 centuries as well. Everybody chipped in but kind of got out. But they did get the acceleration in there towards the end, which helps them get past that 180. And that's what I was saying. I think if they get to 180, then the East Londoners will feel that they've got every opportunity to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a roller coaster innings, wasn't it? They got off to such an amazing start. Looked like 200 was guaranteed. Then suddenly Joshi came on. He stopped the rate, and then that acceleration towards the end as well, with Parth Thakur finishing 23 off just 5 deliveries.
That was, yeah. And that certainly would help them. And that 4 that they ran at the end, how important would that be? Let's go for the start of the first. Hangavadi will start, and it's been hit through and hard at the field. And I think this is a catching chance. Bowler's got his hands on his head. I think that's a chance there, which doesn't get held. I think that's Parth. So here it is. It definitely is a chance. Look, it's in and out. Parth is looking on there, and I think that's our man. Is it Jackson or Donald who has the chance to take the catch there? I think it might be Jackson. Yeah, Jackson has the chance, not able to hold on to it. Big moment that Bilal gets dropped. And now Joshi swings up, misses at the next one. These two looking to get them onto a good start. A big moment. Bilal, remember, this is now the fifth time that we're seeing him. And on 4 occasions he's had a bat. On 3 of them, he scored a 50. That's going to be played away. And, well, look at the bowler. The bowler is down. Well, Hanagavadi, I don't know what he's doing down there. Now, I don't know. Has he cleared the keeper easily here? Let's have a look. He goes back. I mean, he's played the shot. Look at this. And this is no edge. He's played it. What a shot that is. He's got it over the keeper. It's going to go into the road. It's going to be 4 runs. And the first boundary comes up from the very impressive Yashraj Joshi. There was a little period yesterday when we felt that he started to over-attack the ball and he wasn't as productive. But when he sits back and strokes the ball around, he looks $1 million as he whips this one away for 6 runs, 4 and 6. Tina, looking pretty slick.
Absolutely. Good start for Camilla Warriors. It could have been the worst of starts with the missed opportunity on the first delivery. Joshi showing early doors just how classy he is as a batter. That was all wrist, not much of a backlift, and just whips it away. Is exactly the start they need with that required rate up towards 20. Can't afford to start slowly here, the Warriors.
Ray Tipping, hello to you in the chat. Ray saying, can ye both give us a wave from the cuckoo clock? from the attic. Well, we will try. We'll try. Well, when there's a bit of it, next time the ball goes into the road or into the woods, we'll get Teddy to zoom up here, and we'll be tripping each other over each other to do it though, because it's a little bit tight in here. And those of you like Kroom and John Heasham and Julian Dawson who've been up here will be able to tell you we don't have a lot of space. So that one gets played away. Who else is joining us? The chat's been absolutely fantastic, by the way. Remember to like and remember to subscribe. We're approaching 489,000, and we'd love to get to 500,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And nice to have Monty there as well. And who else did I see in there? Shiva Singh. And somebody was saying to me it's a good team effort. Shall we try and do it now? Because that ball ain't coming back. I wonder if... So Teddy, can Teddy come to the window? And we'll try and reach it. Tina, can you reach? Let's reach. Come on. Oh, boy, let's not knock anything over. So here we are. Can you find us, Teddy? And Ray tipping, the things that we do for you and the things that we do for... There we are. Yep, we're there. We're just about there. Oh, boy. So Paula might as well join us as well. Paula just comes in and says, what's going on? We're just waving. We're just waving to Ray tipping. Well, Ray, your wish is our command. Just don't ask us to do that too often because it's not that easy to do. Right, the ball has come back. And Hannah Gavadi gets ready to go again. Joshi has been very impressive. So here he goes again. And in the air, shout to catch it. It'll be a great catch if this is taken. Oh, what a catch. What a catch that is. Catches win your matches. Look at the celebration from Hannah Gavadi and Tina. This is exactly what we've been talking about. Some amazing moments in the field could be the difference between going all the way or not.
Josh, he doesn't want to take himself off the pitch, does he? Because he knows that could be a big moment. And it's third time lucky in the field for the Camilla Warriors. 2 have gone down. This probably was the hardest of the bunch. It's so difficult, the skill of tracking it over your shoulder. And Huston Jackson does it impeccably and gets high 10 there from Parth Thakur, who's the first on the scene. Jackson plays it cool. That's a cold catch there. Camilla Warriors 11 for 1. Nelson strikes again.
Wonderful moment. Remember, as you said, Tina Jackson had a chance earlier and put it down. And that was Bilal who was dropped on 0. But Joshi, that is the prize wicket. And you're right. Yashraj did not want to leave. He just stood there thinking, what have I done? I've given my wicket away. Look, they've still got good players. We know that. And the man who's replaced him, Mohammed Basit, has already got a century to his name. He's right up there as one of the highest run scorers. And he's going to have to put a partnership on together here now with Bilal Kamal. In comes Hannah Gavadi. That's been hit firmly towards the fielder, though, who doesn't make any mistakes. It's just going to be a single. Vibayadov is in that very important area. The first over comes to an end, and the Camilla Warriors are well behind the pace. 12 for 1 after the first.
4 and 6, and it looked like Joshi was just getting into his work, but then he was stopped in his tracks with probably the most important wicket of the day so far, given how destructive Joshi can be. But he can't do any more damage now. Finally did drag himself off the pitch, and having taken that grab, Huston Jackson probably full of confidence. Now he has the ball in hand going into the second over.
Well, Charlie Osborne was asking us a question. He was saying, can you tell us who your favourite cricket player is? Yeah, we get asked that quite a lot. A lot of good players out there. Do you mean playing currently or maybe played in the past? Because that also makes a difference. A lot of good cricketers out there at the moment. Jackson, having taken the catch, comes on to bowl. His first one is going to be hit firmly down and over the short mid-wicket. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro carreras as Bassett gets another one away here. And a good clean hit. Both these batters are going to be very similar in the way that they play. And Mohammed Bassett will be looking to go long on and mid-wicket with most of his shots. Whereas Bilal Kamal, he's got an interesting bat lift when he plays. He when he gets going, he hits the ball hard, but he hits it flat. He does go over long off a fair bit, and he likes to hit in the V, whereas I think Mohamed Bassett likes to step across and whip the ball over his shoulder and over that square leg area. Let's see if the East Londoners have done their homework. Jackson, once again. And that's the shot I'm talking about, right on cue from Mohamed Bassett. And they haven't quite done their homework just yet. Nicely played away, nicely whipped away for more runs. Yeah, I mean, my favourite, I suppose I could answer both, really. I think one of my out and right favourite players, mainly not just because of all of his individual performances, but I think as a very good captain in the way that he really did get a team together and perform well, is MS Dhoni. As a player and as a captain, I really loved what he did. Before him, Kapil Dev. And with current players, I suppose, I'm going to have to be pretty boring and say the likes of Kohli has always been, somebody that I've loved to watch. But I do like the new kid on the block at the moment. As that one is going to get through a swing and a miss. What about you, Tina?
I always said Ben Stokes, and I know he's been a bit of a controversial figure in the last couple of weeks, but just the way he competes, the way his never say die attitude. His body's kind of given up on him in the last couple of years, but that's probably because of the amount of stress he put it under.
It's a good shot. Really nicely played. Not a bad delivery at all there from Jackson. You can see the extra effort was put in to get it fuller and Yorker length, but gave a bit of width there. And Bassett has used that well. 4 runs.
Nicely played there. Just used the pace of the ball, squeezed it away. Knew that anything on the ball there would have raced away because no one really backward of point.
How you like him being in the attic, by the way, as Jackson comes in? Have you ever commentated from the attic before?
I haven't. That one's clubbed away, and that's going to go up to the leisure centre, let alone the attic. And I think it's trying to jump the fence, and it has jumped the fence. It's almost like the Grand National there, going to say knock, knock on the door of the leisure centre.
Yeah, played away, goes through the fence here and on the way. Well, it's almost like he's making his way in through the doors there. The fielder's chasing after it. It's just nobody there to pass it back at the moment. A nice shot played by Bassett. So after whipping a few over on that leg side, hits this one through the covers. The Camilla Warriors, they've got the players, they've got the ability, but they've got to apply themselves. They need a good partnership. They've got to probably do what the East Londoners, though they scored a very healthy rate, and a few people said it was a team effort. Though they get to that 184, no one batter actually went big. That's what the Camilla Warriors can do, and either one of these two can. Both have brought up centuries in this series already. Coming up, European cricket there in Estonia. But don't forget that we have still the Grizzly League action from Portugal. And what divisions are playing this weekend, Path, in Portugal? Is it 1 and 2 action? 1 and 2. And it's lashed out over the off, gone quickly. And into, I think that might be one of the teams waiting to play the qualifier here. Watching the talents of these two teams, and they are talented teams. Hey, talking about days being celebrated, I know I mentioned the raspberry and cream days. That's the end of the over. 32-20 coming off that one from Jackson. So was the wicket, though, the important wicket as well. So 32. Let's talk about some other birthdays. Jay Sin, who was great there in Switzerland. I think he was the leading wicket taker. He's 28 today. So, Jay, a very happy birthday to you. Some other people that we have seen on the network. Clayton Floyd from the Netherlands turns 30 today. Clayton, happy birthday to you. And from the Upminster side, I know that his mum was telling us earlier in the week that Michael Pedrick's got a birthday coming up on Friday. Happy birthday. Happy 18th birthday to Michael Pedrick. Enjoy your day.
Happy birthday. Big birthday as well, turning 18. Drinks are on him tonight.
Yeah, I think he's been waiting. Well, in a legal capacity to be celebrating this. Well, there's another shot to celebrate, as it was an interesting defensive shot. First ball from Gurveer Saini from Bilal. But the next one, that's a bit more like it. Goes down on one knee and carts this over the leg side boundary for another boundary, 6 runs.
Yeah, nicely played. They need a few more where that one's come from. Got ball at the start of the third. In the power play, and they need to make the most of it. Remember how explosive that power play was for East Londoners, 59 for no loss coming off it. And they did have that period in the middle overs where they just fell away a touch. So Camilla Warriors, I think looking here, they just need to stay in the game, keep it within touching distance, and then try and go for that final dash to the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Camilla Warriors. Oh, that's a bit of a full toss. Now, I wonder what the umpires think about this one. You can see the batter having a look at the square leg umpire, Nitin. There was about 3 or 4 of these yesterday that weren't given, and I was very surprised because the standard of umpiring here has been very good, but it just looked high. If you look at that, it's waist or above. I think that has to be called. It doesn't get called, and it's very similar to what we were seeing yesterday. The umpires seem to be a little bit reluctant calling some of these high balls.
It is usually the case in the UK in particular that as soon as it gets to that waist high, they're happy to call it. Maybe just want to let the game flow a touch here.
Oh, so we're going to miss this time. Gurveer gets one through to Bilal Kamal, who, as I said, does like to hit in the V, hits it hard and flat. And there's the shot he likes to play. How about that? That was a little bit of the old chopper shot. But you can see what I mean. He doesn't go, he's not one of these guys that really finishes with the bat over the shoulder. Watch this shot. Chuk, 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 chuk. Yeah, it's the old chopper. And it races away to the boundary. 4 runs. Nice looking shot for there. So we're in the attic here. And I'm keen to get your feedback, as that's another full toss. And it's going to clear the fielder. It's going to clear the boundary. 6 more. 6 queridas más. Well, Gurveer, I think he's trying to go by what you were saying earlier, T, and not try to bowl too short and thinking, well, maybe a slow full toss is going to be better than a short delivery because I'm not going to get carded over the leg side, but it's the same result. It's going to be another boundary, and that over. Though there were 2 dots in there was also 3 sixes and a 4. 22 come off the captain.
Exactly what they need here, Camilla Warriors, that required rate. Just a touch below 19. Gurveer Saini just missing his lengths there. They turn to Yadav here to bowl the 4th out of the power play then, and actually quite similar power plays in the end, Rico. 54 for 1 in this innings. It was 59 for no loss. In fact, that was after 2, wasn't it? So
yeah,
East London has got off to a flyer, but Camilla keeping themselves in it here.
That's up in the air now. Has he got enough of this? And it's going to be, he's hit it up in the air. And he's going to have to go here. It's the first ball off the outside of the power play. So you know that the sweeper's going to be there. And Mohammed Bassett has gone for the shot over the top of the offside. The field has been set there. A comfortable catch has been taken. They do remove another key batter. That's a big wicket. I think that is a match-changing moment.
Absolutely. Bassett was going along nicely. 21 off 8, exactly on the rate required. He has to depart. It's a decent catch from Hanagavadi, and Yadav into the attack, picks up a wicket on his very first delivery, which brings Aminul Sheehan to the crease. Bilal Kamal is going well, though, 23 off 7. He just needs someone to stick around. And you were saying, Rico, that in that first innings, everyone contributed. No one got 50, but the lowest score was 23. That was Gurveer Saini off just 8 deliveries. Parth Thakur was 23 not out.
Yeah.
So everyone came in and contributed, and not quite happened here. I suppose Joshi got out for 10. But they need someone to get that 30, 40, 50 plus score to try and get those required runs. Still 131 needed.
Yeah, somebody's got to go big here. I think having a left-hander come out here could be useful for the Aminul Sheehan. He's a real competitor. He's the captain. He's going to give it his all. And that's the first one that's out of here. That's going to be going towards the Herald Lodge Leisure Centre. It's on its way. It's a big hit. But you're right. I think this partnership has to be a pretty crucial one. They've still got Gurfan Hassan to come in. We know that he too can be pretty useful. But then after that, it has to be said that nobody else really has had, well, really, it's fair to say, had to contribute because they haven't needed to, because the top batters have normally got them home. So interesting little passage of play, period of play in this match. Big partnership required for the Warriors, whereas I think East Londoners will know, pick up another wicket here and they could really be in with getting the victory and booking their place in qualifier number 2. Yadav waits for the fielder to come back. It's played out onto the offside. Not going to take the single. You can see that Bilal was ready to go, but Shihan, the captain, playing with a little bit of caution there, thinking, no, it's not worth risking a run out. This partnership has to be key. Very interesting field set. We'll talk about that in a moment, as that one's been worked away towards the long off fielder. Yeah, on that offside, they've to the left hand, they kind of had 4 men almost around the bat there on the offside.
Yeah.
Thinking that Sheehan is probably going to try and dab one. Right, back to Bilal. It's a great over so far from Yadav. The rate is climbing close to the 20 mark now, so would want to get a couple of boundaries here. That will be one. It's a juicy full toss. That's going to go a long way. Look at that. Into the woods to go. That one might even go into the brook. And the fielder is going after it. This is going to take a while to come back, Tina. So let's talk about some of the international days we have here today. Well, I've mentioned that it is a National Raspberry and Cream Day. Guess what else is being celebrated today? And this is something that some of the birthday boys that we mentioned could celebrate. And Clayton Ford, remember, and Jay Sin. And for the first time, maybe Michael Pedrick, because it is International Beer Day today. Sharing laughs with friends over refreshing, bubbly golden pint is a classic recipe for good times and memorable moments. So, International Beer Day. Bit of a beer drinker there, Tina.
Yeah, I mean, I've got obviously German roots, so I feel like it's in my blood.
You have to.
Literally.
You can't say no, can you?
Yeah, but given the choice beer and wine, I'd go wine every time.
Yeah. Summers, especially when it's a long, hot summer, is always an interesting one. This one is going to be worked away as well. So Bilal Kamal at the moment keeping them in touch. 6 and 4. He's hungry for more. 71 for 2. Their opponents at this stage were on 83, so they're there or thereabout. But those 2 boundaries were very crucial to keep them in touch. Yeah, I was going to say summer's an interesting one because I think unlike the winter where you sort of resign yourself, as you have to 1 or 2 drinks, summer there's so many options,
Yeah.
Wine, as you said, white wines, spritzers, a cold beer, shandies, ciders. Ciders are very popular, aren't they? I know here, Hornchurch cider seems to be a popular take at the end of a day of cricket. But yeah, beer day. So have yourself your favourite beer. And people always ask about beer and their strength. Well, I've got one for you. The strongest beer ever brewed. Scottish brewery Brewmeister created Snake Venom, which has an alcohol volume of 67.5%, making it one of the strongest beers globally. 67.5. I think that probably takes the enjoyment out of it. It probably doesn't taste very, very great. Krishna is going to turn his arm over for the start of over number 5. And the captain, Shihan, will go down the ground. 6 runs, clean as a whistle. 6 carreras. Nice hit from the captain. Amino Shihan. This left and right combination could be crucial here for the Warriors.
Yeah, nicely played. And just as we think the game's getting away from them, they say, hold on a minute. We're still here, still fighting. And that's 3 boundaries in a row across these 2 overs. Krishna into the attack for the East Londoners and gets pummeled away first off and tries to overcorrect there to the left-hander. Falls foul of the wide line. Yeah, I think you'll have a bit of a heavy head after that What was it? 60%?
67.5, yeah.
Oof. You won't want to go next to a naked flame either with your breath after that.
Well, once a wide, he'll get a wide. Yeah, just look at this field here, set here to Shaheen. So they've got kind of a fly slip. They've got a very fine leg. And they've got backward point, sweeper out on the offside, short cover. And this one is okay, says Edland. Got the 2 men straight and a deep square leg. There'll be extra cover. That's where Xian may be looking to go. Well, he tries with this one, but he's going to get another dot balls. A couple of dots here. That hurts you, but there were 2 wides in there as well. So Xian still got 3 balls to come in the over, but at the moment, just the 6 runs have come from it from the bat. That's another full toss. He's missed out on this. Now, this could go all the way. What's the call going to be from the umpire here? Buys, 4 buys. It was a wide full toss. I think they've decided here that to Amino Shihan, keep it wide outside off. Don't allow him to go down on one knee and hit you down the ground. And that could kind of slow him down. That's got to be the place to bowl. It's worked so far. Unfortunately, on that occasion, Athar Yadav wasn't able to make the stop behind the stumps. Just making some, well, they're making a change here now to the fine leg fielder who actually goes into a catching position. So they've got fly slip and short third. Interesting field. And he does get a fair bit of this, but he's not going to get or shouldn't get to the boundary. It's just going to be a single. So this is good bowling here to Amina Shinan. They've obviously decided that the captain is a little bit suspect outside the off there, Tina.
Yeah, I don't mind this, especially the left-hand to left-hand combination. Goes back around the wicket to the right-handed Kamal, who seems to hold the key to this run chase at the moment, 33 off 9. Imagine if he falls here, then Camilla Warriors certainly looking like they'll be on the wrong end of this result. Still over 100 runs required here.
So here comes Krishna. Oh, gets a bit of an inside edge on this, looking to go for the big shot. So that is a big over. Just the 9 runs coming from that. He had to bowl the 2 extra deliveries. And so 9 runs, don't forget, there was the 4 buys in there as well, which don't go to his figure. So extra runs of the over 13, but still you'll take that. And that does now take the required rate to over 20, 101 of 30 balls.
Yeah, you're getting to the point now with halfway through the innings that every over that goes below the required rate, that rate is just shooting up over 20 now. It's almost last chance saloon here for Camilla Warriors. They need to go at 20s. They've only had 2 go over 20 so far. Well fielded, I think. Just about.
Yeah, just a single, and that's the issue here as Vibha comes back. But Bilal Kamal did take a liking to Vibha. Remember, he was on for a good over in his first. It did go to 17 in the end, but that was because of 10 runs coming off the last 2 balls. So Bilal will be looking to go after him again. He goes down the ground, thumps it, hits it firmly. That's going to go over the side screen and into the car park. You're right, Tina. Bilal Kamal is holding the key here. He needs somebody to get set with him. Aminul Shihan, I wonder if he, the captain, 15 off 9, and 12 of those have come off 2 balls. I wonder if he's starting to think, I'm hindering this run chase. Maybe he needs to get out of the way. And Gulfan Hassan could come in and be more productive. It's got to be in his mind. He needs to up the game here. Otherwise, his team's going to fall even further behind the rate. There's Jackson. He's going to be pretty happy with things at the moment. That catch he took to remove Joshi. I think a lot of people were in the chat were saying that could be the match-winning catch. Terry Richmond is in the chat. Hello, Terry. Good to have you and many more in the chat enjoying finals day here in Hornchurch. Bilal waits. Comes with the ball once again. Much slower delivery. And cleverly bowled. Just tosses this up at the back of the hand. And Bilal plays and misses.
A rare miss there for Bilal. I think his eyes lit up there. Certainly no question of it being a no ball. Be annoyed with himself. Not tuck into that one. He just punts it down the ground. And, well, he hit it so sweetly that Jackson can't have been more than about 5 meters away from it. And he still had absolutely zero chance of stopping that one.
Plays this shot really well, doesn't he? I mean, he's clobbered that, but there again is another sign and another look at just how quick this outfield is. Both अच्छा shot मारिया, बढ़िया timing. 4 runs, 4 carreras. Oh, now just jabs at this. Jackson, can he get there? Oh, well, I think that looks like he's pulled off a brilliant save. He seems to be disappointed that he doesn't hold on to the catch. Tina, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, it's a stand and deliver, isn't it? And he goes full air Jordan there. It's an outstanding piece of fielding. It's just where the ball lands. It does land safely in. So he saves what would have been an absolute destined 6. That's brilliant athleticism there.
Oh, now it's going to be in the action again. But he's beaten to it this time by Donald. Yeah, I mean, saves 5 runs, doesn't it? It was a tremendous leap. I mean, he got so far off the ground there. Half, have we got that bit of fielding again from Jackson? Look how high he gets. And the thing is, if he had held on to it, it would have been 6 because watch how he lands. But look at this. I mean, look how high he's got. Amazing. But you see, if he holds on to that when he's landing, 1 foot is outside the rope. So he does brilliantly well to save it. Excellently captured there by Teddy. Teddy, great work. And great work there from Jackson as well. 97 for 2. Falling further and further behind. Needing 88 of 24. That's 22 and over. And gone. That's the end of the captain. Amanat Shihan goes. I think he knew in his mind that if he's not getting boundaries here, he might as well give up his wicket to let somebody else come in before it gets too late, before this equation gets to a point where there's no way to come back. So it may not be the worst thing, really, for the Camilla Warriors, because maybe someone like Gurfran Hassan, who surely is going to be the next batter to go out there, might just have what is needed to get this run chase back on track.
Something had to give there for Camilla Warriors. Aminul Shihan going just over 120, 16 off 11. So he takes the long walk off, and yeah, we'll have to see if Gurfran Hassan, the next black cab off the rank, can do the damage here, because that required rate now shooting up 23 runs and over required. Looking at the score so far, the highest over has been 22. That was that 3rd over. So if they are going to win this, they need to go into uncharted territory.
Yeah.
And they need to do it for the best part of 4 overs here.
We have seen some big overs and batters out there. We know that Bilal can do it. Hassan has also provided some entertaining knocks. And he's going to start by muscling one over cow corner. Well, watch out, kids, because this is coming your way. There's the karate club there in the background. And some of the parents sat watching, maybe protecting them from the Grizzlies coming their way. So that's what they need. And Gurfran Hassan hits the first one out of the park.
Maybe that proves just that the wicket is probably not the worst wicket to lose. Brings up the 100 as well, 103 for 3. Still over 80 runs required now off just the 22 deliveries. Krishna looking for the comeback ball.
This one, not where he intended, but he gets the result. He gets the 4. 6 and 4. Hassan hungry for more as that one disappears under the covers. Well needed boundary there. Well, there it goes. In fact, it goes over the covers there. And Western Co, one of the Hornchurch club partners. It was Jeremy West. Unfortunately, not here over the 2 weeks we've been here. Of course, the chairman of the club, a lovely guy. We've had some wonderful moments with him. And, of course, Courtney corner. Oh, boy. That has been muscled. That is humongous. What a hit that is. Sweet out of the middle of the bat there of Hassan. That is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. What a hit. के वाह के हनियाल के grande. आशुर दे के स्वाद आ गया. Oh, no. Is that an Argentina kit there? Oh, somebody buy him a Spanish kit, please. Poor lad. Right, back to the action. And Krishna, after starting with the wickets, gone for 3 boundaries on the spin. Could be 4 or could be out. Fielder coming across. He could be gone. He will be gone. So Hassan goes 6 for 6 and out. Krishna gets another. And surely now the East Londoners, who only just, remember that, didn't play yesterday, had to sit and watch all the action unfold in front of them, needed Rainham to slip up on 2 occasions. Rainham did, and that's what booked their place on finals day. As the catch gets taken there by Vibhor Yadav. Safe hands from him. And now they're on the verge of staying alive on finals day and booking their place in qualifier number 2.
Right off the toe end of the bat there. And it was a nice grab. Just the scoreboard pressure telling here for Camilla Warriors. Going along nicely, but basically every ball needs to clear the rope. And dot ball, ever so precious. Sneaks one through at the end of the 7th, and Krishna will be more than happy with that, despite going for 3 boundaries in that over. Picks up 2 wickets, finishes with figures of 2 for 25 off his 2. Now it's looking very much like a bridge too far for the Warriors here.
Yeah, one thing to still point out, and that's Bilal Kamal is there. And secondly, at this point, at the end of 7, East Londoners were 115 for 3. So just 2 runs in it. But of course, it was a good finish, good last 3 overs from their opponents. And that's what needs to happen here. And Bilal, he knows he can make it happen. He's got to make it happen, but it ain't going to happen, is it? Because we see him go very first ball here from Gurpreet Saini. That now, for me, is the end of this contest. Goes for the shot outside the off. It's another comfortable catch. This time, Donald is there to hold on to it. And surely now, Tina, there's no way back.
Very much. Not even last orders in the last chance saloon here. Decent enough shot, actually cuts it away, but too uppish. And a good grab. You have to say, East Londoners have been very impressive in the field. They've taken every single opportunity that's come their way. That's 5 down now for the Warriors as Sajib comes in what is very much now a losing cause. Especially with that dot ball in between. The last 3 deliveries, 2 wickets have fallen, but I suppose more significantly as well, it's been 3 balls without a run being scored.
Big wicket, big moment. And now if they're going to do it, one of these 2 batters has got to go bang from the word go. Well, a wide ball is an extra run. It's an extra ball, but Sajib, let's see what he's got. So we're into new territory here now as well. We've seen guys from the Camilla Warriors that we haven't seen before. Well, he's got bat onto ball, but it's only going to be a single, and singles are no good when you need boundaries. East Londoners, team that had mixed results in the group stages. It's going to get worked away, but it's not going to be a boundary. And I think here, the Camilla Warriors, they know their faith. They know that it's all over here for them. And when that wicket went from Joshi, great catch, of course, from Jackson, I think they knew then they were up against it. Losing somebody like Yashraj Joshi for just 10. It was difficult to come back. Bilal gave him some hope. But with him falling at the beginning of this over, all of that faded away. And the East Londoners, they will keep their hopes alive. And, well, they will have a chance to sit back and wait to see who they will play, because the next match coming up, of course, is the qualifier. And that's going to be starting more or less on time, I think, here. Keep an eye on the bottom of your screens for that one. And, of course, we're going to see 2 teams who had a remarkable performance. It's the Sharks, remember, they did lose their very first match, but then after that, they won 6 on the spin before they went down in their final one, which was quite an interesting match, actually. It was one that they looked to have in control against Apex United, and then they, well, just fell away thanks to some good bowling from Zain Akhtar. So we're going to see a repeat of that match. Apex United taking on Sharks last time. It was 169 to 157 to Apex United, winning by 12 runs. And once again, we're going to see a display of some very good players. Double chance, though, for those teams. The loser still has the chance but to get in the final, but we'll have to play a tricky one against the East Londoners. And it's another swing and a miss here as the tank is coming on to probably seal the deal.
Tank rumbling in, knowing he doesn't have to go full artillery here. That one's a low full toss and it's almost stopped there. I thought he pulled off a spectacular one-handed grab, just waiting to see where the ball ended up, and it did end up in the Leisure Centre car park. But for a moment there, Rico, I thought this was another ECN highlight.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from the attic, I thought for a moment that he just held on to this, but it was just out of his reach. It will be 4 runs, but all in vain here now, really, all in vain. That's hit pretty well. It will clear the fielder. He's getting some good hits in here now, and in fact, is the tank that is being bombarded at the moment by a couple of good hits there. That's a nice one. Just a little bit too short, and it gets sent away. But they need a 7-up or 2 along the way, which should give them hope. But as long as there's no extras here, then the East Londoners are going to hold on. The tank gets ready again. Kartik tank. Slower delivery, cleverly bowled. He really does flight that in. One thing I've seen from the East Londoners today is something, Tina, that I've been talking about throughout this series, and that's the sort of the lack of slower bowlers. And
Yep.
East Londoners certainly have changed that here today. They've taken the pace off the ball, as we see again here, and it's worked a treat. And that could be the key. This one will be fielded on the boundary. The batters will come back for 2, but they will know that this is all in vain now for the Camilla Warriors.
Just teasing them with the flight, isn't he? And you've got to be quite brave to bowl slowly against batters who are trying to hit you out the park. But Tank has done it excellently, especially the last 2. Saidi maybe just guilty of trying to overhit it here.
Goes again, but this time that's well hit. It's going to be wide off Vibber, who's out there on the boundary. It's going to be 6 runs. Immaculately done there by Mohammed Adnan, who gives the decision of 6. Good hit. This time he waits for it, but in all fairness to him, it was kind of in the slot. He just had to wait and execute the shot to perfection. He does. And at the end of the over, it's a 136 for 5.
Almost stayed in it, didn't they, Camilla Warriors? They've kind of been there or thereabouts, but just a couple of overs in that middle period went for 13s. Krishna 5th over, Yadav 6th over. From then, they just weren't able to recover.
Yeah, and when you look at their scorecard, it nowhere near reflects the kind of the power that the one from the East Londoners did, and the consistency as well. Full toss, that's going to be played wide of Yadav again. It's going to be 4 more runs. But you can see that Vibor is not going to exert himself too much, nor are some of the other fielders. If it's 4, it doesn't matter. Even if it's a 6 here at the moment, it doesn't matter. They're going to win this match. And the Camilla Warriors, let's talk a little bit about them. They're a team playing their very first European cricket series as another one gets muscled away by Sajib here. They're going to go down here, not by too many. But look, they've won a lot of fans. They've played some really good cricket. I think they surprised everybody when we saw them first time up. They came and they showed us what they were about with some good wins, some very good, exciting cricket that they played. But they will go down here in the eliminator. But already looking forward to seeing them back in action next year. The Camilla Warriors, well led, of course, by their captain, Aminal Shihan. But it was just not to be. And the East Londoners just got to the score. I always said that 180. And when people sort of heard me saying that, they're saying, okay, not one. You don't think 150? No, 150 won't do it. You can see here, 150 is kind of being the average score. I mentioned that in my intro today when I said that we've seen over 10,500 runs and teams are scoring around 150 in an inning. So they had to go more than that. That's kind of the par score. And I think 180 did the job. So with the ball to go, Zaidi will look to get another boundary in here if he can, and he will. So they will get to 161, but they'll fall 19 runs short of where they had to get to.
In the end, it looks a bit closer than maybe it was. We always thought Camilla Warriors were behind the chase here, and as it proved, but a nice little flourish there from Zaidi, who started off slowly. I think maybe a bit of frustration for himself there as well. Finishes nicely though, 32 off 11. But it's what we were saying, Rico. We needed someone to go big for Camilla Warriors, and no one got past 50. In fact, it's maybe one of the first games in this tournament where no one scored 50, and yet it's still quite high scoring. Everyone chipped in with runs. Actually, no one scored an innings less than 10. So a bit of a strange one and high scoring, and unfortunately for Camilla Warriors, they're on the wrong end of it. But congratulations to East Londoners, and as you said, looking forward to seeing them in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, well, there they are. They booked their spot in the qualifier number 2. Camilla Warriors, once again, it's been a pleasure to see them in this tournament. Well led by the captain, Shihan. Remember, on day 1 of their campaign, which was day 6, they thrashed Upminster, and that was when we saw the qualities of Yashraj Joshi. They also got a good, comfortable win over Hornchurch. We would then see them come close to the East Londoners in match number 25. And it's the East Londoners that have been their bane, really. They haven't been able to get past them, couldn't beat them in the group stages, and couldn't do the same here again in the eliminator. But they play some very good cricket. We've been very excited by some of the players that they've had. Joshi, I've mentioned Bilal Kamal, who came into their side a couple of days ago. Their captain has been outstanding. But when it came to the big match, when it came to the big moment, they couldn't quite just turn it on, and they will go down and get beaten here. But a very solid effort it was from them indeed. And in the end, they go down by 123 runs, because don't forget, of course, it wasn't 180, it was a 184 that the East Londoners did get to. So well done. Congratulations there to the East Londoners. They will continue. We'll see them in action again. But it is, well, goodbye that we say to the Camilla Warriors. Goodbye, but also thank you for the memories. We wish them well for the remainder of their season. Time for us to take a break. We're probably going to be back in about 15 minutes time, so just about 10 minutes behind schedule. Rico Full here, and it's absolutely wonderful to be joined by Tina, myself and Tina. We're going to have a good old-fashioned chat now. We're going to mingle with some of the spectators down there. I think Tina's probably going to go down and say hi to the likes of John, who's there, and Robert, and probably, yeah, Fardeen is there as well. I don't know if Ivor and Krumer down there. We're certainly going to go and have a look. But do join us back in about 15 minutes' time as we get ready for the big one. It is going to be the qualifier. One of these two teams, Apex United or the Sharks, will book their place in the final. The other will have a difficult encounter in qualifier number 2 against the East Londoners. Join us back in 15. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And we're back. Namaste, namaskara. Assalamu alaikum. Sassri akal. Aibawan. Muy buenos dias. Buongiorno. Dobre den. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome as we get set for another cracking match, and should be, by all accounts, another high-scoring one. Apex United have won the toss and elected to bat first against the Sharks Cricket Academy. Sharks, of course, are the reigning defending champions. They're looking to make it 2 in a row, and not too many teams have been able to claim that. So this could be a very historic day for them and their captain, Salman Khan, who's a very good, powerful left-handed batter. But again, maybe it's going to be a day of the bowlers, and that means that somebody like Mir Faisal or the good all-rounder Jamie Dar could be the key performance. And they also got, of course, got to mention him, Usman Shafi, the man who scored the 99 and then did get a ton as well in the tournament. He can be pretty useful. But Apex United, remember, they've got plenty of firepower there as well. And they've got the leading wicket taker in their side. He'll be key later on. That's Farhan Kiani. Majinder Singh yesterday has scored a century. And also got the likes of Zubair. But they have got some missing, but that is not missing anything, as this man, Mohammad Faizan, he's been smacking it out of the park, hasn't he? He's going to be also very key, very good all-rounder, and he's going to start with a big 6 down the ground. Very warm welcome, because it is a warm day. Very warm welcome to everybody. Just gone half past midday here in England. And I can see that Dave is with us. Hello, Dave. Dave, Terry Richmond, Chris Edison, all ready and waiting for a very exciting qualifier. Monty is in there as well. Monty, lovely to have you with us. And John Gray. Hello, John. And the likes of Julian Dawson and John Esom, Robert as well. Robert's got plenty of signs up there as well with him. We'll have to try and get some of those in display. That's been thumped firmly, but only as far as the fielder. And a good crowd downstairs, inside and out of the clubhouse. Those that don't like the sun, too much of it already. You wouldn't think you'd be saying that in England, but what a glorious summer they've had. It reminds me of some of the summers when I was a child that I had here in England back in the mid-70s. It's up in the air. This is going to, doesn't quite go to hand. The mid-on coming across, gets over him, and the wide mid-wicket on the boundary. And not able to get there in time. So a bit of a miscue there from Faizan. They don't want to lose him early. Nouman Javed, we haven't really seen the best of him so far. They're sticking with him, though, as one of the openers. Jamie Dar in again to him. And that's played quite delightfully, actually. It's a wonderful shot. Guides it away in the gap. Well, maybe he's not a slogger. He says, I don't butcher it. I just caress the ball to the boundary. And that's exactly what he does there. So Jamie Dar goes for his second boundary. 2 more balls to come in this first over. Paul Kempin says afternoon to everybody. Hello, Kroom. And I think as that's going to go all the way. Bulle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka lagya, kinna sona. Shot Maria, bare pyar na Maria. देख लो बढ़िया shot, जबरदस्त batting, 6 more. And I think Kroom is saying that he'll be coming to the ground as well. Kroom, be lovely to see you, and I hope you're wearing your Peacock Friday shirt. I don't need to remind you. Hey, we've got some great numbers down there at the moment. Good looking shot, but it's not going to pierce that field. Very tight out there on the offside are the Sharks. So short third, backward point, cover, and short extra, very close to each other. They're really nice and tight. There's no sweeper behind them. And then they had a pretty wide long off there as well. End of that first over. 17 from it. Yeah, I was just saying there that got some excellent Peacock Friday numbers down there. And John Heasham and Julian Dawson leading the way. I'm liking Robert's number as well. And Farhad has come very much in Peacock Friday mode as well. Mir Faisal is saying, well, what about our shirts, he says. He says, look, what about these? These are a bit of Peacock Friday, aren't they? I don't mind those shirts, you know. I think they're probably one of my favourites. I like the shirts there of the Sharks. Got a bit of a bite to them, haven't they? Anyway, he gets ready to go, Faisal. Faisal to Faizan. Faizan has been in good form. Looking to keep that form here for his team. Oh, that's a great shot. That's an outstanding shot. When you bowl a ball like this and it goes for 6 in that behind square leg position, you probably think, well, how did that happen? It wasn't, from what I'm seeing, this is not a ball that's way down the leg side. Let's see it again here. So it's a pretty decent delivery, but it just gets whipped away with very little effort. And there it goes, making its way, I think, into the road. It gives me a bit of time to talk about some of the days. So International Beer Day today, we've talked about that. Raspberries and Cream Day. And National Lighthouse Day. Lighthouses are beautiful towers that keep ships safe at night. And we've been to some places and seen some lovely lighthouses. The last place that I was where I went up and took a walk up to see a lighthouse was in Ibiza. Yeah. So lighthouses, also one there close to Sporting Alfaz. Also a very important day to be celebrated. I'll come to that in a moment. Let's see what Mir Faisal can do here. Just had to wait for the fielder to get back into the field of play. There's been a bit of a change in the field here. They've pushed back Point on the boundary, so Point is back in mid-wicket. Goes for the same again. Oh, that's nasty. Well, we're going to have a bit of a delay here because this one is fired down the leg side from Mir Faisal. It's going to be a minimal as that one goes all the way. I was about to say Aged Care Employee Day. Show some appreciation to the warm, caring people who take care of the elderly in aged care homes. Very important job and excellent job they do as well. So, Minimo could be an expensive one. Rico Full here. And Tina G joins me back in the attic. Tina, I saw you having a bit of a chat to some of the ECN faithful supporters. Some good Peacock Friday shirts in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking like a bright bunch. And I got some ginger cake as well. So I've got to say a big thank you to Julian and Sarah Dawson. And John brought me some chocolate earlier, so they know the way to my heart, and that is through my stomach.
I was told a story about this from John. And, well, he just delightfully times the pants off of this, doesn't he? What a lovely shot that is. It just goes to show, Tina, you don't have to hit it, do you? You just have to time it.
Just a check drive. It doesn't even go into the full follow-through. I guess hold of all of that and, well, almost goes for a crowd catch. I think that's maybe one of the players waiting to play who gets the catch out the way early because you don't want to shell them in the game.
Definitely not. All right, that was a lovely shot from Faizan. Faizan, at the moment, turning on the style, and Mir Faisal, this could be a very expensive over. 17 off just 2 deliveries. And let's see if he can make a difference here. He's got a really long run up. In he comes. Just has a little shuffle and slows down before release. Oh dear. Well, I must have caught a bit of the bat, I think, here. Maybe a bit of an inside edge. It's a great save from the short, fine leg. Dives and saves 4 runs. Yeah. And I was told, a little birdie told me that you were a little bit annoyed with John Heasham because myself and Vinny got some Easter eggs and you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, food envy is real when it comes to me. And I think that John was saying it was in Malta.
It was indeed.
You got the Easter eggs and I was looking on green with envy, but he's made amends today. I've got a belated Easter egg or maybe a very premature Easter egg for next year. Either way, thank you very much, John. And I'll be putting it in the freezer here as well so we can have some frozen chocolate later.
It should be just a single here this time. Well, I was going to say, yeah, you can put it but because it's early, does that mean you've got to sit on it between now and Easter? You know?
I mean, my willpower is not that strong, Rico. It might not even last the day, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a good shot because I mean, the freeze is a good call, but you don't want to freeze it. So yeah, maybe at some point it will be coffee, tea, and chocolate time. We did have he plays a delightful shot. Think about these shots that are being played here by Faizan because of the way the field is set. So we're in the power play. So the two fielders that are out are at square leg and point. So he knows he doesn't have to hit these hard at all. Even if he miscues it, he's going to get past the short, mid-on, mid-off. He's going to get value for money. And that's another beautiful shot. It just timed beautifully. Pings off the middle of the bat.
And it's a 6 on any boundary. You can push the rope back a good 10, 20 meters and he'd still clear it with ease. That's before he even considers going into a full follow-through. Faizan just pure timing here.
25 of the over. Will he go supersonic? And it will. That's 6. Oh, my word. Tina, talk to me about this shot. It's just remarkable.
It was like a lumberjack wood chop, wasn't it? It was slightly wide. I think, again, just trying to hide the ball. And he just gets underneath it. And flat 6 straight into the hoarding there. Supersonic 31 runs coming off it. But Faizan is just seeing the ball like a beach ball. Pure timing as well.
That was a spectacular shot from Faizan. He's raced to 32 of 8. It's 48 without loss. They're going at the same pace that the East Londoners were in the earlier match. Yeah, that ginger cake, I have to agree with you. Absolutely fantastic. We did get some yesterday. Now, you'll see in front of you there, I probably shouldn't have told you this because that's going to disappear now, isn't it? But in front there in the foil is one solitary slice left from yesterday's cake, which I didn't tell anybody about because I thought I might have it with a bit of coffee later today. But hey, look, you bought some goodies in for us, some croissants. We bought some sausage rolls for you. So good minds think alike.
Yeah, we clearly know each other too well. We're like, how will I make Rico happy? How will I make Tina happy? Let's bring him some pastries. So we've got a bit of a feast on in the attic here.
We certainly have. And one thing I got to say, my weakness in England is bakeries.
Yeah.
Every time I come, it's a little bit like Malta actually as well, because Malta they do those. Oh, what they call now in Malta, pastéis, is it?
Yeah.
Again, I can't walk past those little Malta stores that they have all over the place and not buy them because I love them. But yeah, pastéis, you've just bought them up there. But here in England, I mean the bakeries. We went past one that's not far from Mount Park Station where we're based. And just they do everything, don't they? But Cornish pasties, sausage rolls, and the bacon and cheese bakes. And you just can't walk by them without having any. And I love them. I do love them. What are your favourites in the chat? Come on. We're talking a little bit of early food chat. Sausage rolls, is it? Or is it the Cornish pasties? I quite like the slices, different slices. Yeah. Beef slice, chicken slice. What's your favourite? What's that one you're having, Parth? That's really nice. From the bakery. What is it? Chicken what? Carnation chicken, is it?
Chorizo, chicken chorizo.
Chicken chorizo. I don't think it's quite breakfast. I mean, I tell you what I had today. I had a proper breakfast one. Beans, sausage and cheese, mine was. That was nice. 4 runs, that was nice as well. All along the deck as Numan Javid is doing a lot better with the bat so far in this early exchange as we've seen from him in the tournament so far. Hasn't had too many opportunities, but he seems to be playing the ideal role at the moment for the hard-hitting Mohammed Faizan at the other end. Yeah, I had a beans, sausage and cheese, and it was very nice.
I went sweet this morning. I actually went to Gale's in where I was staying and had a babka, which is kind of like a doughy cake with chocolate in the middle. And just thinking about it now brings back such fond memories of 4 hours ago.
Yeah, I bet. But I have to be careful with mine because I had it while we were, because we've got about a 35-minute walk in. So it's kind of breakfast on the walk. But I had to be a bit careful. Sausage rolls aren't so bad, but when you're eating one which has got baked beans in it, you have to be careful and the beans they were a little hot as well. So I was like biting into this thing, and the beans were like squeezing out. Oh, that one's been squeezed out for 6. It's a nice shot. And well, that's he said. I think that's what. Is that one of the Hornchurch guys out there? Looks kind of like a Hornchurch kit.
Got Bilal on the back of his shirt, and well, he's giving it large now that he caught it. He was a bit more sheepish last over when he dropped one, but this time he knows exactly where the camera is. Bilal, number 18, take a bow.
He could get another here though, couldn't he? Let's see. It's hit well. It's down the ground. This time it bounces, so it's not going to be a catch. But does he do the fielding? I wonder if that's Bilal Kamal then, the man who just played for the Warriors and batted well. 44 he got, but when he went, bless you, when he went, that was the end of their innings. Well, Path is your aftershave. Tina's allergic to your aftershave, Path. Going to just say it's been absolutely, Path, of course, from Portugal. It's been great to have Path here. Took over from Joe Foster. Joe was here the first 4 days of the event, and he did a wonderful job. Then Path came and took over, and Bowler's been doing fantastic work. And we've had some really good camera operators as well. We've had Tony here. Tony was here yesterday. We've had Maisie, who is Teddy's sister. And of course, Teddy's been good as well. Good to have Teddy back for finals day. Teddy's bringing you all the roaming camera action, and whenever we see things a little bit different and unique outside of the cricket field, we always get Teddy to show us what's going on. And what's going on at the moment, though, is that's the end of the over. It's the end of the power play. 67 without loss after 3.
Well, I have to say, I tried the camera work for 10 overs in Portugal. So while Path was here in England, I was over in Portugal in upside down world. And it's so difficult to track the ball. So you've got to tip your hat to anyone who's been doing the camera work, because you think it's easy. You just point and watch where the ball goes. But you've only got this little screen to look at. And so you've got to have one eye on where the ball is in real life, one eye where the ball is on the camera, and try and track it. And the first couple of overs, I think, keep giving the viewers whiplash with my zooming. It was going from wide shot to basically in on the eyeballs of the fielder with nothing in between. So hats off to all of the camera operators, because they do a sterling job.
Yeah, they do. And you're right, it's not easy. I think I tried my hand up at it a little earlier on in the year when we were in Madrid, and I couldn't get used to the zoom. It was just too sensitive for my sausage fingers. Well, we were talking about pastries. Well, sausage fingers comes into that as well. But it was very sensitive. And the other thing, of course, is it's very bright as well often. And so to try and see the action in the small screen, I think you're basically looking at the action. And then once you've got the camera sorted, you're hoping you're going to get it in play. Well, the fielder's going to hope he gets a chance at this, but he's not going to. It's another delightful shot from Faizan, who hasn't hit one in anger yet, and he's moved to 36.
So elegant. Again, it's almost like he's never learned how to follow through on a shot. He just goes to the tiny little follow through, and well, that was a nice little two-step there from the lady who almost got a grizzly into the hip, but managed to just maneuver herself out the way of it.
Well, we got the kids in the fight. I mean, I can see the kids. They're really at it now, doing the old... I don't know if it's karate or taekwondo. They're giving it punches and kicks. Well, this lady here almost kicked out of the grizzly. I don't know if it frightened her or she lashed out at it. And that is going to go over the fielder. 6 more from Faizan. He has raced into the 40s. 42 of just 10 deliveries. Looking very dangerous here. This is worrying times for the Sharks.
Racing along here, aren't they? Partnership moves on to 80. As you said, Rico, it's very reminiscent of the power play in the opening overs in that previous game from the East Londoners. And of course, that set them well on the way to victory in that one. Apex United looking to repeat the trick here against the reigning champs. Sharks Cricket Academy just need to find a breakthrough here, need something to happen to swing the momentum back in their favour. Idar on for 31 off his opening 10 deliveries, and he decides to maybe switch things up now, going around the wicket to the right-handed Javed.
And this one is over the fielder just for a moment. The fielder back on the boundary there was thinking, maybe this is going to be mine. But the next thing you know, Safibat is seeing it go over his head, and he's going to have to go fetch it. And it's going to be 6 more. Wonderful striking here at the moment from Faizan. Mohamed Faizan, he's scored runs. He's the sort of batter, he's got close to or got to his 50, and then he's given his wicket away. He's got to think of the bigger number this time. That's a better ball to him, Yorker length, which gets pushed away down the ground. They'll just take the single on this occasion. And that completes the over and also the spell from Jamie Dart. He'll go for 38 of his 2 overs. And in this qualifier number 1 between the Apex United and Sharks Cricket Academy, Apex, they have moved to 88. Of course, the winner will book their place in the final later today.
Both of these batters looking in incredible form. Mohamed Faizan, in fact, hasn't scored a 4 yet. He's decided he wants 6s or he wants nothing to do with it. He's scored 7 of them so far on his just 11 deliveries. Noman Javed been a bit more equal. 4 4s and 3 6s, 38 off 13, as Sharks Cricket Academy turn to their 4th bowler in the form of Saxena to try and make the breakthrough here. They need something to happen because that expected score well up in the 200s. But as we saw in that previous game, just a couple of wickets in these middle overs and suddenly the momentum can shift back to the fielding side. That's exactly what they're hoping for here. Is Resh will bowl a bit of his right arm orthodox, in fact left arm orthodox, around the wicket.
That's another clean shot. Well, it doesn't matter where you put it, but this time it's Javed who's going to hit this one straight down the ground for 6. Yeah, one thing I've noticed, and that's probably another reason, why they need to get off to a really good start here, Apex. One of their top players, Rajesh Sharma, I've noticed that he's not listed in there, Rajesh. He didn't play the last game yesterday after he scored a century. So he has scored 2 centuries in this series. He scored the highest individual score of 137. And then yesterday he started the day by scoring 100 not out. But he didn't play the last match, which Apex United won 193 to 173 against Marco London, and not listed to play here. So they're going to miss his hard hitting. So it's very important, therefore, that one of the earlier batters from Apex goes all the way and scores a big score. And can you believe that Javed, who plays this one out and gets another boundary, brings up his 50 with a 6 before, and now he moves to 54. How has he managed to outscore Faizan?
It's been incredible, hasn't it? Both of them have just been kind of competing with each other. They've both had a fair look at the bowlers. But Javed is the first to get to that milestone, and doesn't look like he's finished there as he gets his 50 and then immediately gets another 4 to the collection.
That's going to be played along the deck. But what I was talking about there, Rajesh Sharma, you can see 41 maximos for Apex United. Not here today. Usman Shafi, now he is here today. He's a tremendous player. So watch out for him. And I think that's shot. That is pucker. What a shot this is. Our shot there, Kiana. Swad aa gaya. Jabardast shot. This is top draw. One of the shots of the morning so far. What a beautiful shot that is. Lost it over everybody. 6 runs. And now it's going to go again. So Faizan, he also brought up his 50 in this over. And he says, well, look, you're not going to outscore me, sunshine. And both batters have made 50s. The 100s come up also in the over. And things at the moment for Apex United looking pretty good, but it has to. They will know that to beat the Sharks Cricket Academy, you once again, I think, got to be looking to go past that 180 mark. At the moment, though, they might be looking at going past the 200 mark.
Absolutely. I think 200 as a minimum, they'd feel, especially with these two at the crease, halfway mark, 117. Boundaries just keep on flowing. That one going for 29 runs. The lowest scoring over so far was that very first one, and that went for 17. Been all one-way traffic so far for Apex United Sharks Cricket Academy. I suppose whatever happens, they will have 2 bites of the cherry to get through to the final, but they're making themselves to a difficult situation so far.
Oh, I wonder. Now the fielder here kinds of stops and waits for the ball to come to him. I wonder if that's that's an opportunity you got to try and take. When you try and charge at it and try and take the catch, but he played it safe. Just a single taken. And that's just, once again, just a glorious shot from Faizan. He's finding the gaps. That's the thing. From the moment he got out there, he's timing the ball so sweetly. He's finding the gaps. Wherever the field moves to, he finds another way to get the boundary. He's not hitting the ball too hard. He's just basically taking it all on his stride. And, folks, you know what I'm going to say. The way he's batting here at the moment and the way Java, well, one of these two, maybe both of them, they've got plenty of time, could bing up a magical 100. And we did have one match where in this series where we thought that could have happened. And that's a good batter delivery. Good length. We haven't seen too many at this full toss, Yorker length. And Mughal has got it right. Yeah, normally when they've tried that, they've ended up being full tosses. A good comeback from Raza Mughal. Faizan, 61. Javed, 56. Faizan just taking a bit of time to adjust his gloves. Well, reaching for this, but is he going to give a catch? He does, but it doesn't get taken. That's the fielder make the save. Doesn't look like he does. 4 runs. Big opportunity as Faizan kind of squats at this one. He's reaching for it. The first one really wasn't in the right place for it. It's a good effort from the fielder. Probably the shortest man on the park has to leap up in the air to try and take the catch. Not able to do so. And Faizan dropped on 61.
Just doesn't quite get the timing of his jump right there. I think he jumps a touch too late, which means when the ball comes at him, he's still moving upwards. Doesn't get his hands in the right place, and it's a big let-off there for Apex, and it's an opportunity that Sharks might live to regret with these two steaming along at the moment. 126, 1 ball left of the 6th.
Yeah, Faizan gives a chance. Can see that fielder just rehearsing how he probably should have gone for it. That's high in the air. Fielder watching it go over him. Is going to be 6 more. Faizan now moves into the 70s. The score into the 130s. 132 after just 6 overs. Dangerous time. The Sharks, you can see they're just getting into a bit of a huddle there, 3 of the key players. What do you think they're talking about there, Tina?
I think they're trying to work out who to bowl because they've had 5 bowlers bowl so far and none of them have escaped any punishment. Raza Mughal, who just bowled that one, has actually been the most economical, going for 15. Just a case of where can we break this partnership? Who's going to be the bowler that stands up and gets the opportunity? Having not had a single half century in that first game, we've now had 2 with the first 2 batters we've seen in this one. Mohamed Faizan, 71 off just 18 deliveries, including 60 runs scored in 6s. In fact, he's only scored 3 runs, not as a boundary.
Mir Faisal, this is a bit of a gamble from the captain. He went for 31 in his first. And he's going to get a dot ball off the first one here to Javed, Numan Javed. Plays and misses at this one. The left armour, good look at his action here. And gets that one in the right spot. There hasn't been too many dot balls. Starts with a dot. Just have a look at the Manhattan there. Been pretty productive so far for Apex. Remember, they won the first 4 matches that they played. Only the 1 loss. And that's why they finished top of the standings. Played down the ground and it will be fielded nicely there. No mistakes from the fielder. Just a single. But now it's Faizan who, after seeing that there's just been a dot on a 1 in this over so far, will be keen to go back to hitting the boundaries. Good start though from Mir Faisal.
Got to make something happen here, does Faisal. Yes, dots and 1s are good, but really they need that wicket, don't they, to break this partnership. Now worth 133.
Plays that away, and the fielder not going to be able to catch up with this one. Beautifully played. 4 runs. It was sizzling across this very fast, rapid outfield. That's going to be 4 runs. Few people asking the question that is Sharks the team that Ismail Watto was playing for a couple of days ago? Yes, you are absolutely right. And Ismail Watto was the pace bowler who certainly did bend his back and was delivering some very quick deliveries, bouncing batters all over the park. Picked up 2 for 30 against Apex United, but not in the lineup today. That's the thing here. A lot of players also have got work commitments. We are playing midweek, so sometimes the teams finding it difficult to keep the consistency in the players, and we noticed that with Apex. No Roger Sharma in their side. Now, whether he's going to be available later in the later match, we'll have to wait and see. Because, of course, both these teams know that whatever happens in this match, they do get a second chance. So maybe some of those players like Sharma and Watto may return for the remaining matches that they have, or matches, depending how they go. It's been a good over from him so far. Well, just as I say that, it's a wonderful shot, this time from Javid. He now moves into the 60s. Cracking shot. So with the ball to go here, looking to go to keep up the momentum, looking to get another boundary here. Faisal this time goes for the Yorker, doesn't quite execute it. So a ball to go. They'll be looking to bring up the 150 here at the end of this, the 7th over.
Faisal might just escape the pain of going for a 50 off his 2 overs unless he bowls an extra here. We saw 2 bowlers go for 50s in their 2 overs in that first eliminator. Faisal narrowly escaping unless we get a 7 up here.
Well, it will go for 6. I mean, it will be 49, not quite the 50, but the 150 will go on the board. And, well, there's those youngsters there. They're certainly they're hitting out as well. But unfortunately for the Sharks, so are the batters. So 150 with 18 balls to go.
I feel like the Karate Kids are maybe retreating. I think Finals Day has had some big hits so far. They're going forward with their kicks and punches, but I think they're retreating to the second tree line just to make sure that no Grizzly comes to join their training. And I don't blame them with some of the huge hits off the bat of Mohammed Faizan in particular. Rahman Javed as well, 7 sixes. So we've had 17 Maximos so far in just 7 overs of this game.
Well, maybe it's a Javed day because back on this day, 1987, master batter Javed Miandad completed 1 of his 6 double centuries in Test cricket during his 260 at the Oval. He became, you see this delivery first, it's going to have to be a spicy stop by the fielder, does well. Became the first to score 6,000 Test runs for Pakistan, whose total of 708 was their highest ever, and was more than enough to draw the match and clinch the series. So Javed Miandad on this day in 1987 completed 1 of his 6 double centuries. And of course, we've got a Javed out there, Numan Javed. And Numan Javed hits this up in the air, and without too much trouble, he gets 6 more. All right, Tina, are we going to curse these batters? I've already said that one of this bowler, look at him, Mr. Baywatch himself. And down the far end of the pitch, maybe he's there to learn a few moves from the kids. What do you reckon?
Yeah, he's either on ball watch or karate watch, or maybe a bit of both. It's certainly in the hot spot at the moment. Yeah, I think the curse is definitely on, or maybe the celebration for both of them. They're currently racing their way.
All right, Bolo, catch. Bolo. He doesn't want to. Look, he shies away. Well, let's just stay on Bolo for a minute. He's just hiding behind the sight screen. There he is. I thought Bucci there was going to pull off a catch. A 1 for the Blue Crew, but he plays it safe. He knows he's got a big couple of days, isn't he? We've got to pack up stuff here. He and Path has then got to take all of the equipment to Portugal. He will then be working, I think, over the weekend in Portugal. And then after a few days of that, he'll join me in Belgium. Shot. whips this away. That's going to be another 6, I believe. Put him up in the air like he just don't care. Well, Numan Javid, he's racing away at the moment. Mohammed Faizan is having difficulty keeping up with him. That's 6 more. 100 is definitely on. And at the moment, Tina, we could see something pretty rare, and that's 2 batters are bringing up 100 in the same innings.
Definitely wouldn't bet against them, would you, Javed? Well, you could almost get there in the next 3 deliveries. 2 left of the 8th.
Oh, well, it was you. It was you. You said the last words. The Copa is great to have Tina here. At least I can now turn around and say that I am not responsible for this commentator's curse. You could not have timed that better.
Well, speaking of timing, that's probably the first one he didn't time off the middle of the bat. You got to say, though, still an outstanding innings from Noman Javed. 87 of just 26 deliveries, including 5 4s and 10 6s. So 20 Maximos in the game so far, but he does fall short. Apologies to Noman for cursing him on that occasion, but has still put his side in a brilliant position. 169 for 1. Still a ball left of the 8th. I suppose Faizan, he's our hope now. He can still gets over the line.
He's our hope now, but he's probably out there thinking, all right, you two, don't start talking about me and centuries. But we've done it already, Faizan. Sorry. But yeah, you're right. There was a great knock. I won't let you take all the blame for it. I think we were both. I started off by saying there's an opportunity for both men to get a century, something very rare. You really see it happen. Well, we won't see it happen in this one. And Reyes comes out and he's hit that beautifully. What a hit. And there may not be no Sharma, but this guy comes back into their side, Umar Riaz, also very decent with the ball. Well, that might have caught a little bit of Umar Shafi as it went through. It's going to be 4 runs. So Umar Shafi was the man who had the chance to take the catch a little bit earlier to remove Mohammed Faizan when he was on 61. Goes back to the boundary. He'll go for 23, but he will break that partnership by removing Javid for 87. It's 173 for 1 after 8.
Still say it's very much advantage Apex United. But Sharks maybe smell a little bit of blood in the water now with that wicket. Omer Riaz hitting his first delivery to the boundary, and Faizan still out there as again he chips it down the ground. Should just be a single. The nice grab on the bounce there. Stop any further damage.
This is Mughal, who I think we mentioned before was the best over that we've seen so far. So he's looking to get another good tight over in, but Riaz is going to have to go after him. He knows that's his role. That's why he's out there. They've just got to keep on going here. They will get past that 180, but will they get past the 200 and try and bat the Sharks out of this contest? Oh, wow. He goes the reverse here. The reverse Malachi doesn't quite get it clean, but still, it's a top shot. It's going to be 4 runs.
Opportunity here, Apex, to go a bit funky this time. Gets down low. Doesn't quite get hold of all of it, but enough to race away to the boundary. Umar Riaz coming in here. Pretty much got a free hit, hasn't he? The platform has been set.
Yeah.
Probably been told by his skipper here to just go out and have some fun.
Oh, well, this time he does get it out the middle, Tina. How about that? There's a little bit of showtime here at the Hornchurch cricket ground. And I think the spectators around the ground and in the clubhouse are going to love this shot. He didn't quite get it right first time round, but this time he's absolutely nailed it.
That was right off the middle of the bat. The first one was just a dress rehearsal, and that was the full performance. Riaz, 3 balls, 3 boundaries so far, and the third was the best of the lot. Apex United, well, surely racing to a 200-plus score. Fortunately for Mohammed Faizan, the more Umar Riaz impresses at the striker's end, the less likely it is that Faizan might have that opportunity to go to his landmark triple digits. Still plenty of balls left, 9 in the innings. Mohammed Faizan, he might at least get the strike in the final over with a chance to go big. And while speaking of going big, look at that Maximo rate with Apex United at the very top of it.
Yeah.
Showing exactly why.
Oh, where's he got? He's gone to the corner shop to get that one. And, he's coming back. Maybe he's had a sausage roll on the way back. And In he comes. He went a long way. That was a bit of a marathon for the fielder. He's back on the field of play, and Mughal gets the ball back. And now, where does he put this now? What does he try and do? Maybe he tries the slower delivery. Yorker wouldn't be a bad idea. And it's going to be hit beautifully down the ground. Holds the pose as well. Says, here you go. Here's one for the camera. Smile, please. Talking about the camera. That's our camera there. Great shot. Really good. And Riaz, he's been waiting patiently. Probably thought he may not get a chance, but now that he's out there, he's milking it.
Stand and deliver there. Again, just a checked shot, which has been favoured by all of the Apex United batters at the moment. No wonder.
This one's that slow full toss. It bobbles away to mid-wicket, who doesn't make a mistake. So at least it's not another boundary here. So starting with a single, it's gone 1, 4, 6, 6, 1. With the ball to go, 191. Sometimes we say it all happens in the 9th. Mughal. Will he take a wicket or not? Faizan on 78. And just gloriously plays this away. It's gone huge over the leg side. It's one that's got to be picked up there from Umar Shafi. So he moves now to 84. And it is the end of the over. He's at the non-striker's end. Surely, I think, here at the batting side, Apex United are not thinking, or Riaz is not thinking about getting a single to try and allow his partner to get a century. Sure, he's going to just try and keep pumping it to the boundary. Tina, thoughts?
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I mean, if he's going at this rate, the half century is still on the cards for him. He's gone 21 off 5. He's got potentially 6 deliveries to add to the total. 3 shy of the team 200 are Apex United. Interesting to see who bowls the last. Not a single bowler has escaped from a bit of punishment here.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go to probably the one who's been the least expensive, Safi Butt. But he too went for 19s, but at least it doesn't go magical. So let's see what Riaz does here. Remember, Faizan at the other end needs 16 for a ton. Is Riaz going to try and take a single here to give him the opportunity to get his ton in 5 deliveries? Let's wait and see. I don't think he will. I think he's going to try and hammer it to the boundary himself. But with the ball. And he goes the reverse again, and he's going to get the Maximo. This one ends up on the top of the Western Co marquee. What a way to bring up the 200. There's not many times and many occasions, Tina, that we've seen a 200 chase.
That answers your question as well, Rico, about whether he's going to get his teammate on strike for potentially to get his century. It's a very firm no. Riaz wants to get in on the action here, and it's no wonder because he's seeing it beautifully here.
And he's going to go again with this up and under shot. He's turning on the style here. It's showtime here at the Hornchurch Cricket Ground, the Harrow Lodge Park. And of course, if you are in the area and if you want to come down and see some entertaining cricket and want to have a mingle with the ECN fans and have a chat with myself or Tina, do come on down and enjoy the action. It's going to be a wonderful and perfect way to start your weekend. So 209, Riaz on 33 off just 7 deliveries. Okay, now we'll take the single. So 3 balls to go, and he can do it in 3.
664.
Yep.
Doesn't even need to go for triple sixes. Faizan has the opportunity. I'm sure he's done the maths as well.
Well, that will be the 4. I think that bounces just before the ropes. And now the next 2, he's got to hammer them for 2 Maximos. And if he gets 2 Maximos, if he goes shaka, then he will bring up his 100. It's been a super knock from the opener. And he's also taken the total now to 214, the highest that we've seen was just a couple of days ago, actually. It was previously 215, but we saw 233 scored there yesterday, and it was, of course, by Apex, and it was them who scored that 215 as well. So they really have been in the runs, smashing the ball to all parts of the ground. So are we going to see it? Are we not? What do you reckon? What are your thoughts? Bowler, but doesn't want to be the man. And it's high in the air. He could take the wicket, though. And he's bottled it. Maybe it was a sun, a Path in his eyes. What do you reckon, Path? High in the air. Had the chance. And then at the last minute, I've never seen a withdrawal like it. We may not get a chance to see a replay of that because the ball's gone back to the bowler pretty quickly. So it won't be a century, but it will be a pretty good knock. It will finish with a big 6. So he will finish on 96 not out, and that takes the score also without Maximo to 220. And what a finish. Well, that's been given us 4. Surely that was 6. Can we see that last one again? 4's been put. I thought it was a clear 6. And I was about to say, let's see, where's that gone? Ooh, just bounces before, does it? Okay, just bounces before. So 220 it is, Tina. The Sharks, well, we're gonna have to see a bit of shark attack if they're gonna get to this score. Apex United have got 1 foot in the final.
They are, of course, reigning champions, the Sharks, and this will show what they're made of as we see that withdrawn catch there from Laik Akhtar, who didn't fancy it. It just bounces about half a metre in front of him. But it's been an outstanding innings here from Apex United. Mohammad Faizan finishing 94 not out off just 26 deliveries. Noman Javed, he put on a partnership with his opening buddy of 169, scoring 87 himself off 26. Umar Riaz, well, spare a thought for him how much he could have scored had he come in a bit earlier, but as it was, he finishes 34 off just 8 deliveries, including 4 funky 6s. Apex United at the halfway mark, very much in control, 220 for the loss of just 1 wicket, and it was slim pickings for the bowlers. Mir Faisal just about avoided going for his half century. He went for 49 off his 2. Safi Burt going for 42. I suppose really Umar Shafi, probably the pick of the bowlers. He did pick up the wicket, also went magical though, going for 23 and that 1 wicket. So at the halfway mark then, Apex United 220. The Sharks have got a fight on their hands if they want to make it straight through to the final. 221 is the target. Join me, Tina Goff and Rico for we take you through the run chase in just a few minutes' time here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, viewers, and welcome back. The umpires are making their way out, and so are the batters for the Sharks. It's going to be interesting run chase, isn't it? Let's see how they go about this. You got nothing to lose. Remember, one thing that is guaranteed is that win or lose this match, whether it's the Sharks or whether it's Apex United, you will get a second bite of the cherry. But you will have to play the East Londoners, and you're going to have to do it the hard way. Big shout out to some of the partners for Hornchurch and Three-Man Innovations, Grizzly, JNS Heating. Everyone active. We, of course, see a bit of everyone active in the leisure centre. That's behind the ground here. And, of course, to West & Co. And thank you very much for supporting Hornchurch. And also, thank you very much for all the support that you and Hornchurch has given to the European Cricket Network for organising this event. And what an event it's been. It's just been spectacular, hasn't it? Hasn't it been entertaining? The weather's been glorious. Not going to complain about the weather. I'd rather have the heat than the rain. The weather's been great. No matches interrupted by rain, only by fire and a dog bite. As this one is going to be the perfect start. It's been hit down the ground. Usman Shafi. Now, remember who we're talking about here when it comes to the Sharks batting. Usman Shafi. He's been scoring runs for fun and belting the ball to all parts of the park. You got Jamie Dar. Hasn't scored a century, Jamie Dar, but he scored big runs. You also have got the likes of Majinder Singh, who probably is going to be coming in at number 3. He scored a century yesterday. And this one is going to be stopped. It almost knocks Jamie Dar out here, Usman Shafi. So, looking at the leading run scorers, a man who didn't play this match. Now, whether he comes back or not, we'll have to wait and see. Rajesh Sharma. Before the start of today, yes, Jamie Dar goes boom, shakalagya, kinna sona. That's 6 runs, yeah. So before the start of the day, we had Rajesh Sharma on 403 runs. Mohamed Basit on 371. That would have changed now, of course, with Basit getting some in the last. He also had Usman Shafi. Here he is. So Usman Shafi was some 40 runs behind Rajesh Sharma. So he has an opportunity to take top spot here. And also had Paul Murray in there from Hornchurch, who had gone over 300 runs. But, of course, all of that could change quite quickly here today. And that's been another one that's hit beautifully. So it's going to be very much the same again, isn't it, in terms of the runs. There's going to be a lot of big hits. There's going to be a lot of powerful shots being played. Apex have to find a way to get the breakthrough. They've got some slower bowlers, Apex, and I think they're the ones that you're going to have to use here. Maybe the slower bowlers, as I've always said, could be the key. Share the meal. It is the start of the weekend. It's Peacock Friday. And remember, part of the UN food program, scan the QR code to donate to people who need it the most. And make it your good deed for the start of the weekend if you are able to. Share a meal, save lives. Faizan. Well, this is scuffed at. Could be a wicket if somebody can get there. And it will be a wicket. And the man who did the good work with the bat, scoring, remember there, getting into the 90s, 94, not out of 26, has now picked up the wicket. It's the heavier ball there to Jamie Dar, who scuffs at it. It's just rising. It's right at him. He hasn't given him the room. It's at his body. He's at his chest. He's tried to swivel on it. Just put it up in the air. That's a really good catch from Saini. running in, but you see he's got the equipment, he's got the cap, he's got the shades, he holds onto the catch. Dar will go for 10 of 3, and it's that man again, Mohammed Faizan, who picks up the wicket. Now we see the next batter come in. A bit of a change here. We got Shabas Mir. I thought I may have seen the captain coming out here maybe. But they haven't gone with the captain Salman Khan or with Mohammed Chaudhry, who also can bang it. Shabas is going to get one in the body. He's not going to be able to run there as well. So interesting little move here from the Sharks. They're also missing the likes of Burhan Mahmood, who has scored a century for them. Jamie Dar, we know, has been good. Also no Sikandar in their side. Again, I wonder if this is the squad that's here for the day, or there might be some change. Both teams missing actually good players. Apex United didn't seem to affect them this time round. But no Rajesh Kumar in the side. And the Sharks, yeah, no Burhan Mahmood. No Ismail Watto in there as well for them. Tanveer Sikandar, also a very good player, absent from the side. So 15 from the first. It's an interesting over. The first 4 balls kind of belonged to the batting side. The next 2 were very much for Apex United. So Sanawal to bowl over number 2. In he comes. And it's a swing and a miss. Good heavy ball bowled there again. That's what it's all about. Getting the ball right up there. Kind of about chest height. And that's the difference, I think. You know, see that ball? It's just around about chest height. And a difficult shot, especially if you're trying to play that in front of you. If you're trying to play that in the V, hard to do. Sanawal again. Well, this one's up in the air. Fielder was thinking for a moment that he was going to be in the play for this. You could see he checked the boundary rope. He thought he was going to be able to lunge upwards at this, but it just kept going, goes all the way. And Usman Shafi gets that one out of the middle of the bat. He's going to be the big prize if they can get him out. So, gone dot and 6 from Sanawal. Very busy in the chat at the moment. A lot of people watching and enjoying the cricket. It's another nice shot. The fielder's not going to get to that. It races past him. And not quite going to get into the shade, so the fielder not going to be able to take a little rest out of the sun. 4 runs being signalled this time. And a few more new people joining us in the chat there. Got Akash in there. Shiny as well. Noticed that Free Pockets was there as well. And nice to have you all with us enjoying the entertainment and the action. High scoring is what I predicted yesterday, this finals day. It certainly started that way. 184 to 161 the first match. Apex United in this one put 220 up on the ball for the loss of 1. That's that heavy delivery again. Good take also from the keeper, Ajinkya Patil. Took that around about a shoulder height. So dot ball's a good ball. It's a win, isn't it? Just look at what they've got to do here. So you're almost looking at a minimum 3 boundaries and over, a minimum. And if you don't get those, and if you're going to get dotted up, then you're going to lose the over. And that's what's going to happen here. So whatever happens, as long as he doesn't bowl a Gandhi ball here, a no ball or a wide, so whatever happens, Sanawal will win the over here for Apex United and will just make that run chase that much harder for the Sharks. High in the air, but mighty as well. We'll finish with a 6. 16 will come from it. So 15 off the first, 16 off the second. But it's still Apex United who are in control. 31 for 1 as Tina joins me back.
It's a tough task here, isn't it, for the Sharks? They basically need to go at 3 or 4 a ball already, that required rate. Just a touch below 24, so 4 sixes in an over will do it, and they can still have a couple of dot balls, but very much easier said than done. And you could see in that previous over, 3 dot balls and 3 boundaries. Yes, it's 16, but that required rate is far higher than that, with the target up at 221. Sharks up against it here as Shabazz Mir faces just his second delivery. One's chipped away and it will just roll along the ground to long on. Final over the power play will be taken by Mohamed Faizan, who of course picked up that early wicket. Jamie Dar lasting just the 3 deliveries. It was a 4 or 6 and a out for him. This is kind of the problem here for Sharks Cricket Academy. They just can't afford any dot balls, and that's a vicious bouncer that flies through to the keeper, and it was a great stop there by the glovester, Anjika Patil. I think that the batter there was maybe hoping that the signal would be given as a wide by the umpire. Decent, genuine bouncer there. Usman Shafi going well at the moment, 21 off 9. But that will be all that he wrote as he has to depart. The pressure tells here for Sharks Cricket Academy. Just relentless when you feel like you have to get a boundary every single ball. No room for error whatsoever, and that was a mistake there from Shafi as he has to depart. 32 for 2 Sharks, and Faizan picks up his second wicket in just 9 deliveries. You already kind of think that this game is beyond the Sharks. I suppose the consolation for them is that they will have a second bite of the cherry. They're going to have to go the long way round. They will have to face up against East Londoners in qualifier 2. You'd imagine there's still 45 balls to go. Still in the power play. Unerring there from Faizan, employing the old adage that you miss, I hit, and that's exactly what Mohammed does on that occasion. That brings Chowdhury to the crease. 1-1-1 on his back, and well, that amount of runs and then some still required for the Sharks. Boundaries have just dried up here as well. Very over so far from Faizan. The 1 run coming off it. Tubbed away into the leg side. But again, it's going to be not enough. Every ball that doesn't go to the boundary is a win for Apex United. That one just clubbed away. Mohamed Chowdhury getting off the mark at least, but not hitting that one cleanly. Every time the ball doesn't go to the rope, that required rate just leaping up as Faizan pretty much putting in a match-winning bowling performance here, and he picks up another. This is just one-way traffic here as Shabazz Mir holes out. Not too many celebrations to speak of for Apex United because it just seems like a formality here, even though we are still in the power play. Line and length delivery again from Mohamed Faizan. He holes out to pick up his 3rd wicket of the day, and it's 33 for 3, all the 3s so far. And Apex United pretty much got 1.5 feet in the final already here, Rico.
Yeah, definitely. And it's that man again, isn't it? Mohamed Faizan. I said before the start of this match that, and also I think before the start of the day, that some of the key players, Faizan being one of them and Joshi being the other, could be very vital for the team's cause. Well, Joshi didn't click, and that's why we saw the Comilla Warriors fall at the elimination stage. They get eliminated. East London to survive. Whereas Mohamed Faizan, he has performed, and that's why, as you say, Tina, it looks like Apex United are more or less there, aren't they? Chowdhury does come in. We know that this guy has produced some good moments with the bat. These two together, I think we've seen them score big runs. But yeah, both teams, they're losing and have lost some players along the way. There's been chopping and changing for the Sharks with their batting order. I think Apex United have been very much that way, with Sharma coming and going, and also with Umar Riaz in the same boat. But the players you got have to perform. Chowdhury now knows he has to perform, but with that rate now almost at 27 required from here on in, I suppose, Tina, now is probably a good time perhaps for the two out there to say, look, this looks unlikely, but we've got a tough encounter coming up against the likes of the East Londoners. Let's get the practice in. Let's get in form. Let's be ready. And then we'll have another bite at Apex United in the final.
Absolutely. This game is pretty much done as a contest, but what happens in the next 7 overs could be all important for Sharks Cricket Academy, knowing that they have another game coming up, and that's in, 45 minutes time, plus they would hope a final as well. You can't really afford to collapse and just fall to pieces here, because that will just really set the tone for what's to come in the next game.
Yeah, seeing quite a lot of leaves playing around there. It's not autumn already, is it? I thought we had another day of at least another couple of days of sunshine. Some people are saying the next week here in the UK is going to be very hot again, but there's a lot of leaves playing around. You'd think we're in autumn.
It's very brown colours, isn't it, at the moment? So giving quite autumnal vibes. Sun shining on the Apex Predators, Apex United, of course, at the moment.
Yeah, this is the leading wicket taker in the tournament so far. I think he's got 12 victims to his name, Kiani. No pace on the ball. He's always teasing the batters. This one's hit in the air for a moment. I think he was thinking it might have been going to the fielder. It's just one bounce, 4 runs, but he's hit that nice and straight. I think that's why the fielder's not able to get to this. For a moment, Kiani thought maybe it's going to be another, but unfortunately for him, Mohamed Faizan is not quite able to pull off the cat. So it will be 4 runs as Chaudhary gets his first boundary. Now can him and Umar Shafi get something going? The batters that they've lost already in this one, Usman, we know that he usually goes big, 21 of 10, 2 4s and 2 6s for him. We've seen Jamie Dar was the first to fall for just 10. So these two definitely do need to get a good partnership game. We're still waiting for the ball to come back, so it gives us an opportunity to say hi to Ray Tipping, who joins us back in the chat, and on to Monty. And also for myself and Tina to say, if you are watching and haven't sent a message through yet, why don't you do so? It'd be lovely to hear from you. Send us a little message. Tell us who you are, where you're watching from. You don't have to give your real name if you don't want to. And if you are celebrating something today on this Peacock Friday, do tell us all about it, and we'll give you a shout out. Well, the shout out here at the moment has to go to Chaudhary, who gets another one away. Just lifts this over extra cover. It's a nice shot, little bit too short here, Farhan Kiani, and at the pace that he's bowling at, if he bowls too short, he will get punished. That one might have clocked the car on the way through to the road.
Yeah, it's nice little highlights here for Chaudhary. Nothing more than consolation runs, you'd imagine. As we were saying, Rico might bat himself into a bit of form with the task to come.
Played out there onto the leg side. The fielders come together to keep it to a single. So Kiani, when you watch him bowl, you don't think there's, you think, oh, okay, he's going to come on, he's going to get bowled all over the place. But he's quite a crafty little bowler. You can see where he's pitching it. It's pretty short. It's kind of halfway down the track. That one will go for 4. It's cut through the gap. But every so often he changes it up. He gets the batters coming out the crease. And if you miss it, the wicketkeeper is there to whip off the bails. And in this case is Njinka Patil. So he tries to go in the same area again, but this time it will go to the fielder. It will be the end of the over. It's just the 18 that come from it. So even that's the situation that they're in. So 50 comes up in the over, 51 for 3. But even though you get 18 off that over, you're still 10 runs behind what you need.
Well, I've kind of floated this idea as a fantasy lore as well, as we see some of our super fans out there under the gazebo. I would invoke, and I'm going to call it the Tina protocol, which is that anytime the run rate goes over a certain amount, let's call it 25, automatic loss.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Game over.
harsh.
Take them off.
That's harsh. Yeah, but we have seen teams that go over 25.
I'm
Very rarely. Oh, well, it's not going to happen here. It's full. It's straight. He swung all around it. So the other Shafi will go. Umar is not going to get anything here. And Imran Safdar finally starts with a straight ball. And the reason why I say that, Tina, is Imran Safdar, the captain, he's known as the man who bowls stat loads of wides. He always tries to get the ball wide outside the off stump. The thing is, though, more often than not, it's too wide. Yet here, he surprises everybody by bowling the straight one.
just gets it right at the top of leg stump. And the next one falls, and that required rate over 29. Maybe I'd have some leniency. So if the required rate goes over 25, you have to, in the next 2 overs, hit that rate. So if you don't, if you don't hit 25 twice following it going over that, then you're out. So it's kind of 2 strikes and you're out.
I like that. Yeah, that I like. So it's almost like the batter's out there now, right? If we don't hit this 25 in an over, then we're in. In the next 2 overs, in any of them, we're out of it. That's it. Job done. Yeah. What do you reckon, folks, in the chat? You like it? They work with you? I don't mind it. Right. Imran Safdar to the left-hander, who's gonna... Oh, I think that might have gone in between the hands. Whether the fielder was in the fielder play or not, I think that's Abdullah Zubair who's trying to pull off the catch there. It's a good hit from the... Is it the captain who's come out there now? No, it's not the captain, which again is another surprise. So I wonder what Salman Khan is holding himself back for, but it's going to be Faisal who comes out and he's going to hit his first ball for a big 6. Make a few, looks like a little change in the field here. Well, high in the air. I don't think this is going to the boundary, but I don't think the field is going to be able to get to again. Oh, what a tumble that is. Hope he hasn't hurt himself there. Takes a nasty tumble and somehow almost ends up back on his feet.
Bounced up like rubber there, didn't he? He was herring in off the boundary. The ball was always going to win that battle. Or gravity, I suppose, was winning the battle. But he put in a decent effort and 10 points for style as well.
Wide ball this time. Batter Faisal trying to work this around the pads, but Imran Safdar bowls a rare wide down the leg side, but he is bowling to the left-handed Faisal. Now he's flat-batted this, and he's going to, get the gap this time in between square leg and the mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more runs. As the umpire finds a few bits and pieces on the pitch to pick up what the wind has blown over. We don't get to appreciate some of this wind, though. When you look out there and you look at the trees and the foliage in the background, they seem to be pretty still, but there is obviously a little bit of wind out there.
Monty in the chat making the good point that the Tina protocol would be like the time limit in Tour de France, where if you fall too far behind the leaders, you're out. So there is precedent for it. They're trying to stay within touching distance here, but it's just being caught on the boundary instead. Faisal looking like he wanted to get a hold of it, but only managed to find the hands of the fielder, and the 5th wicket falls here. The Sharks Cricket Academy. I suppose you can say for them, they're not dying wondering. They're trying to go for the big hits. That one pouched safely in the deep, and it's now 64 for 5.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, though, whether they're actually doing themselves any favours here, the Sharks, because, yeah, you do have to go for it, but I think there's got to be a point when you say, right, that's not going to be on, so let's set ourselves another target. Maybe let's say, right, let's see if we can get ourselves to 180, which is, which would be a pretty decent run chase. It might be what they have to chase against the East Londoners. Remember, in the Eliminator, the East Londoners scored 184 against the Camilla Warriors. So let's go for that. It's not going to get us a win in this match, but it might do in qualifier number 2. At the moment, it's looking a little bit sorry, isn't it? 64 for 5. Kiani will come back on. Safdar, what a good over that is from him from the captain. 2 for 13. As it's 64 for 5. Oh, it's this straight back to the captain. He surprises everybody with a straight ball again.
Quite a smart move having a straight ball as a variation ball as opposed to the wide ball.
Short. And, well, has he got enough of this? They're watching and, well, let's take a look at this again. I get the feeling he might have already have stepped outside of the field of play, or was he in the air? Let's take a look at this again. Let's see if Teddy's got a good shot of this. So, let's see here. I think he's done okay as he plays a nice, there's the wide. You knew it would come sooner or later. Nice tennis forehand to keep the ball in play.
Yeah, we've seen some great boundary fielding so far today, haven't we? None more so than that spectacular stop by Haston Jackson in the previous game, going full aerial.
Yeah, that was superb, wasn't it? That was like a slam dunk basketball style. There's another wide, so he's back, everybody. Yeah. Well, this is Kiani, actually. Kiani is saying, well, I'll imitate Imran Safta. That's played out on the leg side, bobbles away. Just going to be a single here. So we know who one of our finalists is going to be for sure here now, Tina. And it's a team, I suppose quite fittingly, it's gone kind of to the way that the tables are looking. Apex United finished top, only lost once in the group stages. So they are going to book their place in the final. Now, Sharks were the team that finished second. So Sharks will hope that they can get over the East Londoners who finished fourth in the standings, but did get that win over the Camilla Warriors.
Yeah, you'd say it's fair enough with Apex United being the only team to win 7 games. That they booked their place in the final, and there wasn't too much between Sharks and Camilla Warriors. And East Londoners, of course, kind of sneaked into finals day, but making the most of it now as this one goes up in the air, and it should be the next catch, and it will be. 6 down for Sharks, 69 on the board. That's the end of the 6th over as well, as Kiani picks up a wicket with his very final delivery of his spell, finishing with figures of 1 for 23. Goes for the big heave towards leg, and the fielder there at third takes the simplest of catches. And now it's just a case of whether Sharks Cricket Academy can even bat out the full allocation. They've still got 4 overs left here.
Yeah, this is not a good display from the Sharks. I'm still very surprised that the captain, Salman Khan, has not sent himself out there, and he's still not. So maybe there's an issue there. Maybe it's something related to fitness. But he's now sent Akhtar out there to go in at number 7. But as I said, yeah, it's another wicket for Farhan Kiani. So he remains ahead of the pack when it comes to the leading wicket takers. Imran Safta is going to try and catch him up, though. He's picked up 2 for 13 so far. That's going to be worked away. Bobbles away to the square leg fielder as Chowdhury just gets a single.
Chowdhury's been there a while. He's faced 10 deliveries. There's the one thing you can say for him is he hasn't thrown away his wicket as so many of his teammates have.
This could be another. And it will be another straight into the hands of the fielder. Akhtar now goes. And I think we're going to see our first duck of the day as well. And it could be a first baller for Akhtar. It's a wiki time. So, well, come on, Wiki. Come say hello to Tina.
There he is. He's not looking very happy, and certainly Sharks Cricket Academy aren't either. And just given a bit of flight, and he tries to heave it over to the leg side, and you knew straight away that he was in trouble. You have to say that the catching has been impeccable as well from the fielding side. Haven't let a single one fall to the deck. Safi Butt comes in. Still waiting for Salman Khan. Maybe he's graciously giving all of his teammates a go out in the middle, but strange to have not seen him yet. 77.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe he's just decided. Maybe he's thinking, he is also thinking about the next match and saying, well, I've had a knock. I know I can go out there and do it if I have to, but this is an opportunity for all the others to have a go. And if we need to call upon them in the next match, at least they've had a bit of time out there. So I can kind of understand the thinking here, but this is going to be a big, hefty loss for them. Of course, things like net run rate and bonus point, none of that comes into play here today. So that's not going to hurt them. But morale Well, morale will be hit here. The Sharks, of course, lost their first, then won 6 on the spin before they did lose a match. As that one's going to go all the way, I think it will. And good hit as Chowdhury. This is what we know that Chowdhury can do. He's going to pump that away. But yeah, the Sharks, they lost that 6-match winning run, and it was to Apex United. And in that match, match number 31, it looked like they were going to win for all money. And then Zain Akhtar bowled a brilliant spell, 1 for 18 off his 2, and Apex would win by 12 runs, defending the 169 they put on the board. So it was a strange one, but Sharks went down to it. So they're going to now lose twice in a row to Apex. Maybe if they can beat the East Londoners in qualifier number 2, they'll be hoping it's third time lucky for them.
Nice hit and some enthusiastic fielding there, about 20 metres beyond the boundary, keeping his eye in because the fielders haven't had to do too much apart from catch the ball.
Nobody's catching this one. That's 3 in a row now. So, well, after a long period of time where it's been tiki-taka, where no I boom boom, we get the boom shaka, boom boom boom, calypso style. And the umpires, after having a little bit of a respite while not having to put the hands up in the air, have to do it as Imran Safdar goes for an expensive over that time round. It goes magical, even though he did pick up a wicket in there. So over comes to an end. He'll finish with 3 for 33. He'll be happy with that. It's a chance to have a look at Saini, who's going to turn his arm over with the score 89 for 7.
Well, has just faced the 1 ball so far, but he faces up start of the 8th. Almost sees that ball roll onto his own stumps. It's a good opportunity as well for Apex United to try a few different bowlers, but Saini is actually only the 5th bowler used so far. So maybe they won't even go to the 6th. Mehran Samwal's got 1 left, and then Saini maybe will bowl the 8th and the 10th here.
Yeah, Nandan Saini, first few times we saw him, he was one of their top order batters, but then as some of the regular players came back into the Apex United side, he hasn't had too many opportunities with the bat, but he's now turned into quite a useful bowler. Once again, I like it. He's bowling a good length. It's not a length where batters can just stand and deliver. They've got to try and move around to play him. And that's quick lightning reflexes there from Patil. Whips off the barrels pretty quickly, but then knowing that the umpire says not out, put them back together, he's got to put them back together. He puts the stumps the wrong way to start off with, and the umpire doesn't move from his position, does he? Nitin says, no, not that way, the other way. Anyway, he does get them sorted.
Be on for a maiden here, Rico. That's 5 in a row, 5 dot balls. But looking for 6th time lucky.
And you called it. You called it, Tina. Maiden it will be. And Nandan Saini was a batter and now becomes the demon bowler. Gets a maiden in. Well bowled indeed. And the Sharks, I think a few people were saying already in the chat, a lot of comments about things like the Sharks have lost their bite. Well, they certainly have. And Apex United have found a way to tame the beasts and book their place in the final. And now, of course, they will have to wait to see who they play. It's going to be a tough one also for the Sharks, having to go right back out there again, Tina.
Yeah, it's always difficult, and I'd love to see the stats on the losers of qualifier number 2 as this one gets pumped away for a big 6 runs. I'm sure if anyone can do it, Vinny can. And just crunching those numbers of what the chances of getting through to the final are between going through qualifier eliminator and then qualifier number 2 compared to then losing that first qualifier and then having to pick yourselves up off the floor, which is exactly what Sharks have to do here.
Yeah.
It's not easy, even if you are going into the tournament or into finals day in that top 2.
This one is going to be a real test for the fielders, giving it everything he's got. And there's not too many that have been stopped. Well done to that man. And he does it with a fair bit of flair and style. I love the little back flick and then the way he jumps back into the field of play, planting those 2 feet and just saves the 4. 2 runs taken up in the air. I don't think the power's there. Fielder gets back, takes the catch, but he's not in the field of play. So that will be 6. So Chowdhury, well, it took him a long time to get going, Tina, didn't it? But now, after muscling a few blows, he's on his way to a 50. And that, is he going to be it or is he going to hoik out? No, this time he will be caught. Well, he took one the wrong side of the rope. This time he's taking it the right side of the rope. And Chowdhury doesn't get to the 50. He's going to fall for 48 of 17 deliveries. And here it is again. So another wicket does go down. And that's 8 down now.
It's the bat turning in his hand a touch as he tries to go for the big hit to get to his half century. He does get his slide over the 100 mark, though, 103 for 8 as he does depart. Pretty much the only shining light in this batting innings so far. Next best score was Munshafi opening up with 21 off 10. Mohammad Chowdhury departs, though, doesn't get the half century that maybe he deserved. Trying to fight in a losing cause. It was pretty much a losing cause from the start. Saxena then comes out at number 10.
Oh, they're going to take on the run here. And, if he hit, he would have been in trouble.
Yeah, he'd almost given up there on the run, knowing that direct hit would have seen him depart the piece. But I suppose positive running from those two. Might as well go for it. Not too much to lose. The game's already gone.
And just take, probably is an easy single there, but they're deciding not to take it. You know, I'm just looking at, I looked at the last two guys that bowled. I looked at the man who just took that catch in the boundary. Majinder Singh, Abdullah Zubair weren't even required to bat for Apex United, who put this massive score on the board. It just shows you once again just how much depth that they have in their batting. And that's without a Rajesh Sharma even being in the squad here. They are looking strong. And the Sharks, they're going down here, aren't they? The Sharks going down big time. They're going to have to go back out there again against the East Londoners. Wants to get funky here, the bowler. And so does the batter. Tries to reverse Malashi Iresh. Saxena. Now he places a little bit more orthodox. So, everybody, we're getting to the end of the match. I think we're going to be back on time again. So we should be starting at 1:30 p.m. It's going to be qualifying number 2. And that's given out leg before, I guess, as he's gone right across the line. And I think that that is the end of the innings, because I do believe that we've been talking about Salman Khan. I don't think Salman Khan is going to be batting. I'm guessing perhaps he did pick up some kind of injury, so there'll be no Salman Khan coming out here. They'll be all out here for 104. So they get a bit of a pasting here in this qualifier. There'll be, now they're going to have to really pick themselves up here going into the qualifier number 2. Tina, what are you doing in the dugout here? You got about, say 15 to 20 minutes before the start of a very important match to see if you can get in the final. How do you go about things here if you're the Sharks?
I think you've just got to say, let's forget what happened over the last 90 minutes, because none of it was very positive at all for the Sharks. It started with the bowling innings, and they were hit all around the park and weren't able to return the favour in that second half, reaching just 104 all out. They've just got to draw a line under it. There's a reason that they were in this qualifier number 1, and that's because they were so strong through the group stages. So they just have to hark back to that and take that positive energy from the group stages, because at the moment it's all been a bit negative this morning. But you got to say the better team won, Apex United. They were good value for their win, and we look forward to seeing them in the finals. But Sharks, as you said, Rico, have got pretty much 20 minutes time to get their act together. They need to do it quickly. Yeah,
they need to do it very quickly. It's going to be interesting to see. As I mentioned, both teams have got some key players absent from this first match. Interesting to see if any of those players are going to come back in for the next time that we see them. Apex United will be quite happy with what they've got. You don't really want to change a winning combination. But Sharks Cricket Academy, they really have to get their act together here very quickly, because their next match up against the East Londoners in qualifying number 2 is not going to be an easy test. And East Londoners, they were looking sharp earlier, weren't they? And I think they're going to give the Sharks a really good test. Rico Full here, and it's a great pleasure to have Tina by my side. Well, I know that we've got some goodies that were brought up here. We've got some croissants, we've got some sausage rolls. Maybe we've got time to have a quick cuppa, have a sausage roll before we come back for the start of qualifier number 2. Do join us back in around 15 minutes' time. Hasta pronto for now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And we're back as we get ready for the qualifier number 2. And of course, this is one where one team is more than happy to be here, and that is the East Londoners after they got a good victory against the Camilla Warriors. So that's kind of gone a little bit against what the standings were. Camilla Warriors finishing ahead of East Londoners, but East Londoners, thanks to Vibha Yadav and Athara Yadav, both of them gave them a cracking start, both hitting 30, highest 30s, and then we saw other batters also making contributions like Donald, like Jackson, got them to that score 184. And the Camilla Warriors, though they did give it a good bash, mainly thanks to Bilal Kamal, they fell short by 23 runs. So we said goodbye to the Camilla Warriors. And now at the end of this match, we will also say goodbye to one other team. Who will it be? So like I say, East Londoners, they are happy to be here. Sharks Cricket Academy, on the other hand, they are not. But do remember that last year, when the Sharks won and were crowned the champions, they did it the hard way. After having a terrible run in the group stages with a 2-5 record, they won the quarterfinal, beat Hornchurch in the semi-final, and then beat Old Brentford's in the final. So they are a team that are used to coming back when they look down and out, and they certainly looked down and out in the last match, didn't they? When they were beaten by 116 runs, 220 to 104. So no Salman Khan in the side for them, and that means that well, they're going to have to rely on somebody else to lead them. That's going to be Irish Saxena. He's been listed as the captain, and they're going to need the big guns, and one of the biggest guns that we've had in this series is Usman Shafi. He's got to find his form pretty quickly. I think Mohammad Chaudhry, who finished there on 48, is the only batter who made any real contribution, and Jamie Dar are going to have to support him. They've got the batters there to do it, and because they believe in that, they have, well, I was about to say that they won the toss and we're going to have a bat, but I've seen that's changed. I think the wrong information might have been put down in the toss result. It is, in fact, the East Londoners who won the toss and elected to have a bat. And that's no surprise there. Remember, the East Londoners, they put big runs on the board in the earlier match, in the eliminator, and they'll be looking to do the same again here. So looking to pile on the misery for the Sharks. You can see that the batters are making their way out there. Looks like it's going to be the two Yadavs again, Vibha Yadav and Athara Yadav. It looks like Athara looks like he's going to face the... Is he going to face the first of Vibha? No, they've switched over as they get to the middle. No, they've switched over again. So it will be Athara who's going to face the first ball. And I think the Sharks will know that there's a multitude, as we saw early this morning, a number of batters can go out there for the East Londoners and score runs very quickly. So they need wickets, and it's not just one or two. I feel that they need to take about 4 wickets before they can really start to slow down the East Londoners, because they will go for this from the ball go. Umar Shafi has been tasked with the first. Welcome back to everybody. I hope you enjoyed the little break. We certainly did. Managed to get out into the, I was going to say fresh air. It's not really that fresh. It's pretty stuffy out there. It's very warm, much warmer than yesterday. We haven't got that breeze here today, but it was still nice to go down there and say hi to a few people. Kroom was down there now. Where's Shafi? Just gets stopped in his tracks there by Achara for some reason. And that's not going to make Shafi very happy. But yeah, it was good to say hi to a few people. And it was good to, well, get a cup of coffee there from Robin. Robin was pretty busy in the bar. A lot of people in the bar area here in Hornchurch. And I've had a sausage roll as well. Right, this is the first. It's going to get played out. And one of the 2 players that's on the boundary on the leg side, Long On does the fielding. So they've opted to go with Long On and square leg back. Dave is saying, let's go. Yeah, let's go indeed. Single to start off with. Vibor now gets on strike. And he's going to go down the ground straight away. Well, starting from where he left off. Now, these two gave themselves a great start in the early game. It was one of those interesting ones. I mean, 184 was put on the board. And one batter alone didn't score a bulk of the runs. It was very much, as everybody said, a team effort. And it's a team game. That's what they're looking to do again. The main thing was that no batter went out there and slowed the rate down. They kept on going at a good pace. Shorter ball banged in this time, and it's going to clear the fielders. Not a bad effort there from Shafi. He's thinking a little about it. The only problem that he's got is that he's only got the one-man straight. So if he's going to be attempting that, if he's going to keep it outside the off stump at regular intervals, you're probably better off bringing in the square leg and pushing another one back. And might think about it now, as this one is going to disappear and the fielder reluctantly goes for it. The Crows get attacked. They're out of here. And fortunately for the fielder, some of the spectators that are parked up underneath the tree will send that one back in this direction. So another big hit there from Vibor. Warm, stuffy day here in England in Hornchurch. Very little breeze. Hard work for the batters. And there it goes again. And that is another biggie. 6 more. 6 cadeiras más. Ajitana Saria Bolanu Chungi could be. That's what's been the theme of the morning so far. And you could certainly say it's been basically what the European Cricket Series Hornchurch has been all about. It's been about batters being in control. I suppose one of the rare times that we've seen that is in the last match when Sharks had kind of lost their bite. But will they be able to bite back and come back strong in this one? We'll have to see. Right now, Yadav Vibor, that is, has moved into the 20s, and the throw comes in. It does get backed up. So he moves to 25, and that will be 26 without loss after the first. As Tina joins me back. Tina, nice to have a nice little walk out there, but very stuffy, isn't it, out there at the moment?
Yeah, it's getting hotter and hotter, isn't it? Probably the warmest part of the day now. I think only 25 degrees, but if you told me it was 35, I'd believe you. Certainly ice cream weather, and I know the fans who are watching here live at the ground are seeking shade, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
And they're seeking cover as well, as the 4 sixes rain down in that opening over, all off the bat of Vibor Yadav, and he retains the strike, having sneaked a single on the final ball as well. And well, this is how they started the first game, isn't it, this morning?
Yeah.
Scoring 59 off the first 2 overs and pretty much threatening to repeat the trick here as Akhtar will bowl the second.
Very much so. I think it was 73 runs was the power play. And goes for the shot down the ground, and he's going to clear it quite comfortably. So Vibor, he's made up his mind, hasn't he? He's going to attack everything that comes his way. I suppose you got to have faith in the batters to come, and that, I think, was the reason that they went so well in the last one. I think all the batters out there, they batted with no fear. There wasn't any fear of getting out. And because they thought, well, if I get out, somebody else will just take over. And that's exactly what happened. It's good to be able to do that in this format. I think the wicketkeeper here might have decided that it's going to try and stand up. So a helmet has been taken out now. So basically deciding, well, Vibor is moving around too freely outside of his crease. They want to try and keep him in there. Now, sometimes this throws the bowler's line, and they end up then bowling too wide. Let's see if Akhtar can make it work for him. Oh, it's going to be a wide ball. Akhtar doesn't like it. Probably complaining here about the batter moving, but you got to remember here, on the European Cricket Network, in our regulations, the wide line does not move. So we're in other tournaments, and by other tournament regs, that would have been a wide. Not for us, it's not.
A strange shot selection, really, given that he's just been clubbing it down the ground to go a bit funky. Gets lucky with the wide call.
Right, now this one's not out of the middle. This is a chance, surely. Oh, boy. Well, what is that about? I mean, he's going backwards. Now, unless he heard a call from the man behind him, unless Mughal has said, it's mine, leave it. But he hasn't. And in the end, nobody takes the catch. Mughal leaves it. And Mohammad Chaudhry's nowhere near it. That's a real let-off. As Yadav gives a chance, like he did in the first match. Doesn't get taken, though.
Can't afford to let those opportunities drop. This one swings past the edge of the bat and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, it's pretty criminal to not even get a finger on that. There was two fielders within a metre of where the ball dropped to the turf. Yeah. Neither of them took responsibility for it.
Like that. Not a bad start from him so far. He'll feel that he should have had a wicket. And this is another opportunity. And, well, Shaba. Arriva. Ginna Sona. Well, that is a great bit of fielding done there by Umar Shafi. Look at this. He does the old, watch this. He goes the old, balle, and then flicks it up in the air just so he doesn't step on the line. Gets himself back inside, holds on to the catch. That's brilliantly done, Tina.
Outstanding work. Will Jacks did something similar at Lord's yesterday, diving back into the play, but this time he was calm as you like, wasn't he? Didn't seem to be panicked by the boundary edge just right behind him. Umar Shafi, a highlight for him, and a big wicket as well for the Sharks as they get the dangerous Atata Yadav. Never really got going, just the one run for him. Donald McDonald comes out at number 3.
Yeah, great catch. And wonderfully captured there by Teddy, our ECN mascot, doing a great job. And what a good catch that was from Umar Shafi. And had the awareness at the last minute just to release it so he knew he was going to step out at one point, but one step back in, holds onto the catch, removes Achara. Ronald McDonald in next. And he lashes at this one. There's no long on back. The long off comes across, but can't do anything about it as Donald starts with 6.
Doesn't quite get a hold of it, but gets enough of it to see it fly all the way for a 6 runs and a good positive start there for Donald, who got a few runs in that first game. Everyone got a few runs for the East Londoners. Yeah. 27 off just the 9 deliveries, including 4 sixes. Probably would hope to go a bit further in this game. He's got more than 9 overs, more than 8 overs to get there. Plenty of time.
Oh, he's smashed that one, hasn't he? As he charges at this and he gets it right where he wanted it. He couldn't have been in a better spot to thump this down the ground. Charges, that's a good shot of it there as well, isn't it? Charges it down. All the important thing there is he kept his upper body, particularly his head, nice and still as he mashes it down for a big 6. So it was a wicket in there for Akhtar, but he still goes magical as it's 46 for 1 after 2.
I think Akhtar would probably say on the balance of things, though, that he would trade in those runs for the wicket of Yadav. That Yadav pairing at the top of the order has been so strong for the East Londoners. This time they aren't able to get out of the power play. 46 for 1. McDonald, perfect start for him. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
Yeah, liking the change up here. I think Mughal probably on balance of the way that last match went was right up there as one of their better bowlers. He got a good first over in, though he did take a bit of punishment in his second. So Raza Mughal to bowl over number 3. And he's going to start with a bad one there. Good take from the keeper behind the stumps there. That's Shabazz Mir. To be bowled again. Just strays down the leg side. They've got one more over to get through here, and then they can split the field a little bit more. Hit firmly and hit nice and straight to get the feeling that's going to be 4. The only person in danger there was the umpire. Firmly hit with the 2 fielders. Well, just the 1 fielder is back, and that's long on now, trying to cover both the straight boundaries. Was never going to get a chance on that. Hit hard and straight, 4 runs.
Well, the boundaries keep flowing even with that early wicket, and that brings up the 50 as well. 51 for 1. Yadav looking dangerous here. 5 sixes in just the 8 deliveries he's faced so far.
Gets a short one. There's a fielder out there, but can't do anything about it. It's an acrobatic leap. And he kind of does that Kung Fu Panda style, doesn't he? The fielder tries everything. Take a look at this. But still can't get there. 6 runs. And Vibhor Yadav is on his way to a big score here. As the fielder, well, says, nah, get another one. Let's go. And that's going in the brook, he says. Our ball gay, any bapazari, hor kadlo. So that one in the brook. Who knows where that's going to end up? As Adnan says, come on then, give us another one. So there's a little brook that runs all along there. And when we walk back from here, depending which way we go, there's a little bridge a bit further up where you can cross over the brook. But that one has gone. It's probably going to end up somewhere in Raynham or somewhere. Another one comes out. John Gray saying, keeper did well, saved a minimo.
I think they're just making a few adjustments to the field here while they get the ball back as well. Still in the power play, so they're just trying to plug gaps. But Yadav doesn't even need gaps. He's just hitting it straight over the top.
He's a clean striker to the ball, Vibhor Yadav. And now that's going to be well stopped. Could be a run out if he gets it to the right hand quick enough. But I think the batter, good recovery from Donald McDonald. It's well fielded. Good alertness from the fielder as well. He was pretty quick to assess the situation. Knew which end he had to go. Donald, luckily, gets back. Scarpa's back, gets in. Mughal now loses his run up and has to go back to his mark. And Paul Camping saying gives the brook there. Well, that's something we've got to put to the borough of Havering, to put a little fence there or something. And this one isn't going in the brook, is going into the hands of the fielder. And that is a really soft dismissal, isn't it, from Vibhor Yadav? I mean, he's been crunching it massive down there. I mean, he's put one, as you said, in the brook. And this time round, it's almost like he's just giving a little bit of catching practice. The fielder doesn't make any mistakes. They just made a change to that fielder as well. I don't know if you noticed that. While we had that little break, while the ball was in the brook, the Sharks made a decision to swap the fielders around, and it's worked out a tee.
Whatever they did, it worked. It's Usman Shafi who took the catch. Well, he has got probably the safest pair of hands in the side, and that's why they want to put him exactly where Vibhor Yadav likes to hit it on that occasion. Well, the ball before, he kind of just miscued to square leg. That almost caused a run out, but the wicket did come on the next delivery as Mughal gets his man. 57 for 2, still in the power play here as Parth Thakur comes in, someone who had a great cameo in that eliminator #1, scoring 23 off just 5 deliveries. He'll hope that he gets the opportunity to face more than 5 on this occasion.
Oh, fired wide down the leg side first up from Mughal. Once again, well done to Shabazz Mir. Makes a stop. And I like the fact that they have given Parth Thakur an opportunity a little bit further up the order. I think they've acknowledged the fact that he is, especially for this format, a very dangerous batter. His strike rate is quite exceptional. So he'll be wanting to make sure that he rewards the faith from his captain with a good score here. Slower delivery ball by Mughal this time. No runs being scored there. So if he can finish the over without being hit for a big boundary, it'll be a very good over from Mughal. Raza Mughal, the same way that he did in the earlier match, but he'll be hoping he can do the same in both of his overs, not just the one. Just bringing up the square leg fielder here. I don't know who they've pushed back here. Maybe they've got two men straight for the last ball of the power play. It was a quicker ball. It's been played down the ground and it's been nicely fielded. So that's exactly what they did. They pushed back long off. Mughal fires in a quicker, fuller delivery. Played down the ground for a single and a very good over. 13 from it, picks up a wicket. And the East Londoners are 59 for 2 at the end of 3 overs.
Excellent little recovery there from Raza, having started off with a wide, a 4 and a 6. Probably feared the worst in the over, but manages to pull it back well, and most significantly as well, for Sharks picked up that wicket to send both openers back now. They'll be disappointed with that, East Londoners, that neither of the Yadavs really pushed on. Bibor Yadav, of course, does get to 42. He's only out there for 11 deliveries, so now it needs someone else to step up. Parth Thakur, Donald McDonald, both played cameos in that first game, but now have the opportunity to take the leading role.
Looks like the bit of a bat change. And I love the fact that the 12th man probably knows he's got to wear a bib, but putting it over the shoulder is probably not what's required. But anyway, the duty has been fulfilled. Well, they don't really have a 12. I think the East Londoners, one of the players had to do the job, and it had to be Athara Yadav, I think, who's been in and out. That wasn't able to click here this time. He just goes for one, and then, of course, Bibor Yadav did very much the same as he did in the earlier match. Gets going, gets to a good score quickly, 42, and then he gets himself out of the 11th delivery. So, bit of a delay just getting the field right here. You can see that the bowler, Jamie Dar, wants it right. He wants the square leg, the other side of the umpire, and the short square leg on the much finer. That's been now done. And it's going to be an edge, which nobody can set a field to. A little bit of swat there for Parth Thakur as he gets his first boundary. Gets beaten here outside the off. Big thick edge. And that's going to bounce once before it hits the covers and makes its way probably into the road. So another little delay coming up here, Tina.
Well, interestingly, that expected score almost at 200. I'd say East Londoners would be more than happy if they get near that, especially with losing their two openers. But Thakur, despite that one not coming out the middle, we know that he can find the rope with relative ease. He looks to add to the one boundary that he's got so far in his 3 deliveries.
Okay, miscue. Should be a fielder there. Should be taken. Will be taken. It's a much easier catch this time round for Umar Shafi. But that's the end of another dangerous batter. So Parth Thakur, after getting a little bit lucky with his first boundary, runs out of luck with this one. Slices it up in the air. And there's the catch from Shafi. Nicely done. Well, there's the applause there from the spectators. Well, what's the card that's being held up there by Robert, I wonder?
Yeah, I've seen some of his signs up close and certainly got some creative ones there. And well, it might have been a wicket one. It certainly can't have been a duck one. But Parth Thakur does have to go for 5 off 4, so not quite the fireworks of the previous game. And this is slightly dangerous territory for the East Londoners now, losing wickets at regular intervals, 63 for 3, so the run rate is more than healthy. But they've lost 3 of their top 4 already as Gurveer Saini comes in at 5.
Yeah, somebody else, as you said, Tina, who was very good and very quick out of the blocks in the earlier match. He and Jackson, of course, Jackson is still to come. So they've got batting, they've got a bit of depth in there as well. But yeah, they're losing those wickets pretty frequently, and the batters that are losing those wickets are not really going on to pick big runs on the board. Now, this could be another. Is this going to stay this side of the park? No. He's gone very, very high, but he's managed to get the distance on this as well. There's Donald McDonald. Just for a moment there, I thought this could have been another one that's been skied. but it's not to be the case. It will go all the way. 6 runs, well chased a long way there by the fielder. Yeah, Laurel and Hardy fan, or was that a little bit before your time?
Just a touch. I've seen clips, but
Yeah.
can't say I've been a great fan.
Laurel and Hardy. Okay, up in the air. Fielder coming across and takes a catch. Another one bites the dust, and it's the man with the Nelson on his back, Mohammed Chaudhry, who holds on to it. And now Donald McDonald will go. And, well, at the moment, they're hitting a boundary and getting out. So another one bites the dust. Good safe hands, good technique. So Donald sees himself go for 18, and it's Jamie Dar has picked up the second wicket thanks to that catch there from Chowdhury. So all the top 4 now are back. So this, I would say, now becomes quite an important partnership for the East Londoners. Gurveer Saini, the captain, is out there with Haston Jackson.
Donald McDonald, 3 sixes and out. Yeah, nothing more than a cameo. Jackson goes for a big swing on the first ball he faces up, doesn't make contact. So an excellent over there from Jamie Dar, picks up 2 wickets, goes for just 11 runs as well, and suddenly this swings in the favour of Sharks Cricket Academy. East Londoners, well, they're going at a good rate, but that rate is also being matched at the rate that they're losing wickets. 4 in 4 overs. At this rate, they won't see out the 10.
Yeah, no happy meal there, says John Gray for McDonald. Like that. I knew somebody was going to come out with that. Yeah, I mean, Laurel and Hardy, I used to love him, the old black and whites, but I have seen they have been sort of digitally remastered. You can watch it in colour now. And 1957, Oliver Hardy, a member of the Laurel and Hardy, the first great Hollywood motion picture comedy team, died in California. And it was always rumoured that the two of them actually never got on, but in a more recent documentary, they were told that actually, they did get on pretty well. End of the over it was, then a good one. 2 for 11 for Dar. Now it's time for Faisal to come on the bowl. This, the nice bit of fielding done again there by Chowdhury. So, just like that, I think probably the best period of play on finals day that the Sharks are having, that just got past the infielder, but fortunately, Chowdhury was there to do the sweeping. And Faisal, once again, good, quick, sharp delivery into the body of the batter. Plays it out to the field. And all of a sudden, Tina, the Sharks just seem to be a little bit more upbeat and happy about the way things are going.
Well, I'm not surprised with the amount of wickets they're picking up. You kind of feared for them in that first over, didn't you, when it went for 26? And then the start of the second over as well. Looked like it was going to be another one of those power plays that just steamrolled the Sharks, but they've done an excellent job to get back into this one, picking up a wicket in every one of the 3 overs between the second and the fourth. And this one goes bobbling away and should be cut off in the end by the fielder out there in the deep. A good comeback from the Sharks, who would have been a bit down in the dumps after that drubbing they experienced, well, just about half an hour ago. And they've managed to rally here.
Yeah, they certainly have. And that's a tremendous save also from the fielder who's at backward point. It was hit with a fair bit of venom. He gets down and takes a lot of the pace off that ball. So, well fielded. And at the moment, Sharks are enjoying this little passage of play. Things are going their way. Gurveer Saini, the captain, trying to change that. And that's a very nice shot played. Fielder who's doing the sweeping this time, not able to come around and make the stop. That once again is Shafi who's out there. Nice shot play by Gurveer. Shafi running hard, but the ball always going to beat him. And you can see some of the spectators there. We're gonna try and get Teddy to see if we can get some of our spectators here. And I know that Robert's got a lot of signs made up there. I think one of them features you as well, Tina. I think he's got one for you, me, and Vinny. So maybe we'll get a chance to see them. And we'll also get a chance to see some of the Peacock Friday shirts that are there. It is a Friday. I hope you're going to enjoy your Friday. I think that might be Kroom actually right down the far end, standing close to the boundary rope. You might catch a glimpse of him there. I think, is that Kroom over there?
Yeah, I think it is.
That is Kroom, you know. Kroom, he's wearing he's got his Peacock Friday cricket shirt on and it's got the bucket hat. Kroom, of course, enjoyed some success with the ball for Upminster.
Kroom was also talking about how tough it was to field on this outfield as well. So quick, and I'd say it's a decent outfield, but just any kind of bobble is made 10 times as bad when it's quick and dry.
This one could be 4 more because he's got this fine enough. And once it passes, short backward point, sweeper out there, Umair Shafi has got too much work to do. So there's going to be cuatro carreras. Not a bad over, though, from Mir Faisal. He'll just give away 13. It's 83 for 4. Once again, talking about Kroom and also talking about Upminster. Very happy birthday to Michael Pedrick, who's 18 today. And if you are tuning in, Michael, let us know what the plans are for a little bit later on. I'm sure you're going to enjoy yourself. Maybe you're going to have a birthday weekend. That's always good when your birthday falls on a Friday. You can make that celebration last just a little bit longer. Jamie Dahl will be hoping that he can continue celebrating. He's taken 2 for 11 as he comes back onto bowl over number 6. So 83 at the halfway point. The rate is okay. The concern is the wickets. This one won't be a wicket. He gets that beautifully out of the middle of the bat. And Gurpreet Saini, the captain, will now move into double figures.
Nicely played, full and straight and true. Clears the sight screen. It's a welcome boundary as they inch their way to 100. That's what we were saying, Rico. The expected score has never really been the issue, and now they've kind of steadied the little wobble they've had with those 4 wickets to fall within 3 overs. Since then, these two putting on a nice little partnership.
Yeah, captain wanting to play a captain's knock. He's got Jackson there with him, who he knows he can probably rely on. Slower ball, but he's picked it and he's sent it big. Jamie Dart tries something different, but Gurpreet Saini sees it, picks it, and sends it away. Adios, Balota. 6 carreras más.
Stand and deliver there. Back-to-back sixes, and that's a perfect start to this 6th over. Jamie Dart hoping to repeat the trick of his first over where he picked up those 2 wickets, went for just 11. But he's already gone for 12 inside 2 balls here. Londoners getting on a slight little run now. 3 boundaries in a row.
Just waiting for the fielder to come back from the picnic. Maybe he's had a sausage roll on the way there. That's going to sneak in. Good delivery. Good areas. I've seen bowlers try a lot of this, Tina, but haven't been very successful. You would think that line outside the off, particularly when you see how a lot of the batters are mullering the ball down the leg side, you would think that would be the way to go. Now, how do you break your bat by missing a ball? Well, this is what the question is. He swings, he misses, and now he says, bat to gaya. Oh, ball no to Mario in. Bat is gone. He wants another bat. And while he's getting another bat, what have you got coming up? What's your schedule now? What's happening in the life of Tina in the next few months?
Well, I've got still a few MCC commitments this summer. 100 on Sunday, 100 final next weekend on Sunday, even though London Spirit men crashed out of the competition yesterday in the London Derby.
Oh, did they?
Not so great. They're the first team eliminated, so
okay.
I'm not saying it's related to me starting working at MCC, but not looking good for me. And then Portugal in a couple of weeks' time for the Battleborn ECS.
Yeah.
Looking forward to reuniting with Phil G there as well for the G-Force.
The G-Force comes together again. Yes, indeed.
And, I think we're due another Golden Ball. I know Phil had a bit of luck by himself, but the Portugal series last year was when Phil and I had our first Golden Ball, so hoping Portugal will help us out again.
Is this going to be stopped? Yeah, it is. Good bit of fielding once again by Shafi. Now, you've had the pleasure, I haven't as yet, you've had the pleasure of being in the new commentary setup there.
Yes.
And I've been told it's very nice indeed because it certainly would serve us well here because it's got the AC in there as well, right?
It was almost too cold on one of the days. I was breaking it out
Don't.
in
How could you? Don't.
goosebumps. I think the players in the middle were suffering in about 30, 35 degrees, and I was shivering in the commentary box. But I didn't dare to complain that it was a touch too cold because I don't think I would have got too much sympathy.
You would have got mobbed by the players, can you imagine? And by the umpires, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to. I don't know when I'll be there. I mean, I've got quite a busy schedule the next few weeks as well. I think I've got a bit of a break here. Spend a bit of time, a few days with my daughter. Then I go back to Spain. I've got about 2-3 days changeover time before I join Bucci there in Belgium. Well, that one could be going to Belgium. He's popped that out of the ground, Jackson. Well, a little bit of action, Jackson, from the hard-hitting all-rounder. That's 6 on any ground.
Brings up the 100 as well, which is good news for the East Londoners as their run rate continues to tick along nicely. Projected score up in the 170s. Need a few more where that came from, though.
Yeah. Hey, how would you sell the 100 to people? Because you would have to sell it to me. I did. It's my first 100 match that I watched last weekend. Of course, we did have the weekend off, and on Saturday I ventured down to see it. And as I've said to everybody, I loved the atmosphere. I loved the fact that we're getting people into cricket and a lot of youngsters as well. And it was great to see so many of the youngsters enjoying themselves. There were a lot of things happening there for them. I think it's a very good day out.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I was a little disappointed with the cricket.
Yeah, I think it's been a case this year of not too many of the really big players firing on all cylinders. That one's not fired on all cylinders, but still races away for 4 runs. We've seen quite a few low totals. We've seen a few teams kind of being skittled out. Maybe it's just a case of batters not being in form at the moment, which is, I suppose, disappointing for the crowds. But we had a record crowd at Lords yesterday in a group stage match. I think 27,000.
Wow, good.
The London Derby. And as you said, lots of kids, lots of families. And if that gets them into cricket, then great.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I mean, one thing I liked about Lords is, I mean, we had Toby Marriott there from Cricket District.
Yep.
They were getting the kids together, doing all sorts of fun activities, which was great to see. And I think you're right. I think it's all about trying different things to keep the game growing, to keep it in the headlines, and get the youngsters into it, and maybe eventually that the play in the middle may also get a little bit more exciting. What I thought to myself while I was there last Saturday is that if we could take the action and the cricket that we've seen here in Hornchurch last week, sort of Monday to Friday, if you could take that from here and then put it there in the centre at Lords, wow. With all those people watching, I think it just would be absolutely amazing. One day that will happen, of course. But okay, up in the air. Has he got enough of this? Yeah, he has. It's going to be 6 runs. It's an effortless shot from Jackson. It really is. There's 6 more. Says Carreras. I can't believe is he asking for another bat here, Goodveer? What is going on with him? I think he's either breaking every bat that his team has, or he wants to try everyone. Anyway, nice shot there from Jackson. And that rate's not too bad now. They're going at just under the 18s. So they could, if they keep going and this partnership keeps going, they could once again be around that 180 mark.
Finally, they have had a partnership that has been worthwhile. I suppose the opening one was worth 34, but since then just lost wickets at regular intervals. But this partnership now worth 45, thanks in most part to the big hitting of Gurveer Saini, 29 off 12. But Jackson has hit a few in anger as well, and this one not quite out of the middle, but it bisects the 2 fielders out there in the deep, and that'll be another 4 runs. Going along nicely now, East Londoners, and they've got almost 3.5 overs to try and inflict some more damage.
Yeah, Jackson is that sort of player where he's 100% focused and committed. I spoke to him after the win in the eliminator, and I said, "Hey, well done. That catch was brilliant." And the first thing he said to me was, "Yeah, but I dropped one." He said, "I dropped one. I should have held it." I said, "Yeah, but the one you took was you could say it was a match-winning catch." And he was, "Yeah, but I dropped one." So, he's very critical of his performances, and he wants to do well. And when you got people like that in your side, then you know that things are going to click. So even when the chips look down, remember they were 4 wickets down in the 60s, but they're starting to turn it around. And Jackson's doing all the hitting. His bat is doing all the working, whereas Saini keeps changing his bats and isn't doing too much with them at the moment.
This, I suppose, is also the benefit of being in that eliminator game, is that you do get batting practice on finals day. And if you bat yourself into a bit of form, which is exactly what the East Londoners did this morning, then you do have the opportunity to kind of ride that wave of momentum going through the day.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. And it's a funny thing also that what I noticed in this series, that all the teams that had a bit of a break, some teams played, like, for example, if you look at Apex United, they played 2 days consecutively, played 4 matches, 1-4. Then they had a break of something like 3 days before we saw them again. And that first match they played, they didn't go on to win. And we saw that with all the teams. Once you get a break, when you come back, you just need a match to get going again. So obviously, though it's hard because it's been very hot, it's been very warm, but to actually continuously play your matches does help you. And I wonder if that is going to be, perhaps could be a deciding factor here today on finals day, particularly for the likes of the East Londoners. I mean, if they do it, they're going to have to win 3 matches on the spin, but that match, playing those matches keeps you in practice, and keeps you in form, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they always say that winning's a habit, but losing is as well. And that's why you often see the team that lose that qualifier number 1 come back in qualifier number 2 and just have lost the habit of winning. And they're coming off a loss by definition, and then they just can't get themselves together quickly enough. Of course, still early doors here for Sharks Cricket Academy, but having picked up those early wickets, you can see they've just gone a touch flat in the field. They're not quite sure who to turn to bowl. It does look like it will be Laik Akhtar to come back, but he went magical in his first despite picking up a wicket. It's a very important 3 overs coming up here for both sides. Sharks, if they get a wicket or 2, can certainly hope that they can restrict East Londoners to something around 160, 170. East Londoners, though, surely eyeing 180 plus.
Yeah, we saw a change there. Faisal was given the ball to bowl his second, and then you saw, I'm guessing it was the captain, say, no, let's not do this. I want Akhtar to bowl this one, who's going to get played over the top of the offside. That's going to be 6 runs. A lot of shots have gone here. Now, we know that Umar Shafi is sweeping the offside boundary, but I wonder if it's worthwhile them saying, look, let's take a gamble. Let's bring up, say, square leg and put the point back on the boundary. And we got Safi there. So 2 men on the offside boundary, because a lot of runs have gone aerial in that part of the ground, some to hand and some along the deck. So there is every opportunity. Nobody's stopping this one, though, are they? That's absolutely mullered. Captain Gurpreet Saini has come good on finals day. They've also played about with who their captain's been. We've seen several people wear the captain's armband, but on finals day, Gurpreet Saini is wearing it, and he's wearing it with pride, and he's doing another great job for his team with the bat.
Great little partnership building between these two.
It's another one that's out of here, turns this into a full toss. Akhtar goes for the Yorker, doesn't get it right, and it's just being clinically put away. 6 more.
Heaved away pretty much off middle stump there. And I'm not quite sure how close it was to that guy who was completely oblivious to the Grizzly flying in his direction. Gurpreet certainly not oblivious here. 47 off 15.
He didn't have a clue, did he? The amount of times, Tina, that we've seen this, people walking around the boundary, like he's obviously taking a shortcut going into Hornchurch. We've seen people walking at the back where a lot of the ball has gone into the road. And people just walking on their phones and not looking at anything that's going on. It's scary, it really is. And it's something that we all know, that mobile phones have definitely changed people's lives and their routines. Oh, that's a little bit unlucky. And the kind of Sharks will feel that's the way things are going for them today. That's Donald who stops that one going any further. slices it away. And 4 runs. And Donald, not sure where Donald was off to, but he's there to stop that one and pass it back. This over's pretty expensive one. It's gone 6-6-6-4. 22 off it already. Still 2 balls to come. Maybe they should have stuck with Faisal. What was the original plan? Now that, again, is over the top. I feel the offside. And who's going after that? Go, Robert, go. Well, there's Robert. And I think Robert's the artist. Robert's the man who's got the signs made up. It's a good bit of fielding by Robert. So Robert is up and about. And take a look at these. But look how quick he was up here, Robert. There he goes. And I think he's got his camel parked up behind the clubhouse. There goes Robert. Maybe that's what he calls his scooter. But well done, Robert.
Work there. He's the closest that anyone's got to fielding the ball in this over so far. And that's turning on the style to finish it with aplomb. So that's 34 runs coming off that over. Akhtar brings up a 50 that he wouldn't want either. 1 for 54 off his 2 overs. And just gone a little to pieces here for the Sharks. Last 12 deliveries, 10 of them have been hit to the boundary. One-way traffic at the moment as that 200 again is on at this rate.
Yeah, they had a good period, didn't they? From over number 3 till probably the end of over number 5, where I thought the Sharks were just starting to bounce back and starting to get a feel-good factor about themselves. But the second over from Dar didn't go too well. And now that one from Akhtar, that went huge. 34 from it. Every ball went to the boundary. 5 sixes, 1 4. And all of a sudden, they are on for a big score. And by the way, while we've been talking, Gurpreet Saini, the captain, has moved to 63 of 18. So well batted to him. Gurpreet ne bahut achhi batting ki thi, a half century bana li. But of course, he's looking to go bigger than that. Well, somebody's starting with a bit of a kung fu kick to get ready. I can do that. I would have pulled my hamstring if I did that. But Faisal, he was going to bowl the previous over, but he will bowl this one. The left armour. And that's hit straight as a dart. 4 runs. As it's Jackson that has to jump over this. And Jackson actually is the man doing the hitting. It's Saini who has to take the leap. Saini says, hey, what are you doing? You're trying to knock me out? Watch this. The old nutmeg. And good reactions there from the captain, Gurveer.
Well, it's usually Jackson with the dance moves, but Saini on that occasion has to do the acrobatic splits. Jackson 31 off just 9 deliveries, so these two both motoring along now.
So they'll take a leg by, I believe, here. Nothing from the umpire so far. Oh, yes, signalled it? Yeah, leg by does get signalled.
It was a half-hearted appeal
Oh,
there.
there's the signal there from Adnan. He says, yeah, I'm sorry. He's giving it 4 times now to the scorers. Just to make sure.
I think that one just going down leg side despite the big appeal there from Faisal. Shake of the head. I think Adnan too busy deliberating on the LBW to remember to give the leg buys.
And, well, this one is going to be pretty straightforward. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. Seis carreras as that one gets mashed away. Boom. Shakka lag gaya. Kinna sona. And goes all the way over. We've seen a lot of, you saw the graphic there, which shows you where a lot of the runs have been scored. Here you go. And look at that, 39% there on one side of the straight boundary, 30 on the other. 69% of the runs have been scored once again in the V. That's something that we've seen a lot of in this series. Batters are just standing up and hitting the ball straight down the ground. And look at the way that the Manhattan is starting to go upwards in the last 5 overs. The first 5 weren't bad either. 83 come from that, but it looks like they're going to go even bigger here. 200 is definitely on the cards here. The East Londoners, they may have had a bit of a wobble with the top order, but it's their captain, Gurpreet Saini, and Hasnat Jackson has got them set again. This one, well, what does that come off? A bit of bat maybe here? No, leg buys, says Mohamed Adnan. But 4 more go on to the total.
just a boundary after boundary at the moment for the batting side. East Londoners motoring along. Even when it doesn't hit the bat, it still goes for 4 runs, so it's relentless for the Sharks with that expected score now a touch above 200. Certainly, from a psychological point of view, the East Londoners will be hoping to get to that landmark and almost bat the Sharks out of the game. Pretty much what happened in that previous game, isn't it? Apex United 220.
Yeah, very much the same. And I think the Sharks you can almost already sense it, that they're feeling that it's going to be another big chase for them, another one in the 200s in the air. Now, this one, I wonder, no, can't get there. It wasn't going to the boundary. The fielder had a bit of work to do, but it just was too much ground for him to cover. Takes it on the bounce. And just losing his shape with that shot. See the head just going up in the air and the bat sliding in the hands. They'll take a single. Can they get a wicket here? A wicket here could make the difference between this being a 200 score or not. Faisal has bowled well, but without any real luck. And he'll finish well. Just the 25 of his 2 overs. So he's done his job. But of course, there have been some really big, high-scoring ones in there as well, like the 34 that Akhtar went for previously. So we go into the last over of the innings of East Londoners. And they still will be looking to shut the door on this qualifier and book their place in the final against Apex United. And to do that, I think if they score, another 15 runs here, I think they'll feel that they've done the job here, Tina.
Yeah, anything over 190, you imagine, is a real tough chase for the Sharks. And unsurprisingly, Raza Mughal will bowl the 10th, his first and only over so far. Went for just the 13, so the most economical. Did pick up that key wicket of Vibhor Yadav as well. Has the honours here, hoping to keep it even at anything under magical. At least gives Sharks a sniff. That's not going to help, though. Take your pick, wide or no ball. Umpire goes for the wide.
Yeah, that's also got to be one for the over, but it's not what you're expecting from Mughal first up. But he's got that all wrong, whatever the plan was. So wide it was 177 then. Still 6 balls to go here at the Harrow Lodge Park, the home of Hornchurch. Doesn't feel right about this one. Goes back to his mark. So Haston Jackson. And this, such a good partnership. They came together with the score on 70. So they've already put 107 together for this wicket. Whipped away. And, well, that, if it's not stopped by anybody, is going to go in to the road. And, well, maybe he's going to jump onto that bus and make its way into somewhere like Raynham, see the sights and come back. But it's kind of on the pads. It's whipped away. Nobody there at fine leg. And 4 runs it is.
Looked like it might have come off the pads there, but Haston Jackson won't mind whatsoever. In fact, it was Gervis. No, it was Haston Jackson. Given runs,
Yeah.
he'll say thank you very much. I suppose his half century is still on. Did look like it clattered into the pads, but 4's 4. And another 4 takes the East Londoners for 181. Jackson 36 off 12.
Yeah, Mughal. Just having a conversation about, I'm not sure if he's complaining about the field here or something. Yeah, I think talking to his long off fielder. But Mughal, 180's already up. So Sharks, no, they've already got a big run chase. That's the slower ball, and he's hit that sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, and a bit of fielding being done out there under the tree as well. And let's see how much of this we see. Takes it on the bounce. Well done, that man, he says. Don't worry, my love. I'm here to save you. Yeah, I'll be your hero. And, well, he'll get some raspberries and cream for his efforts. That's another short one. That's a no ball, surely. Yep. Now, I can't believe Mughal is querying this. After the first one was banged in short, over the head and was wide ball, He's now banged in another short ball. It's over the shoulder, and it's definitely the right call from the umpires. A no ball it is. So Heston Jackson has now got the mission to go the full Monty here for the free hit. That's a better delivery. And a Yorker ball. Well, why can't he be bowling those more often? And, well, where's the ball? How's that? Gone for 4. Well, this I got to see. It was a Yorker ball that was jammed out. How's this gone for 4? Well, that's how. Says a survey. That is a big blunder. They're not helping themselves, the Sharks here. They're making life very difficult for themselves.
Morgan must have been so frustrated there. Pretty much the perfect Yorker on the free hit and still goes for 4 runs. And well, he says, I'm going to do it again. And this time, don't you dare misfield it.
It just makes you wonder that, Gina, isn't it? I mean, those last 2 deliveries, he's unfortunate with the one before. The perfect delivery, isn't it, that Yorker? But where have they been for the bulk part of this innings?
Yeah. Haven't hit their lines and lengths, and the batters have really cashed in on any kind of width. Gurveer Saini has 2 balls left here to try and surely get East Londoners over that 200 mark. They're 7 short at the moment.
No, this time he's gone for it 3rd time, but that's the difference, isn't it? If you nail it, then you make it difficult for the batters to get away. But if you overpitch, it becomes a full toss as it is there, and it just gets whipped away. So 197. Are we going to see another score in the 200? We saw that the Apex United put 200 up against the Sharks. And are the Sharks going to once again concede 200 and therefore have to go out there and chase them?
Just psychologically as well, it's going to be such a blow if they do manage to get over the line here. East Londoners, Sharks, well, let's be honest, failed miserably in chasing a 200-plus score just an hour or so ago. And they're going to have to hope it's second time lucky here. Final ball coming up.
Slow ball, but he waits for it, and he picks it, and he sends it big. And we will see another score in the 200s here on finals day in Hornchurch. 203. And Gurveer Saini, the captain, it's a proper captain's knock from him as he finishes 80 not out of 23, 9 sixes and 4 fours, whereas Heston Jackson provided superb support with 47 of 16, 4 sixes and 5 fours for him. 203, Tina, and the poor old Sharks are chasing 200 again.
What a brilliant partnership between those two. Let's not forget they were teetering a bit, the East Londoners, 70 for 4. That was still within 4 overs when these two came together at the crease. But since then, absolutely just one-way traffic with the boundaries flowing since that moment when they came together. In fact, only 2 dot balls in the rest of the innings. And well, we had that one over that went for 34. And every single over since then, apart from one, did go magical. It was absolute carnage, and Sharks look like they've been tamed here. But of course, they've still got the right of reply. The one thing you can say in their favour is that they are reigning champs. They're reigning champs for a reason, and this is the exact moment that they need to show why.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, quite often they say that champions are the team that when the chips are down and the going gets tough, they go out there and show what they can do. And that's what they've got to do here. Go out there and chase down this score. 204 is required if they are going to still have a chance to make it 2 championship wins in a row here at Hornchurch. But if they don't get that, then we will have a new champion. And it will be East Londoners taking on the Apex United in the final. But we'll have to wait and see. There's still some cricket to be played in this match number 39, qualifier number 2. Join me, Rico Florentino, when we return in around 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for a potential big chase. The Sharks have been here before, haven't they, on finals day? A little bit earlier in qualifier number 1, Apex United scored 220 for 1. The Sharks failed miserably in reply with 104 all out. They're going down by 116 runs, and this time it's another big chase for them. East Londoners, 203 for 4. Gurpreet Saini, the captain, a very fine 80 not out from him. Supported very well by Haston Jackson, Vibhor Yadav, both of whom got into the 40s. Only Jamie Dyer had some success with the ball. 2 for 33, so another big chase coming up. And it's Hana Gavadi with the ball. Just marking up his run-up. 1948 birth of one of the greatest test batters. And back on this day, Greg Chappell's 7,110 test runs were scored at an average of 53.86 with the smoothness that disguised his competitive steel. A little bit more about him and his brother in a moment. Let's see how things start here. Well, up in the air, and it's going to be 4 runs to start as nobody patrolling that part. He says, I'm not stopping it. He said, I've got a beer in my hand, and so he should have a beer in his hand. It's International Beer Day, and this is the way to celebrate. Be at a cricket ground and enjoy the beer. Cheers, he says. Cheers to you, sir. And it's Kroom who goes behind him and does the fielding. Yeah, do enjoy your beers on International Beer Day. And now this one is also going to be worked away. This one may not come back so quick because Kroom's not going to get there in a hurry. That's going to be 6 runs signalled by umpire Adnan. So Usman Shafi is looking slick, 4 and 6. Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about Greg Chappell while that ball's away. His on drive was one of the greatest shots seen, they say. He and his brother Ian both captained Australia with plenty of success. Greg scored twin centuries on his captaincy debut, and among the major highlights of his career were his 2 Super Test centuries in Trinidad and Guyana. He made 621 runs in 5 games at that time against an attack that included Andy Roberts. And I'll carry on because this is going to be another boundary, and this time it doesn't get too close to the man with the beer. He's got a bit of a smile on his face. There you go, everybody. It is International Beer Day today. And if you want to have a nice pint, well, why don't you come down to Hornchurch, because they pour a very nice pint indeed. As you can, well, he's got one. He's got one on standby as well. I just noticed. Look at that. One on the go and one on standby. Well, who knows? It could be happy hour here, everybody, at Hornchurch. Come on down. It's happy hour. And do as that man is doing there and get your pints lined up. And a Gavadi. 3 balls, 3 boundaries. Usman Shafi misses out on this. Goes straight through him and dot ball. Yeah, so those runs he made at 621. Andy Roberts, Michael Holding, Colin Crofton, Joel Garner, and Wayne Daniels. After his retirement, he went into coaching, and most notable stint was his stormy tenure with the Indian national team in the mid-2000s. The great Greg Chappell, who was born on this day back in 1948. That one, it's another one that's missed out on. I mean, they've got to go at 20s, haven't they? So you can understand Shafi having to go at everything. It's all or nothing. You've got nothing to play for. This is it. You win it, you carry on. You win it, you stay alive. You lose, you're done. And that will help. Well, that's the 20. Uppercut for 6. Big hit. So the first over goes to plan. And they get 22 off the first. Lovely shot this. Rocks all the way back and hits it many a mile. And he's pretty happy with himself as well, as we see some of those spectators. Well, that one almost goes into the scorer's box down there. Well, watch out, Graham and Ollie. and some more people enjoying their beer on an International Beer Day. Cockney Corner certainly seems to be filling up there, Tina.
Yeah, very much so. And it's raining sixes at the moment. 3 of them in that opening over, exactly what the Sharks Cricket Academy needed. That required rate above 20. They got what they needed from over number 1. But now they've got Haston Jackson steaming in at them.
That's a good, sharp delivery, isn't it? From Jackson. He's only just loosening up, he says, as he delivers that one and goes back and doing a few more movements to get himself nice and loose.
Big power play here, isn't it, Rico? If Sharks can stay on the rate, then suddenly the belief is back in their batting. If they just lose their way, well, that's certainly going to help. Haston Jackson can't believe his luck. It was pretty much a perfect delivery that goes straight through the mitts of the keeper, Atatava Yadav. That's exactly what they can't afford to do, give away 3 runs here.
Yeah, just imagine this should be just another dot. And look at Jackson, he's saying, well, how can you not stop that? And Yadav will say, well, I'm not really the main keeper. Well, you might as well get the person who's back there because they stopped it going into the road. Jackson comes back in again, and that's played away nicely. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Jamie Dart. And just using the pace of Jackson, bat on ball, and a little bit of the old mini chopper shot there again. The old not a big bat lift, but enough to get another boundary away. Those 4 byes could be very, very important indeed.
Just need to go, I say just, but if they get 4 boundaries and over, they can even afford a couple of dot balls, and they've got 2 of them there. And straighted that he didn't start off this over with 2 dot balls as he probably deserved, but don't always get what you deserve in cricket here, and Sharks got off to a decent enough start, but the problem is when you're chasing a 200-plus score, you can't afford a single over that doesn't go your way. You've got to basically put in a immaculate run chase.
Jackson again, and that's a great shot. That's going for 6, you know. Well, this is the shorty's going for 6. I think what's the umpire discussing here now? There's a bit of discussion about something. Hasn't given a well, now he gives the 6 signal, so there it is. And this is the uppercuts of all uppercuts. What a shot. It goes all the way. I think there's a lot of discussion there, the umpire, about something before he gave the signal. What a shot that is.
Brilliant piece of invention, wasn't it? Probably would have been a wide had he let it go, but he thought, well, I'm going to get a 6 for it instead. I think maybe was it already 1 for the over, and they're just deliberating whether it could have been a no ball. Either way, it certainly was a 6.
Yeah, definitely was a 6. And if there wasn't one before, that will be also surely the one for the over. So what a cracking shot that is. So once again here, with the 4 byes, that's 14 off this over. Still 2 balls to go. So Jamie Dart knows another boundary. Keeps them where they have to be. That's all they've got to keep doing. And he tries. It's going to hit the shins of, I think that's Vibor. Does make the stop, but not quite as cleanly as he would like. And, well, I think it's caught him on the wrist as well. He seems to be in a fair bit of pain there. That's the fielder. Looking for another boundary here to keep them in touch. Slower ball. And no run this time either. So good little comeback there from Haston Jackson. He was under the pump for a moment, wasn't he? But 15 come off it with the 4 byes, so they just fall a little behind there. A nice change up, and then no runs there.
Good to see Kroom there patrolling the boundary, as he has done both the right side of the rope and the wrong side of the rope this time, very much enjoying it with, I think it was a soft drink in his hand and enjoying the cricket out there in the middle, as are we. Already 200 runs scored in the first innings. I know John was saying in the chat as well that we're probably more than over 1,000 runs for finals day comfortably before we even get to the final.
Yeah.
It's been an absolute run fest the last 2 weeks, hasn't it?
It certainly has been. The runs have been flowing. I know that Phil G, who just completed the event there in Switzerland, there were plenty of runs there, so plenty of centuries. I know that Amala Stanexai was in superb form. I think he hit 3 centuries. So it's been a hot summer, but it's been a summer full of a lot of runs at the moment. It's going to start with a wide first up here. Krishna, who bowled very well in the last match. Yeah, pick of the bowlers really could be Krishna with 2 for 25 against the Camilla Warriors. 4 runs. Gets a little bit of width. Rocks back. Plays it nicely, Jamie Dar. Dar getting his eye in. Usman Shafi, a man who scored a stack load of runs. Remember, he got that 99 against Hornchurch. Was given out leg before when he was given the opportunity. 3 balls to go in the last over to get his ton. Got out on 99. We didn't know if he'd get another chance, but he made it happen. He did get his 100. That's big. Oh, that's a monster strike, Tina. That has gone a long way. It's cleared everything. But that's going where we had the fire last week.
Pure fire off the bat of Dar. And I think that was the guy who stopped a sharp one on the bounce last innings. This time he thought, I'm going to let this one go through to the keeper. Value my fingers too much. But he does do the fielding. And it's been a lot of work for the lots of fans who are surrounding the perimeter here because it's flying to all parts. Amy Dart moves to 21 off just the 7 deliveries.
Full toss has got to go, isn't it? And it does. So making another 6. Bowling runs at the moment. The 50 has come up inside of the power play. That's what they've got to do. Remember, at the 3 over mark, the Sharks, they did go or give away 59 runs, but they had the East Londoners, they had lost 2 wickets at that stage, and so they've got all their wickets in hand here as well. So all they can do is just keep on believing and keep on going. Both these batters get in, game on, but you just feel that as soon as they lose that first wicket, everything could change. That's up in the air. This could be that first wicket, and the bat has gone flying. Now, how have they dropped this? What has happened here? Now, first of all, well, they collided. They have collided. Look at the batter first. He's thrown his bat away in disgust. Look at that. Now, he might get words. And just look at this. Jackson and Vibber collide with each other and saying, what is going on here? I've never seen anything like this. Look at the batter here first. He throws the batter away. Then those two just collide into each other. My word. What a let-off. What a let-off.
Both of them could have taken a comfortable catch, and in the end, neither of them do. Probably was Vibber's catch because it was coming towards him, but Jackson was eyeing it the whole way as well. Big let-off. And Dart, well, he has to pick his bat back off the floor because he was already sulking his way back to the pavilion before he was given a second life there.
Now, the question is, if he wanted to change his bat, I'd say no. I'd say you threw it on the floor. You're the one who broke it. No, you can't change it. It's not often you get second chances in life, where Jamie Dar's going to get one after throwing his toys out of the pram as well. This one's bobbling away, and it will only be a single to finish. So that over 16 come from it. So the last couple of overs, they just load up a bit. But remember what I said? I gave you the like for like. It's 59 for 2. Compared to 55 without loss. But, oh, what a crazy moment that was. And Dar, he's just got to compose himself here. I think that's what Usman Shafi just had a word with him, said, hey, look, you've got a chance that you weren't expecting to get. Make it count. Do your job for us. And the man who probably should have been taking the catch, as you quite rightly said, Tina, but had Jackson coming his way, he's going to bowl the next over, Vibor.
Feels like he has some making up to do here. Vibor should have got the first wicket with the catch. Has the opportunity now with the ball in hand. You have to say, though, of the 2 teams, I'd still rather be in the position of the East Londoners with runs on the board.
Yeah.
Scoreboard pressure is such a potent thing in a run chase, and they can't afford to blink at all. The Sharks, yes, they're on the run rate pretty much, but just one small over and suddenly they're right up against it again.
Yeah, good start this though from Vibor. It's all about those variations, and he started well. One in the block hole, one just much slower. And at the moment, both Dart and Shafi have had a ball each of these, haven't been able to put it away. And you feel that the next four now really surely have to go to the boundary. And this one's been hit pretty well, and it will go to the boundary. Had to do a little bit of defensive fielding. He goes right back as far as he could before the rope, tries to stop the ball getting past him, but he gets struck on the way through. And that's one boundary, but the next three balls got to go there as well for them to stay in touch. Otherwise, they fall too far behind. Jason, there he is. 12 wickets for Kosane. And it's his birthday today as well. So happy birthday, Jay. Hope you have a wonderful day. And Farhan Kiani has picked up 13 for Apex United, and he ain't done yet. He'll be hoping to pick up a few more wickets in the final.
It's been a brilliant over from Yadav. Just the 6 runs coming off it. So even if both of these go to the rope with another slower ball, it'll still go the way of the bowling side. That one does go for 4. Slower ball just on the wrong line. And Dar helps himself to a boundary through square leg.
Yeah, well, nicely played. But as you said, I think the balls that haven't gone to the boundary, the 2 singles and the dot, that's what hurts you. They're at a point where they're looking for 4 of those balls to go to the boundary. It hasn't happened. The over before from Krishna was also a pretty useful one. Thing is, they have their wickets intact, so you just feel that if one over could go huge. Now remember that they had themselves one over go for 34. If they can do the same sort of thing, that will change things up a bit. Let's play down the ground, and it's going to get over Donald this time. The batters should be looking for 2, only going to take the 1. They don't really run the first one hard. So another opportunity that doesn't get taken here. It's a full toss. Let's have a look at this again to Donald. Once again, I think at this level, you expect those to be taken. It hasn't been. And it's another little let off here. And once again, it's Dart who survives.
He sees it all the way, doesn't he? He backtracks, he gets in a good position, and it just bursts through his hands at the last minute. Another missed opportunity. I suppose he's fortunate that it doesn't get punished with a boundary. So it ends up still being brilliant over for the East Londoners with just the 11 runs coming off it. Pibor Yadav putting in a great shift there. Thrown then to the other Yadav. In fact, no, it's Gurvis Saini, who will bowl his first over of the game.
Oh, it gets launched high. This is the one you got to go for here. Tina, what are your thoughts? The spinners come on good vid. The first one's gone for 6. I don't think you want to let him settle. You've got to attack him. You've got to go after him, get yourself right back in this match. So that's the first one of many that Dar will want. He's given chances, 1 on 27, 1 on 37. It hasn't been taken. He's got to make it count.
As you said, Rico, they need kind of that one over that goes for 30 plus just to give themselves a bit of an opportunity here, because they've been under the rate the whole time. And the gap between the current rate and required rate is only going one way. That one shouldn't be going to the boundary. And in fact, it's a good stop out there in the deep by Vibor Yadav, who's almost winning the game single-handedly for the East Londoners at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good stop, this, isn't it? He waits, watches the ball well, gets a hand out to it. Oh, what's this hit? I think he might have hit his own batting partner. Dar is down. Dar has been hit here. And where has this hit him? He's no idea what's happened. Look at him. He doesn't know what's happened there. I think the umpires need to take a little bit of time here and make sure he's okay. Well, that got smashed back. It was like a heat-seeking missile. We won't get a chance to see it again, but looked like he was shaken up. Now going outside the off stump, and the catch is taken. It's going to be another soft dismissal. Usman Shafi, who's been so good with the bat coming into finals day, but he just hasn't been able to find the same touch. And with no pace on the ball, he's going to go for the big shot outside the off. The fielder is in the right spot, takes the catch, and the first wicket goes down. Shafi departs with just 23.
Well, in any other situation, 23 off 10 would be a fairly decent contribution. But when you're needing to go at, well, now almost 25 and over, it was too little for the opener. So he has to depart. And the opening stand of 73 is broken. Mohammed Chowdhury comes in at number 3. A nice grab there from Thakur. Gurveer Saini picks up his first wicket. And you fear for the Sharks here with that required rate only going up and up. They need someone to find quick runs from somewhere here.
Chowdhury does come in. He did score 44 in the last, but it took him a while to get going. He doesn't have that time here. He goes over the first one pretty quickly, comes down the track, hits it firmly down the ground, but he's not going to get past Jackson, who's there at long off and standing very straight. Gurveer, just the same way you said about Vibhor Yadav having a good game. He's had a very good one as well. That one's just a little bit too short. And the batter waits for it. And that's going to be 50 to Jamie Dar. 50 comes up in 19. But he's going to... I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it, Tina? Because that's a good knock, isn't it? But yet, 51 of 19, yet his team is way behind the rate here, needing to go at almost 25 and over to get the 124 of 30 they need.
Well, even 51 off 19 is not the rate, and that kind of shows you exactly what a monumental task this was. You times that by 3, they'd be around 150, so they'd still be about 50 runs shy. Exactly the benefit of getting runs on the board, but congratulations to Jamie. Been a decent knock from him in what's increasingly looking like a losing cause.
There's some conversation here. Not sure what this is about, but the umpire having a chat. So I'm not really sure what this could be about here. The discussions galore. It's Nitin that's having a chat. Seems to be having a chat with the wicketkeeper about something. That's Athara Yadav. And maybe, I'm not sure what this is. Maybe the batters were the wrong way around, but not sure. There's discussions that we might find out what this is about. If that comes to an end, it's going to be Krishna who's going to come back. He's bowled 1 over already, went for 18. Chowdhury. Got to go boom-blastic here. Get them back in the game. Wide ball. Well, that will help. It's one more, an extra. Any extras they'll take. We'll take whatever comes our way. There's Chowdhury. And the next one is just going to be a single. Every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary, it's just going to put more pressure on the fielding side. No, it's time for a bit of a question. I think some people may have had a bit of lunch and might be feeling a bit dozy. Let's test out your cricketing knowledge as this one's been hit, but there is a fielder there and not going to be able to get there. That's pretty close to where Teddy is. Teddy? Well, what an arm that is. Well fielded. Who's that out there? And very well done. Teddy was in the firing line, gets out of the way. Let's take a little bit of this bit of fielding. Yeah, neatly done. And a good arm. Good arm from the lady doing the fielding back there. But my question is, who was the first Bangladeshi to have his name on the Lord's Honours Board? All right, so just for a bit of fun, this one's been hit firmly, and it's another one that's going to get through the fielder. Well, he's been in the firing line, hasn't he? He took one in the body earlier. Now he's taken another one. Where's this one caught him? Well, he's getting a lot of help from teammates and spectators. And Well, they're saying, oh, yaar kidda theek hai. Well, wonder where this hit him. He's not moving too freely. Well, unless those guys are medics, they technically shouldn't be on the pitch. Well, he seems to be arched over a little bit. I wonder if we can see the shot again. We might be able to work out where this has hit him. So let's see. Well, I think it's more the pain of the fact that he's put the catch down. I think it's gone through the fingers and down onto the ground, and it goes for 4. So he's certainly having a few issues down there. And while he gets a bit of treatment, where he might need to come off and get a little bit of magic spray on there. So just to repeat, the question was, who was the first Bangladeshi to have his name on the Lord's Honours Board? So I leave that out there for you cricketing experts. Well, everybody seems to be coming back. Well, they certainly gave him a lot of love, didn't they? They all went over to him. Even the spectators behind there went over to the fielder. And it looks like he's okay, but he's moving himself from that fiery part of the boundary. And as he walks back, he's just counting his fingers as well. So it looks like we will continue. It was another boundary, though. So this over so far from Krishna has gone wide, single, 4-4. 3 balls still to go.
They are still in touching distance, aren't they? They're not completely out of it. As long as Jamie Dar is there, got a outside chance. Nothing more than that. 114 still required.
Well, we'll take that. That's the second wide. So I suppose you take the wides, but you got to make the extra ball count. That's the thing. He knows that as well. Dar waits and goes for it. Then he's going to get another boundary here. 4 more. This one is too wide of Jackson. So, cuatro carreras más. I'm just trying to see who the fielder was that got caught. I think it's the captain, Gurveer, because you can see him now showing off his wounds there to Athara Yadav. So, yeah, it's a captain, Gurveer Saini, who's put himself now at 3rd. And remember, board always has a way of following the man who's got an injury. So keep an eye on 3rd, that short 3rd man here. Right, Krishna. Can he finish the over well? Can Dar hit a maximo to put the 100 up on the board? And it's another wide, so trying to sneak one in there, Krishna. If he gets it right and he gets a dot ball in there, that's a massive win for the East Londoners. But at the moment, he's just missing his mark. And that will be the 6. Is a cracking shot. He gets a swivel on this. Oh, as that one is going to keep rolling, going. Watch out to the motor vehicles that are that part off the road, coming through pretty quickly because there's a grizzly about to cross the road. So 6 runs there, and that will take the score to a very, well, that takes it past the 100 mark. It's still a ball to go in the over. So 102 for 1. As you said, Tina, they're just about hanging in there.
Yeah, well, it's an over that goes magical. The required rate is just below 25. It's now the second time they've had a magical over, but it's not enough. Still over 100 runs required. But maybe just given a glimmer of hope there by a couple of extras as well. Freebies from Krishna. Still in with a chance. It's still very much an outside chance. But if this one goes the distance, then it's the first time they've actually achieved an over the run rate.
Oh, well, he's gone. It's a very good sharp catch taken there by Athara Yadav. And just when we're talking, Tina, about them getting themselves kind of back in it, they lose a big wicket. Jamie Dar will go swinging hard. A very good take there from Yadav behind the stumps. Krishna gets the breakthrough, and that one breaks the hearts of the Sharks.
Just as they get to the 100 mark with that previous 6. It's all out and all over for Jamie Dar. Finishes 69 off 24. Again, a battling performance from him, 7 4s and 6 6s. But really, they needed him to score a huge total to keep themselves in contention. And maybe as Jamie Dar departs the piece, so do the hopes of Sharks Cricket Academy of going back-to-back here in this ECS at Hornchurch. Good time to pick up a wicket there as well. Krishna, on his very last delivery, went for 40 runs, but most significantly, gets the opener out.
You can see there's Donald McDonald making his way back. He's got a bit of a smile on his face because he knows they needed to get rid of Dar. Dar goes for 69. Vibhor Yadav picks up the ball again. He bowled a very, very good first over. Chowdhury has to now take over. The new batter who's joined him is Shabash Mir, who needs to give us a little bit of Shaba. And the first one darted in Yorker's delivery, not too much. Yeah, that Chowdhury can do with that, just gets bat on it. Shabash Mir now gets on strike to face his first. Just look at every time the ball doesn't go to a boundary, if it's a single, how the rate quickly goes up. Wide ball. First one to Shaba Mir. That couple of extras just creeping in here now. That's the 9th extra we've seen. 9. We've seen the 5 wides and 4 byes. Quicker ball. Now, has he got enough of this? He has indeed. So, Shaba is going to go Shaba with his first. And, well, that man over there has certainly done a fair bit of fielding, but not a good little pass back there to Jackson. And nice to see so many people in the chat, all enjoying the action. And everybody, I think, starting to get ready and prepare for the final. Just a reminder, the final is some 50 minutes away. Starts on the hour, up and away. Well, Shabash from Mir gets another one away. Kinna Sona, Shakka Lagya, and not willing to concede this just yet.
No, they're still hanging on in there. You've got to say that despite everything, Sharks are showing a bit of fight here, showing some spirit after being on the wrong end of 200-plus scores. This one again looks like it's going to be a step too far for them, but they're keeping going here. Shahbaz Mir, back-to-back 6s.
And this one's been sliced away. Fielders are not going to be able to stop it. So it's another boundary. Saw that it was Kruth Anagavadi who has taken a good catch out there. It was a little bit more in the extra cover area coming across to point. Just not able to stop it. So 4 more. So just got to keep swinging the bat and keep getting the boundaries. Well, Robert was up there to try and get to that one, but wasn't required. That's pretty full. It's going to not go to the boundary though. So that's the win delivery. It says, you can see though, in this over, there's been 2 balls that has not gone to the boundary. They did bowl a wide. Now, can they capitalize on the wider delivery? They need to. They need this one to go to the boundary. And it won't. It'll just be a single. So not the worst of overs. In any other circumstance, we would say that's a good one. But in this case, it's not quite enough. Yadav is bowled beautifully well. His 2 overs gone just for 31. And after 7, it's 122 for 2.
Still a magical over, but as you said, Rico, not enough with that required rate up beyond 27. It looks like now that Sharks Cricket Academy won't be able to defend their title, which means, of course, East Londoners will progress to the final, which is in just over 45 minutes' time. Jackson comes on for his second here, went for just 11 in the first. Again, East Londoners only using the 5 bowlers here. Happy with their front 5 with Kritik Anagavadi. Still 1 left for him. That one's knocked away into the leg side and will just be a single. Chowdhury rattling along at a runner ball 5 so far. Probably knows at this point as well that the game has gone. But Mir, he's at least kicking and fighting. 4 balls faced so far for him. 3 of them have gone to the boundary. Looking for maybe a little personal win here against Jackson, who's steaming again once more.
Played up. And once again, like you said, Tina, I think now it's that moment, isn't it? It's the moment when I think the team, the batters out there in the middle, the team sat in the dugout, start to realise that it ain't going to happen now. It's done. And the campaign for last year's champions comes to an end. That one's going to go through. It's going to be buys. So extras to help. As you see that ball making its way once again to the road. Gets a glove to it. If it was a goalkeeper, you'd be very proud of that save. So just have a look at when these teams did meet. So I'm talking now, thinking ahead of the final, the East Londoners against Apex United. East Londoners, before that meeting, we saw them go down in their first match on day one, and then they would come back by smashing Hornchurch by 87 runs, 195 to 108. One is going to be more buys. So 2 lots of 4 buys here. So runs coming, but even those, if every ball went for 4 here, it's still not enough. That's the situation that they're in. And then when East Londoners came back to play the third match after a 1-1 record, they would play Apex United in their first. East Londoners were restricted to 116. Athara Yadav scored 30 of those. Apex United knocked them off. And that was the first time that we saw Abhinanand Saini with the bat. He scored 62. Remember I said he's scored runs in their first match, and then after that he never really got an opportunity again. As we see some of the spectators, you can see Kroom in there, Robert, and John Heasham, and Julian Dawson wearing their lovely Peacock Friday shirts. And great to have them there. Ivor is in there as well. And where's Fadeen? Looking for Fadeen. And there's the guys that are celebrating International Beer Day. And, well, I got a packet of crisps there as well. There's Julian. Yeah, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying Cockney Corner. So 132 for 2. Still 2 balls to go in this one from Jackson. Yeah, so going back to that victory for Apex United. So, yeah, Abhinandan Saini, 62 for 17. And Newman Javid scored 25. And Rajesh Sharma got 24 of those runs. Be interesting to see if Sharma does come back into the squad. And I know he was not available for the earlier one. Slow ball. It's going to be hit high up in the air. It's going to get over the fielder. It's going to be 6 more. And until that required rate gets past over the 36 and over, I guess there is still an outside chance, especially if the boundaries keep coming. Chowdhury, he seems to have come to life, but once again, a little bit like in the last match, he's come to life a little bit too late. 66 or 13. Get another 6 here and keep yourself in the match, maybe. He's not going to get it. It's going to be a shout of no as well from Shahbar Mir to stay there. So the over comes to an end from Jackson as we get ready and you all get ready. Remember, you'll have a little bit of time to prepare for the final. It will be starting on the hour at 5 o'clock here in England. And got a bit of time to get yourself sorted, get your drinks sorted. Maybe you're going to celebrate the final being played on International Beer Day with a glass of cold, refreshing beer. Maybe you make yourself some snacks, get the peanuts out or the popcorn. But do get ready because 2 top teams will go head to head. The team that finished first in the standings against the team that only just made it through on net run rate. That's it down the ground. And, well, there was a catching chance from Yadav. Doesn't take the catch, but he does stop the ball going to the boundary. That's the key at the moment. As long as they stop the boundaries a couple of times, they go on to win the match. And now that rate is where every ball has to be smashed for 6. And Vibor is not going to be able to stop that. Well, that's one of them. This is where some people in the chat saying, well, they only need X amount of 6s and they win. That is true. But if one ball, Tina, here doesn't go for a 6, it's game done and dusted for the East Londoners.
A nice little skip down the track there from Shabazz Mir, made it into a low full toss, but he needs to do it again and again and again. Wides will help though, as I think Tank there on that occasion saw Shabazz Mir coming and thought, well, you're not getting the best of me again. But he's not getting the better of the umpire either. Have to re-bowl that one, but still, 10 balls left, 6 required on every single one.
Well, this could be another. That is another. Well, make it to 9 6s required, people.
That fielder there, the man in the white t-shirt, that's the 3rd time he's done an excellent job. This time he goes for a bit of a pizzazz one-handed grab, goes for 2, and then ends up grabbing it with 1.
Well, it is International Beer Day. He's done so well over there. I think he definitely deserves a beer. And that one will not go for 6. It won't even go to the boundary. So that ends what has been, can only be described as a much better display from the Sharks. They've given it a bit more of an effort than the disappointment in the qualifier. But it will be them done and dusted. They'll just take a bye here as that one goes through Athara Yadav, the keeper. So Sharks, last year's champions. Last year they did it the hard way, didn't they? They were somebody nobody expected to go through and win the whole tournament, especially the way they played in the group stages. Only won 2 matches out of the 7 that they were able to play. Remember, had 1 abandoned. But then they turned it all on. They took on Raynham, who had won every single match in their group stage, had a 8-0 record. They beat Raynham, which nobody expected. They then did the number on the home side of Hornchurch, and then they scored massive runs in the final, 180, I believe, against Old Brentwoods, and were crowned the champions. This time round, their better performances, it has to be said, they've done the complete opposite. They were good in the group stages, especially one when they had that 6 wins in a row. But come here on finals day, they just burnt out a little bit too early, Tina.
Yeah, it's a shame for them that they don't get to the final and even have the opportunity to go back-to-back. That one will be lifted away, and hopefully they're all watching that one, because that's going to come in to the car park, rolls away, but it's just a bit too little too late. Got to say, though, Mia has put in a nice little cameo here. That moves him to 38 off just 12 deliveries. And, well, you said about 180 was par. Maybe they'll end up around there, but it was always going to be a bridge too far with the 200-plus score on the board. This one goes high up in the air, and it could be another catch, and it is comfortably taken, so the cameo from Mir does come to an end. 160 for 3 now. Vanek Saini bowling the last over, gives the first wicket to his total, and it's a nice grab there in the deep. We will have to say goodbye to the Sharks, and of course congratulations to the East Londoners, who are looking to write their name on the ECS trophy.
Yeah, Goodneck's Saini. Interesting one is Goodneck, because we've only had 4 fourthers in this series. It's been one that's very much belonged to the batters. We know that. Goodneck Saini, about 5 days ago, I think, bowled and took 4 for 13. It's the best bowling figures in the series, yet this is the first time we've seen him bowl since then, I believe. High in the air, he could get another if the fielder wants it, but doesn't, and elects to save his fingers. Goodneck will probably say, well, you could have given me another one there, you know, but yeah, he hasn't been used in a lot of the matches, but yeah, this bowler, Goodneck Saini, has the best figures. And there's another one. So he has a knack of taking wickets. And for some reason, the East Londoners haven't used him as much as you thought they would. So another one bites the dust. And this time it's Chaudhary, who never really clicked in this one. He's gone a run of ball 11 as the Sharks lose another. It's going to be very disappointing for them, though, isn't it? It just never happened for them today. And they would have felt, finishing second in the group stages, that they would be able to once again contest in that final. But their big players, the big guns, especially at the top of the order, never really fired. And I think they needed someone like Usman Shafi, who was so good in the group stages. Well, he hasn't got a helmet on, the batter, so he'll have to go back and get one. It's, of course, one of our regulations. Every batter must wear a lid, is mandatory. And if you're a wicketkeeper and you're standing up. Now, just saying here, they won't want to know this, but they could see another 5 runs go on the board for the East Londoners, because he's got 60 seconds to be ready, and he's pretty close to that already.
There's 2 wickets have fallen in this final over, and I don't think he was expecting to come out at number 6, but fires out better late than never. Yonex Saini looking to finish in style.
Well, he hits it for 6 and starts walking off, and then he says, well, that is it, isn't it? Yeah, it is it. Well done, well hit. Smashes his one and only ball for 6. And I suppose he's going to walk back and go to his captain and said, I told you so. You should have had me up there earlier in the match. And now he's shaking hands with everybody. So, Sharks, the reigning champions, that's going to be the end of them. They certainly gave us plenty to talk about in this year's European Cricket Series, the reigning champions. They played like the reigning champions this time round. They would lose their first match, and that was when I'm thinking, well, okay, here we go again. Are they going to do the same thing as last year? And that match was a loss to these Londoners, 176 to 134. But then after that, they put some great performances together. Usman Shafi scoring that 99, remember, and he had Adil Zarif in there with him. Then they would return after a couple of days and do the same again. They would beat Raynham, chasing 169. It was Mohammad Chaudhary that time with Usman Shafi that put a partnership together of 144. Then it was Jamie Dar's turn, and Tadveer Sakinder, who helped the Sharks to get to 195. Again, Upminster with a good victory there. But unfortunately, when it came to the big day, when it came to the final, the big guns, they either didn't fire or they didn't show up. And that was what made the difference. The East Londoners, they may not have all the key players, but the ones that they've got so far, Tina, seem to be performing.
Yeah, absolutely. They're working as a team very nicely. You can see them walking off now, satisfied with their day's work so far. Of course, they won't be happy until they are lifting that trophy, with the final starting in about 35 minutes' time. But it's a shame to say goodbye to Sharks Cricket Academy. It's almost the opposite of what happened last year. Last year, they came into the final as underdogs and managed to really click on the day. Today, the opposite happened. They came in as quite a hotly contested team, and they just didn't fire at all. So it's a shame to say goodbye to them, but looking forward to the final. Apex United against East Londoners. Difficult to call that one, I reckon, Rico.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think East Londoners, for me, I'm feeling that, and I don't normally say this, I think the toss is going to be very important. Both teams will want to win the toss and bat first. Both teams have shown that when they bat first, they can put a lot of hefty runs on the board. East Londoners, when you have a look at their performances, when you have a look at when they've won matches, they won when they've batted first. So that's what they'll be looking to do. And of course, once the coin toss is done, we'll give you the information of that straight away. But do join us back. We'll be back in about 35 minutes' time to bring you the final. The final, and just to repeat, East Londoners, the team that only just made it through the finals day, they will be taking on Apex United. That final starting on the hour. I'll be here, Rico Full, and Tina will be here with me as well as Polo, Bath, Teddy, and of course our scorers, Graham and Ollie, and the 2 umpires who have been doing an outstanding job, Mohammed, Adnan and Nitin. Join us back in half an hour for the big one, the final here in Hornchurch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. We get ready for the final to see who is going to take this little beauty away. What an exciting series we've had here in England. It has been an absolute storm. We've seen stat loads of runs being scored. I think it's probably one of the highest that we've seen, and I think that this final match is really going to sum up this series really well here in Hornchurch. We've got the final featuring the East Londoners taking on Apex United. Two teams who finished, remember, at different ends of the top four. Apex United, they only lost the one match in the group stages. They finished top. And the East Londoners that only just made it through yesterday. In fact, some of their players that came here this morning didn't even realise that they had made it through. But they played some good cricket, as have Apex United. Both teams are scoring big runs, but which one is going to go all the way and pick up this trophy? There's going to be a new champion in England. There's going to be a new champion in Hornchurch. Who's it going to be? Stay tuned to find out. The final is coming up next. Straight after me, we're going to go over to the coin toss where the two umpires, umpire Nitin and Adnan, will be conducting the coin toss. Then after that, straight back over to myself and Tina talking you through the final.
Welcome guys, now we have a big final, the final match of the day, and we have both captains on the field. On my left hand side East Londoners and on my right hand side Apex United. So this is our special coin, the head and tail. I will roll the coin and the East Londoners need to call. Yeah, guys ready? Yeah.
Heads.
Head is the call. Ooh, sorry, roll it a bit. And it's head. East Londoners won the toss. And they are elected to bat. So we will be back in few seconds and get ready for the final match. Thank you.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and we're back. Thank you to Mohammed Adnan for doing the coin toss there for us. He was out there with umpire Nitin. You see, it's not that easy. There's an art to making sure that the coin doesn't run away when you flip it. But look, those two have done a wonderful job. And so have all the umpires that we've had here during our stay. Drew, Barry. We've also had umpire Dick, Vikash, Dave Skinner. And all been good. Also, we had Sunny as well. And it's been sunny all the time as well. So big thanks to the match officials. And, of course, I have to also say a big thank you to Graham and Ollie, the father and son team, who have just been superb. I mean, one thing about Graham is not just doing the scoring. He and his wife are here setting things up first thing in the morning. Graham's out there in the middle getting the pitch ready. His wife's in the clubhouse getting the clubhouse ready. I think Ollie's having catching up on a little bit of his kip. And but fair play to him. Look, it can't be easy. And it takes a lot of motivation, doesn't it, for Ollie? I mean, he's on his summer holidays, and for the last 2 weeks, he still had to get up early and get to the ground and be working hard. So we really appreciate it. And so top man is Ollie. And then afterwards, he's out there playing a little bit of cricket with some of the other youngsters that come along at the end of the day. So big thanks to everybody. Of course, got to give a shout out to somebody like George Clark and Tom Fletcher for the work they've done behind the scenes, and Robin, and to Rita and Anne, who they're away at the moment. So I hope they're enjoying their holidays. So let's get ready for the final. And it will be, as you heard there, the East Londoners that will have a bat first. Well, batting first has worked a treat for them so far. And they have scored big runs, 184 and 203. I think Apex United, if they had won the toss, would have wanted to bat first as well. So the first little victory is a moral victory, I think, goes there to East Londoners. But can they make it count? It's going to be the two Yadavs that are going to start out there. Achara, who didn't quite get going in that last match. He will be hoping that he is able to support Vibor Yadav in this one. And notice that for this match, that after 2 successful wins for Gurveer Saini, while he was the captain, Vibor Yadav is once again the captain for this match. The final. Welcome to the final, everybody. And who knows, as Bolo Camping is saying, maybe we could have a golden ball final. I'm here and Tina is here. Tina, let's get ready to do this.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, and maybe wishful thinking from Paolo, but I wouldn't say no to a golden ball. It's been a while since we've called one together, isn't it?
It's been a while. It really has. And could it be? Will it be? Here we go. It's going to be Faizan to start with the ball. Starts with a good full delivery. They've got a man out at long on who's going to come across and do the fielding. So nice start. Here he is. Nice, smooth a run up from Mohamed Faizan, getting the ball full right up there. Of course, both teams will know each other pretty well. They would have done some homework on each other. That's going to be played wide and in the gap of the short mid-wicket, and it's going to be too wide for long on to try and catch up with. So boundary straight away from Vibor Yadav. He's been in good form this morning, 39 in the earlier match, and he was 42 in the second. Makes explosive starts, but then so far this morning has managed to then give his wicket away. So be hoping to stick around a little bit longer. Once again, I think, folks, East Londoners will be looking to get past that 180 mark as this ball comes back from the far side of the ground where, well, we can see a little bit of football activity at the moment as Mohamed Faizan comes in again. And, well, this is an interesting one here. He's given us leg byes. He's gone right across to play this. The wicketkeepers kind of followed him. And the ball catches the pads and goes the wrong way. Well, here it is here. And not able to stop it, Patil, and that's going to be 4 leg byes.
They haven't been scared to get a bit funky in the opening overs. They did that this morning. The opening partnership then was worth 83, 34 in the second game. So they always get off to starts. I think the one thing they would like to do is push on even further. These two can take a game away from a bowling side very quickly. They've got off to a decent enough start there. I was wondering if there was a bit of bat involved in that, but leg bye is signalled.
Yeah, leg bye was signalled there, and looks like, well, the ball hasn't made its way back yet, so I'm not sure where that's happened, what's happened here. So it's obviously gone into the road, but maybe this one has caught a car going by, and the car's taken it for a bit of a ride, maybe. We're going to find that when we walk home a little bit later, I think, by the side of the road somewhere. So Faizan has gone 1, 4 runs on the bat, 4 byes. The umpire now wants to have a look at the ball. I think probably it's Faizan saying, hey, this is not really a new ball. It should be pretty new, I guess, considering it's only 3 balls old. That's a good Yorker, fired in. It will just be a single. Good comeback there from Faizan.
It's an interesting matchup between these two sides, isn't it? Apex, certainly the favourites going into finals day, winning 7 of 8 of their games. Meanwhile, East Londoners squeaking through to finals day, but I suppose when it gets to the finals, all bets are off, aren't they? And it just depends on how you can get momentum going into the finals day. And sometimes then the team that has to play the early game just gets that momentum and rides that wave all the way through to the final. And that's certainly what the East Londoners are hoping for here.
Yeah, very much so. Athara Yadav, he's hoping that he gets a few more runs in this one like he did in the first match. And that's high. And it's probably going to go all the way as well. High into the sky. Well, somebody's left their chair. Well, that was the man who was having a beer a bit later. Maybe he's getting another couple of pints ready. One to be drinking and sipping on, the other to be on standby as he gets ready for the final. And take a look at that. Not a cloud in the sky of that part of the ground. As you can see there, that's well shown to us by our cameraman. And hasn't he been good? has Teddy. He's been spot on. And it's showing us all the angles and all the action.
I know it's National Beer Day, but usually having 2 drinks on the go at the same time is a punishable offence. Double parked. They call it something different in North America, but I'm not sure I'm allowed to say it on air, so I won't.
I see. Well, I was saying at the time, maybe it was happy hour, and he thought, well, okay, so I might as well get him in. I see Crooms at the far side of the ground in the sunshine. That's up in the air. This should be out. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, my God. I cannot believe it. How has he dropped this? That's Mohammed Faizan. He has dropped a dolly. Tina, can you believe it?
Wow. Too casual, wasn't he? He just thought he had it in the bag. Taking a look at the replay, well, he got underneath it, just took his eyes off it at the last moment and saw it slip through his hands. And what a missed opportunity there.
Wow. Vibber dropped. And now he's going to make him pay, isn't he, as he gets this one round about the shoulder. But he plays a nice-looking shot, whips it away. What an opportunity that was. Well, this was a shot that he did whip away. Gets his boundary, but big 6. That's costly, isn't it? He was, remember that, dropped on 5, and it was an absolute dolly. It really was an absolute dolly. And I think you're right. It's one of those that's so easy that you think, yeah, this is out. You take your eyes off the ball. Next thing you know, you're dropping it. And I wonder what the conversation is there, Tina, before the man who dropped the catch and the bowler.
I think it's pretty much a one-way conversation with the dropper not making eye contact because he knows that's a huge opportunity. We were just talking about how important it is to break this partnership early. They couldn't have had a better opportunity there. And of course, insult to injury, next one hit over the rope for 6. This one is going to get the treatment as well. And the most active fielder of the day, I think that's the first one he's let through his grasp. And face palm from the lady who's with him. Relationship over.
Well, he did save her earlier. This time, at least it wasn't fired at her. But and I like the way she just, what is that? She just picks up a bottle of something or a glass or something and says, I'm just going to have a sip of this. To be fair, he did save her earlier. Now, those two were sat, because yesterday we had a little bit more cloud cover, and they were sat a bit more out in the open. But today, they're under the trees there, so they're enjoying the cricket. Okay, now this one is going to be safe. I feel it's going to hit the ground and race away from the fielders, and that's exactly what happens. And just think about this. Poor old Mohammed Faizan, who put the catch down, and after the catch has gone down, every ball's gone to the boundary. 6, 6, 4 is almost like Vibra said, okay, I should have been gone. I'm still here. I'm just going to cash in. I'm going to make sure that luck is on my side, maybe. I'm going for it.
Sanwar must be fuming here. Should have picked up the wicket. Instead, has gone for 16 runs.
And now this is beautifully played again. It's that lovely shot. Good bit of foot skills there for a man who's got off his chair pretty quickly to stop that one. But here we go. A bit of showtime here now at Hornchurch. It would have been a big wide, but he still managed to play it away. And Vibur Yadav has decided he's going to show everybody every single shot in the book now that he's had a life.
Right on the ankle, that one, for the spectator. That will teach him for foot fielding. It was coming about 3 miles an hour. I think he probably could have just stopped it with his hands, but you'll have a nice bruise for his troubles. Brilliant shot there. Great piece of invention.
Short ball banged in, gets a dot ball in, starts with a dot. That should have been a wicket, finishes with a dot. But in between that, 20 runs come off, and all of them scored by the man he should have had out. Who wants to be a bowler? Oh boy, oh boy. Hello to Christopher Ward, who is in the chat. And Christopher saying that the grass reminds him of pictures of the summer of 76. I know what you're talking about. I think that's the summer that, even though I was earlier, I would have been at 76, pretty young, under double figures. But I remember it well. It was hot. And that was when we used to keep our water pistols in the fridge and take them up to bed at night, and used to fire the pistols up in the air so the cold water would come and hit us the days before fans and AC, as that is going to be, well stocked. And whatever you use, whatever part of your body, if the ball doesn't go for 4, I think the bowler will take that. And who's bowling? Yep, you got it. the man who dropped the sitter.
Certainly got some making up to do here. First over went for 16. I suppose you can put all 20 runs in that second over next to his name as well. But it started off well here. That's should just be a single. A nice little comeback here. 3 balls without a boundary.
Yeah, I like the little change up of pace there as well. That one was slightly slower, but it was nice and full as well. This is the wicket that he wants to get. The man he dropped. Firmly hit down the ground. Well, he ain't going to get him out yet. That's going to be 4 more. Still in the power play, of course. A good, nice little pick up one-handedly and gets that one back.
Decent start here from the East Londoners, still in the power play. Haven't lost a wicket, most significantly. Despite that huge opportunity. Expected score up at 160. They probably more looking towards 180, 200, especially if these two get going again.
That's well bowled. Dug out there by Vibber. They'll take the single. Thinking about taking the second there, but decided against it. Don't think it was on. I think it's the right decision. And a good crowd has gathered here now as Hornchurch starting to fill up with people that have come in to watch the final. See some of the Hornchurch regulars here as well. Oh, that could be close. It's a direct hit. Well, let the umpire make a decision, batter. It's a direct hit. See this here. So, does well, gets the throw in. Gets the bat down. Well run. And then says, Aja, let me give you a hug, umpire.
Probably a hug of relief that the umpire gave the decision his way. Good call, though. Good slide of the bat as well to make sure he was home. Perfect time for a final, isn't it? 5 p.m. on a Friday. Sunny weather. National Beer Day. What more could you want?
What more? Well, a cold beer, maybe, especially up here in the attic. It's going to be a bit of ground to cover for the fielder and does well. Of Faizan, he may have dropped the catch, but he's put in a good over in there. In fact, a good couple of overs. Just 20 coming from these two. But, of course, the catch is the thing that he's going to be reminded of because at the moment, as Vibber Yadav has moved into the 30s, he was on 5 when he was put down. So all of these are valuable runs, and we know that he is such a destructive player, but still 44, restricting a hard-hitting side like the East Londoners to 44 in the power play. They'll settle for that.
Yeah, not too bad. Faizan, especially good 2 overs from him in the power play, going for just 20 runs, not picking up a wicket. Probably should have had his name on the score sheet with a catch. It is, though, delicately balanced, I think, here after the power play. Got to say a shout-out to everyone who's looked after us today. I don't know if it's been like this the last 2 weeks, but I've been showered with food. And I don't know if it's my reputation precedes me, but I've had the ginger cake from Julian and Sarah.
Yeah.
I've had John bring me mini eggs. And then I've had Birdie from Hornchurch, who got me with the jelly deals last year. And I think he's been feeling bad for a whole year. So he came with sweeter treats this time. So.
Yeah, what's the story with the jelly deals then? As that's going to be another one. Doesn't go to the boundary. Should just be a single.
Well, firstly, I'm lucky that it wasn't caught on camera because that would have been something I would have never lived down. But I was told by, I think, the umpires, and this is why you never trust an umpire, is that there's no bone in a jelly deal. They'll like, just put it in whole, you'll be fine. So I that's exactly what I did. But, of course, there's a massive spine going through the back of a jelly deal.
Oh.
So everything came back out.
Oh. Oh, dear.
Yeah. I think the taste is still in my mouth a year later.
Okay, high in the ears. Anybody get anywhere near this? I suspect not. And they will. Will they stop the boundary? It looks like they have. So it's another one that's sliced off the top edge of the bat. One before did go to the boundary. This one kind of bounces kindly for the fielder, but he almost carries it over the rope here. See, it bounces just in front of him. And he just had to keep his balance. Batters do come back and take a couple.
Been a good little period, though, for Apex. Now 5 deliveries without a boundary. Still looking to get to that 50 are the 2 Yadavs.
And that one is going to be whipped away. It's not the best of deliveries this from Umer Riaz. Now, we know that Riaz is a good player. He's a fiery player. He does like to... Oh, where are you? You're doing a disappearing act. Abracadabra, where are you? There you are.
Well, I'm on my small chair rather than my bar stool. Clearly, you're already prepared for the pub on your bar stool. We'll do the old switcheroo.
The switcheroo? Come on.
Thank you very much, Paolo.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, that camera's obviously just moved a little bit. We'll get Path to sort that out a bit earlier. But we're here. Tina is here. It is the final. I hope you're enjoying the final. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We certainly are. And let's see how this next one goes. And remember, do follow us. Sanu tuzi jalur follow karo. Shukriya tuzi sanu follow kar deya. Messages sanu pejo. We certainly enjoy your messages. And can't reply to them all, but this is where we we use this as our platform. It's like I've got somebody bouncing on the top of my head there. Is that Bolo? I can't trust Bolo. He's always doing mischievous things behind there. That one gets fielded.
I feel like I'm about to sing some kind of duet with you.
Yeah, where's the microphone? We just give it the old... but we can't... Thing is, we can't move to... I've noticed, though, this new camera is pretty good. But if we move around too much, it does kind of, one of us will disappear. But yeah, jackets are off, everybody, because it's getting pretty warm now in the attic. Let's see where this one goes. And it's not a bad delivery. No run. Hold on to it, says the bowler, Riaz. And looking to get a good over in here. Thank you for that, Path. We can now go back to the normal display as we have a look at the fours and maximos in the events. Look at the boundary percentage, 81%. And we said that at the start of the day, 10,500 runs was scored. But you can see the number of those, or number of percentage of boundaries is quite crazy. Maximo count, 938. And that's signaled as a wide by the umpire. One for the over, signal there as well. Let's have a look at this again. Umar Riaz got a lovely flow to him. Hits there's no doubt about that. Is over the head. You can see some youngsters are on their bikes. Nice, lot of places around here in this borough of Havering to go for walks and bicycle rides, especially around that Hornchurch Country Park. Well, goes for the funky shot, but he could be in trouble. Oh, no way. Oh, boy, I can't believe it. This time, it's a wicketkeeper, Patil, that puts it down. He has this. He watches it into the gloves. Now, I wonder if this is when he hits the ground, it falls out, but he had it all the way, and Vibur Yadav, has got dropped again.
I think it's certainly the more difficult of the two opportunities. Running back the keeper, I think, just loses a bit of orientation in the air. Still, though, you'd expect to take that one, especially with the big mitts on. He manages to contrive to drop it, and this is exactly what you can't afford to do. Apex United give these two batters out there in the middle the opportunity. They haven't exactly got away from them yet, but certainly you'll live to regret these catches if they do go on to go big.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, sometimes a batter can get dropped and you think, well, it's not a big thing because they're not really going well. But Vibur Yadav, that's twice he's been dropped now. He's been dropped on 5 and 31. And Umar Riaz gets a good over in there. 4 overs completed. 10 runs coming off that one. It's 54 without loss. You could see that Paolo was stood there probably thinking, I would have had that. Polo, so the opportunity not taken, and the two batters just coming together here for a moment. Not sure. We've got a little bit of a hold up here. Could have something to do with the scoring system. And while we have a bit of a break here, we can always go and talk a little bit about on this day back in time, 1948 at the Olympics in London. Track and field athlete Fanny Blankers-Cohen, who was pregnant with a third child, helped the Dutch team win the 4x100 relay, becoming the first woman to capture 4 gold medals in a single games. She earlier had won the 100 meters, 200 meters, and the 80 meters hurdle. So I think it's just some treatment being done there to the keeper. Grazed his arm a bit when he was trying to take that catch.
Do you think the unborn child should get a medal as well?
Can you imagine? This medal belongs to you. Yeah. Was pregnant with a 3rd child at the time.
Wow.
That's quite unbelievable. Back in 1948. Still, now there seems to be a gathering of players having a chat with the umpire, Mohammed Adnan, about something. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. Path, you know what's going on here? Yeah, we know about the drop catch, Path. But why we got there's Bowler there. See, Bowler's looking on, but something's obviously happened. The umpires are involved, but whatever it is seems to be sorted. The next bowler has been given the ball. Maybe they just were waiting for the keeper Patil to recover.
Yeah, it did hit him square in the chest, didn't it? So maybe just needed a moment or two to compose himself. Hurt pride, hurt chest. Certainly hurts score as well. Those 2 opportunities both going a begging. Akhtar coming in to bowl the 5th here. 4th bowler used for Apex.
Once again, good length. It's pitched up. No run taken. Zain Akhtar now. He's a guy who, I remember in the match yesterday when it looked like the Sharks were going to get the victory against Apex, but Zain Akhtar came on and bowled 2 brilliant overs. That one's a bit over-pitched. It's going to be hit straight down the ground in between the 2 straight fielders. That is going to be 4 runs. This field, very orthodox kind of field at the moment. You've got those 3 on 3 there on the leg side. And then you have, of course, on the offside, you've got the long off and a sweeper that's in place that we can just see as we reach out, lean out the window. I can see that another parasol has turned up. I reckon they've nicked that from the leisure centre, you know, because I was kind of looking at those yesterday when Tony was showing us the Howard Lodge Leisure Centre and saying those parasols could be useful over here. It looks like somebody's had that idea. Wants to get funky. It's going to be called a wide. I just wonder here, when you see a batter do this, aren't you better off? I mean, if I'm seeing this movement from a batter, I'm getting that Yorker in there. Or, you know what? I'm just going to stop and say, you know what? No, I'm not going to bowl this. And think, well, if that's what you're going to do, put it on his toes.
Yeah, he's getting into position quite early, isn't he? Goes again. This time he absolutely launches that one into outer space. I suppose that's the risk then if you do go for the fuller delivery, don't get it exactly right, then you're going to be pummeled away. That's exactly what Zain Akhtar has experienced there.
Yeah, it has to be the perfect Yorker, doesn't it? It's got to be right up there. So the batter who's moved right across is either going to miss it, and if you strap his pads, then you've got a good chance at a leg before, or you knock the stumps out of the ground. I don't think, though, coming right arm around the wicket is going to be the way to be bowling to someone like Vibor, who's now eyeing up a 50. He's moved to 49, having been dropped on 5 and 31. As we get a bit of cool air that comes in here from nowhere all of a sudden. So that's nice. You could do with some cool air.
As long as we don't have the hurricane that we suddenly had in the Zurich final.
If that happens, then it's, you know what I'm going to say, it's all down to you. Full toss. Doesn't hit it right. Fielder, surely this time it will be taken. 3rd time lucky, and Vibor Yadav doesn't make the most of the opportunities that he gets. Dropped on 5, dropped on 31, had an opportunity to score his 50 and more, but he will get out the captain on 49. And finally, this partnership is broken.
Better late than never for the fielding side, and Apex United do get their man. Of the 2, Vibor was probably racing along a bit more nicely than Athafa, but he departs 1 shy of his half-century. That brings Donald McDonald to the crease, who's kind of had fits and starts so far, but is due a big score here, and this would be the perfect time to get it in the final. Still just over half of the innings left. Expected score not even at 150. Certainly East Londoners will be looking at, in an ideal world, they want to get up to 180-ish.
Yeah.
Still a long way away now at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's what they want to get to. I mean, take a look at some of the bowlers who will come back. I mean, Sanawal And you got Umar Riaz, who certainly bowl one more. Akhtar always gets a good spell in, and 1 for 17 so far. And he's been looking to avoid going to the boundary here from Donald. Donald hits it up in the air, and it's not going to be, oh, well, it's one of those where I think the fielder does come in thinking about the catch first of all, and then once he knows he's not going to get there, he needs to be stopping this. And unless it was the bounce that beats him, I don't think on that occasion it was, so that's a little bit sloppy. And once again, it's another bowler that's going to feel a little bit disappointed that with the fielders around him. He'll go for 21, score 75 for 1 at the halfway point. And Donald McDonald does start with a boundary.
Perfect start for him. And in the previous game, I think he started with back-to-back boundaries, but just wasn't able to push on. I suppose the one thing that you'd be slightly concerned about here for the East Londoners is that Yadav hasn't really fired 16 off 9 so far. That's a disappointing return for him, especially with the high standards he has for himself. But he's still there and looking to build a partnership now with McDonald.
Riaz, they're not holding him back. They want him to try and knock out another wicket or two. Starts with a short one. Has he got enough of this? Fielder is out there on the boundary, and the catch has been taken, and that's exactly what they wanted. It could also be here, Tina, something that works well for the East Londoners, because you said it, that Yadav, and this is Athara Yadav, wasn't really going well. Now, we know they've got other batters to come. You've got the likes of Parth Thakkar, who could be coming in next, or maybe they go for Haston Jackson. So there's other batters there that can go with a much better strike rate. So maybe this isn't a bad thing for the East Londoners.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice grab there in the deep by Abdullah Zubair. Comfortable one in the end. I think you're right. Time for someone else to step up and try and accelerate the scoring. And it looks like it will be Parth Thakkar take on that responsibility, trying to recreate what he did in that first game, which was 23 off just 5 deliveries. That was at the end of the innings, a bit of a cameo there. But now he's got time to try and boost this score. 75 for 2. So certainly below par from where they'd want to be, the East Londoners.
Yeah, if you think about the last 2 matches, I think at this point, there were, about 90 to 100 they had on the board already. So they always make good starts. But still, we know that they've got the batting and the firepower to accelerate at any moment. Good heavy delivery from Umar Riaz. A few people asking the question that why didn't we see Umar Riaz playing the last couple of games? And the answer to that was quite simply, remember he was suspended for 3 matches after a bit of an incident in one of their matches. I think it was the match against the Camilla Warriors, when having lost that match, when he conceded 4 off the last ball and they needed 2 to win. And he was a little bit naughty. He got right into not just into the face of the batter who was celebrating, but did kind of hold on to his grill and shake him around a little bit. And of course, we can't be doing things like that. The umpires and bowler got together and decided that his punishment will be a 3-match ban. So he is back, and so far he's been on good behaviour, and he's actually putting in a great over here. 3 balls, 3 dots, which includes a wicket.
Yeah, there's certainly a line between passion and violence, and that was not trodden very well by Riaz, but he's come back maybe with a point to prove here.
Another dot. Well. Parth Thakkar, who we know is an aggressive hitter. Well, remember in the last match when Jackson was doing this and Parth was at the other end creaming the ball to the boundary, standing still, and we were saying that Jackson needs to learn here from Parth. Well, maybe Parth has started to learn the bad habits of Jackson. And now you feel that he's going to be trying probably the same again. Having missed 3 deliveries on the spin, he'll be trying to swing hard to get a boundary away to say, well, okay, at least I've got 1 out of here. What's Riaz going to do? Something different? No, same high ball again, but this time it will go to the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs as the backward point part of the the boundary here not being covered. They've got the sweeper out at cover.
Fourth time lucky there for Path. Bit surprising that we haven't seen Gurveer Saini come out. He scored 80 off 23 in the previous game. So he'd be the best batter in terms of momentum going into this final. Aston Jackson as well, 47 off 16. Both of those remained not out. That's what boosted the score from 70 for 4 to 203 for 4. But both of them twiddling their thumbs at the moment in the dugout.
Oh, that's a very good delivery. And look at the effort ball there from Umar Riaz. I mean, he's put so much into this. Watch him go. So there's the dot. Nice taken there by Patil. But it was a proper effort. Bend your back delivery there from Riaz. 79 for 2. Top over. Top bit of bowling. Only 4 coming off that one. 79 for 2.
Just not quite got going here. East Londoners. Expected score well below where they would want it to be. And again, I know these two have only faced 6 balls between them, but certainly Path Thakur, he's got to go one way or another, either go big or get out, because as we just mentioned, there's players coming in, kicking their heels, just waiting to get out there.
Yeah, I think what they've done is they've stuck with the same order that they used in the last match, but the difference is in the last match, Donald was going well, Thakur was going well. So I wonder if Vibber is not shy of retiring batters out. We have seen him do it in this series. In fact, we've seen a number of teams retire batters out to good effect. And it's going to be a wide first up from the leading wicket taker as Farhan Kiani comes on to bowl.
Donald McDonald in the previous game hit 3 sixes and then got out on the 4th ball, but I kind of call that a good innings in T10. Finally, he hits one in anger, and it's the first 6 of his innings. So he's going well. Thakur at the other end just needs to find something from somewhere or seed the innings to, you'd imagine, either Saini or Jackson, who are both in a good bit of form after the previous game.
Yeah, that was a nice strike. There is a fielder there. In fact, it was going straight to him, but it's cleared in by a couple of meters. And, well, that fielder's going to go into the shade for a moment or two. I think he's going to enjoy it in there for a moment. Goes into the shade, gets a bit of a respite, and now comes running back with the ball in hand. Good solid strike there taken. As we say hi to everybody in the chat. Now, remember, the cricket doesn't come to an end after today here at Hornchurch. Of course, we've all been enjoying some great cricket at the weekend from Portugal. They're from the SCG, the beautiful Centrum Cricket Ground. That continues tomorrow and Sunday. That's going to be another one that's going to be out of here, is it? Fielder getting underneath it and just not able to keep the ball in play. Gets a hand to it. We'll see it again here. Well captured once again by Teddy. So up in the air. Here comes the fielder. Gets a hand, but just not able to get it. Look at that. Brilliant work from Teddy. Teddy's pretty close to the action there as well. They think about the run. Should have had the run. Don't take the run. It's going to be a valuable dot ball from Kiani. So it's gone wide, 6-6, as Donald McDonald goes looking for the big shot again. Still waiting to whip the bails off if one comes through to him. Like that, but that's going to be another wide. Second one that Kiani's bowled a little bit quicker and flatter outside the off, but he's not able to sneak it inside that wide line. Too full toss, Gandhi ball, hammered down the ground for 6. That's gone a long way. And with all these spectators now having moved from that part of the ground, it means that the fielder has to take a little jog all the way to where we had the fire last week to retrieve that one.
Now that the sun is moving across, coming up to 25 to 6 local time, the shadows are descending, which means that spectators are creeping towards the pitch as well. They've had to start pretty much in the car park because of the midday sun, but now they're getting up close and personal with the action just as it heats up out there in the middle. It's a big final. One of these sides will be lifting that trophy in less than an hour's time. say it's still very much in the balance. East Londoners one shy of their 100 now, and they'll get there with a wide.
Yeah, that's the third one here in the other. Kiani, I mentioned this so many times, haven't I? Kiani and also his captain, Imran Safdar. They do make a habit of this. And that's another one that's get pelted away. So this is the over that the East Londoners needed. And it's Donald McDonald that has delivered again as he crunches that one for a big six. And whoever that is sat over there, not too keen to get up and pass the ball back. Let's have a look. Let's keep on this. Who's that hiding in there? Well, just two people minding their own business. You can see that nobody's in the lovers' corner today, where that bench is empty. I suppose now that it's been caught on camera, nobody wants to go there.
We don't know about the new lovers' corner, Rico.
Oh, another wide. Good stop there by Patil. Well, yesterday there was the bench that you see kind of there at square leg. Two people were sat there minding their own business, and the young man was just reaching over to give his loved one a peck on the cheek, and the grizzly came along and clonked him on the foot. And then all of a sudden they looked up. They could see everybody was looking at them, and they were busted. Oh, not again. Boy, oh boy. Gianni. That's going to be the fifth wide. So this is kind of going wide six, and now it's gone wide. I'm pretty sure the boundary will come because he'll try and go straighter. Full toss, and there it is. So it's a terrible over. It's going to go for 35. It's not quite the highest. The highest that we've seen has been 37. We've seen two lots of 37. But that over is exactly what the doctor ordered for the East Londoners. They're back on track for a big score.
Massive over. It's only the third over that actually goes for more than 20. Ends up going for 35, not helped by those 5 wides and 5 sixes. Those were the entirety of the scoring shots in that over. And suddenly has boosted the projected score for the East Londoners. They've got 18 balls left here to do the damage. Again, only 5 bowlers used for Apex United. So you imagine we'll be seeing Mehran Sanwal and, well, will Farhan Kiani come back for his second, having just gone for 35, or do they turn to a 6th bowler for now? Looks like Zain Akhtar will return for his second.
Yeah, Akhtar will continue. I think they will have to go back to him because I don't think they have the options. I mean, Safdar certainly will, you would imagine, bowl an over. That one goes through. So Zain Akhtar, who would have been disappointed to have gone for 21 in the last. It was a couple of fielding errors on 2 of the balls that he bowled. I suppose if you're Kiani, you'll say, well, I bowled 11 deliveries. It wasn't that bad. Now, we're seeing a retirement here. We're seeing a retirement. I knew that this would happen. So after swinging and missing at that one, Parth Thakur is going to be retired out by the captain, and Haston Jackson comes in. I think that's a very good move.
Yep. Something had to give, and Thakur was just chewing up deliveries. 6 he used altogether, just actually only hit 1 scoring shot and 5 dot balls.
Yeah.
Something you can't afford in this short format. So Haston Jackson comes in. Big responsibility on his shoulders now, though.
Well, there we go. Boom. Boom. Shaka lagia. Kinna sona. There goes Kroom. Andale, Iba. Kroom wearing his bucket hat and his outstanding Peacock Friday number. And good shot. And yeah, I just think it's the right thing to do. They've given him 6 deliveries. He's only, as you said, hit 1 of them to the boundary. And when you got the likes of Jackson there who can come and do the job. And also, don't forget, Gurnek Saini, who batted beautifully. He made 80, didn't he, in the last match? I mean, why wouldn't you go to him? So we're going to miss this time. That's a good comeback there from Akhtar. He kind of interestingly poised, but the question could be, as you said, who comes back to bowl. Sanawal certainly will bowl 1. He went for 20. It's played along the deck. It should be stopped. It will be stopped. Nicely done. And He gets applauded, and the fielder in return applauds the bowler, Zain Akhtar.
Yeah, it's tough to either go to a new bowler in the 9th or 10th over, or to go back to someone who's been hit for 35. Could be a big decision, though, for the skipper with the final on the line here.
Yeah, it is huge. This captain, Safta actually probably bowled the best spell that I've seen him in this series so far against the Sharks. He took 3 for 33, so I'm actually quite surprised that Kiani came on to bowl before him, and then that he hasn't bowled. But oh, that's good delivery. That's so close to knocking the timber out of the ground. It's a good finish from Akhtar and a good spell from him. 1 for 29. So after a very big over that went for 35, Akhtar's kept it pretty steady there. 122 for 3. So just the 8 runs coming off that. So well bowled again from Akhtar. And they are going to go to Sanawal, but the question still is, who will bowl the last? I still think you're better off going with the slower bowler. I just think maybe the slower bowlers, particularly in the cases here of Apex United, have just been they've been too focused in trying to get that ball wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Gurneck Saini, who we haven't seen yet with the bat, he bowled in that previous game, picked up 2 wickets with a bit of slower bowling. So I think you've got to be brave to do it, but you're often rewarded, especially if the pace is being hit to the boundary, although on that occasion, there's just zipped through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of these type of shots also being played and missed by the East Londoners. When it's pitched up, I mean, full toss, they've just they put away, no problems. But anything that's been banged in kind of short of a length, they have missed more than they've hit. And I think Sanawal will be looking to hit the same areas again. He does, but this time it has been picked up and it will be dispatched in the gap between the mid-wicket and long on. That will be 6 runs. Just, I suppose there, you know where it's going to be. So McDonald was waiting for it. After missing the first, he makes contact with this one. He's moved swiftly along to 41 off 10. And, yeah, pretty impressive rate, hitting at over 400.
Going along nicely and probably achieving what the 2 openers did, which is go at a quick rate as well. Vibhor Yadav, he did get to 49, but it took him 20 balls to get there. And as we said, Atafa Yadav never really got going. 16 off 10. Donald McDonald going well here.
He is indeed. And these two, on a number of occasions early on in this series, in the group stages, when they came together, put some very good partnerships together. They've got a good understanding between them. They're very quick, both of them, in between the wickets. Not that I think they're going to be running too many. They're still looking for boundaries. A bit of a fuel change here. Backward point has been sent back. So it's almost like Sanawal says, I'm going to bang this one in really short. But instead, it's the bluff. He pitches it up. Single gets taken, so you don't mind the singles. A good comeback. It's gone .6 and 1 so far from Sanawal.
Nine balls left. Expected score at 152. Certainly the East Londoners will be looking at 150 as a bare minimum. With wickets still in hand and big hitters still to come. Jackson Gamble hasn't really paid off yet with him coming in. The retirement of his teammate Parth Thakur. He hit that big 6 first up and we thought, right, we're in business here. But since then, has only been able to hit a couple of singles.
Yeah, I think with this innings, I think you were looking earlier at the ball by ball and the number of dots. I think the issue that we've had in this innings is there's been a high percentage of dot balls. And so there have been some boundaries. And of course, Donald McDonald, he's not been guilty of that, but all the other batters have been. Short, he was waiting for it, gets the swivel on it. It's a little bit of the, as that one gets worked away for another boundary. So Donald, he's going well. He's clubbing it. He's enjoying himself. He's having a party. He's having a fiesta. Some of the other batters are not going as well.
Yeah, 15 dots so far in this innings, which is far too many in any game, let alone a final against a formidable batting lineup in Apex United. Donald McDonald, East, making sure that the score is respectable, if not formidable here for his side. As the man goes in comes back out shirtless, but with the ball, and that's the main thing for us.
Yeah, just thank you very much to that gentleman. I saw him walking across, and he sees the ball get past him, and he says, a bit of cricket. And he's probably thinking, when I used to play, the balls used to be red. And well, can he finish well here? Donald would love to bring up a 50 here. Will he do it? Vibayetta fell one short. And well, maybe he tries something different. Goes for a Yorker length. That's been hit well. And it's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And well done, well batted to Donald McDonald. He's kept his innings alive for his side, it has to be said. And just misses the Yorker, Sunwal. Donald doesn't miss it. 4 runs, end of the over, 140 for 3. We go into the last. A magical one gets them 160-ish.
18 runs coming off that one, thanks to the big hitting of Donald McDonald, getting to his half-century in just 13 deliveries, including 7 Maximos. And now just a question of who will bowl the last. The only bowler that's bowled so far who is an option is Farhan Kiani. He's gone for 35 in his 1 over, and it looks like they're rolling the dice here and throwing the ball instead to Manjinder Singh. Tough task for him coming into this now, with Jackson looking to hit him to the rope. No room for error here, 140 for 3.
Yeah, well, Manjinder Singh, this is a bit of a surprise that the captain doesn't fancy it himself. Manjinder, well, is this one going to get through the 2 fielders? It is indeed. 4 runs. And once again, anything that's hit nice and straight is going to go to the boundary. So Cuatro Carreras has a lovely breeze. Once again, comes into the attic. First time, you definitely do have a thing about bringing a breeze in. I was going to say you have a thing about wind, but I thought that's probably not going to sound very well. So and
I mean, I have had a lot of treats today, so.
You have. Up in the air. Is he going to clear the fielder here? And, oh, boy. Well, I think that is the cameraman down. Well. Teddy. Well, Teddy, somebody get a bandage for Teddy. The Teddy is down because that was going straight for Teddy. And Teddy, you've probably been knocked over there, but you may have been saved. Your bacon might have been saved there by Umair. That was Umair Riaz. Teddy, give us a thumbs up if you're okay, Teddy. Let us know you're okay. We're all concerned about you now. Teddy, we're concerned. There we go. Teddy is fine. You had us worried. Shot. Gone. 6. Shaba. Kinna sona. Jabardast batting. Así me gusta. 6 carreras más. Kroom, he's everywhere today, is Kroom. Protecting the kids, I think, there in the playground. And, well, one of the kids says, here you go. I found it. Good shot. Lovely shot. Beautifully timed. Going after Manjinder Singh here. A couple of balls to come. 157. Well, that's a better ball. And it's got past 1. It's running away. It's going to be 4. Oh, boy. There's somebody there enjoying the sunshine. Oh, I tell you what. He's going to get stuck to that bench, you know. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think that's probably, is that off the bat or leg bias? I'm waiting for that to come up here. Going on as bat, 161. Huge delivery coming up. Manjinder takes the wicket. Knocks over the stance when he gets his one full and straight. So Donald McDonald will go on 62 of the very last ball of the innings. It's 161 for 4. 162 will be the target. Well, myself and Tina have been saying that I think 180 is what teams would want to be looking for batting first. However, Tina, it has to be said, it scores on the board in a final.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that all day today as well, that it's been a tough day to chase, and that's certainly what the East Londoners will be hoping for here. And they have to say thank you to Donald McDonald. 62, he finishes off just the 16 deliveries, including 8 sixes. Aston Jackson, little cameo from him after he came in from the retirement of Parth Thakur. but it's probably about evenly balanced, you'd say. You wouldn't want to call this one at the halfway stage. Runs on the board for Apex, if you told them before the game, having lost the toss, that they're chasing 162, they probably would have taken that as well.
I think you're right. I get the feeling here that Apex United, the team that they are, they're not going to change the way they go. They're going to be looking to put themselves well in front in the power play. If they can get, to around about that 55, 65 mark, then they'll fancy themselves to go on from there, because they certainly will take that rate required to around about the 14 mark. And I think if it's around about there and they got those key wickets in hand, I think they'll fancy themselves to do it. And I think East Londoners, they will know that they've got to knock out those earlier batters. Maybe the East Londoners will be a little bit smarter about the way they go about this. It wouldn't hurt them if they try something different. Maybe try with the slower bowlers to start.
Yeah, just something different to try and put Apex off their rhythm, because you'd say that they're not exactly quaking in their boots at this total. But as you said, Rico, it's very important to get runs on the board. And East Londoners have done that here, thanks in large part to Donald McDonald, finishing not unbeaten, but more or less, as he gets 62 in the end. So it's going to be an intriguing one, with the final chase of this ECS here in Hornchurch coming up in just a few moments' time. It's certainly one that you won't want to miss. So join me, Tina and Rico, as we take you through the action in about 5 to 8 minutes here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for a tense innings, the very last of this European cricket series here in Hornchurch. What a blast it has been. It has been absolutely sensational. I've loved being back in England and the weather has been great. And it's been great to be here in Hornchurch. And I've got to say, it's great to be at a proper traditional English club. It's been absolutely pucker. I don't know if that's a word that they use here in East London, but it has been. It's been great. It reminds me of one of the reasons why I got involved in cricket. I think when you're a youngster, it's not so much the game itself that you learn and you develop your skills and understanding of the game during time, but it's the people involved around the game, the people involved, the fun that they bring, the care that they give you, the support that they give you as they nurture you through those earlier years. And that certainly is something that is very evident here at Hornchurch. It's a fun club. It's a club where people enjoy themselves. There's plenty of laughter. There's plenty of banter. And also it's a club that does so much for the community around here. So it's great to be here. Great to be at Hornchurch. Enjoy the last innings to all the spectators down there and everybody that's watching at home. Arika full here. And shortly we'll be joined by Tina as well as we get ready for the start here. And Guevara will bowl the first. Faizan. Well, just defensively plays this one out. We haven't seen too many batters wanting to just block out the first, but Mohamed Faizan, maybe the pressure of the final does just that. He's out there with Numan Javed, who in the last match certainly showed what he's capable of. And I did see Numan Javed. That's in the air. The fielder has to try and take the catch, but the sun was in his eyes. I could see him as the ball was in the air, trying to get the sun out of his eyes. But look, you know, you got to know the situation. You know you're in that part of the field. You got to have the shades on. No shades. He gets blinded by the sun, not able to take the catch. Huge moment. Mohamed Faizan dropped on 0. Oh, how big could that be? Some people probably already thinking that catch could be the match. Catch da short dita. But shat match we short dita. Board badda catch siga. Board badda chance siga. Doesn't get taken. Oh, now Javed plays all the way around this. I saw Javed before the start of this match at the end of that qualifier number 2. And he was saying, I performed today, Rika. You said that you haven't really seen much from me. And I said, yep, you certainly did. And he did. He proved himself in that win earlier today when he scored that 87 of 26. But this is when it counts. That's one thing I say. Look, we have seen some great batting, you know, before the start of today. We've seen 10 centuries. And they've been good centuries. I'm not going to take anything away from it. But it's the performances when it matters. It's the performances in the crunch games that count. Who's going to be able to do it? That's the question. Short delivery. It's going to get played away. It probably will go all the way. It will. Manos arriba from the El Vitro. 6 carreras. Needed that boundary coming up to the end of this over. 1 ball still to go. Test him outside the off stump. That's Hanagavari. But the batter was waiting for it. And Numan Javed gets it away. So that ball has to be fetched. It's a little bit of time. And for me to just talk about 1 or 2 other things that have been happening around here. 2017, back on this day, England beat South Africa by 177 runs in the 4th test at Old Trafford to march to a 3-1 series win in Joe Root's first series as captain. Moeen Ali was the star of the show, scoring a crucial 75 not out in the second innings to swell South Africa's target to 380 before derailing their chase with figures of 5 for 69. Moeen thereby became the 9th player to score 250 runs and take 25 wickets in a test series. Waiting, I think, for the fielder to come back into the field of play. He does. Here comes Hanagavadi again. And it's going to be the same shot, the uppercut for 6. Seis Guerreras Mas. 2 very important shots at the end of the over. And they will go to double figures. Important runs there. As Tina does join me back. Tina, very important that he got those 2 away, because otherwise it would have been a quiet over. But as it is, it's 13 off the first.
Absolutely. Would have been a dream start for East Londoners had they restricted Apex to just a handful of singles. But those 2 big blows at the end mean it's probably all square. That required rate, touch above 16. So they certainly don't want too many overs below that rate. But they also know they've got room to accelerate. And it's certainly not that 200 chase that we've seen in the previous 2 games. It's a much more comfortable one here for Apex. But as we said at the end of the previous innings, the runs are on the board. You never know. In a final, pressure does strange things to people.
Yeah, it does. But, Tina, it's not rocket science in terms of if you're fielding there on the leg side boundary with the sun coming down, get a pair of shades on. And I can still see the fielders that are out there, 2 of them, that are staring right in the sun. No shades.
It's not like the sun has only just come out as well. It's been blazing down all day. They've had time to work it out. And unfortunately, an opportunity that goes a-begging. Faizan, he hasn't made the most of it so far, but you don't want to give him too many lives.
And here he goes. Flicks this one away. And it's going to be 4 runs. And once again, there he goes. Nobody on that bench to stop it. At least this one does hit the metal grilled fence and stays this side of the park. Had a nice walk around before the start of this final. A lot of people in here enjoying the beer on International Beer Day. So cheers to everybody down there. Cheers from myself and Tina. And don't forget, we will have a short trophy presentation ceremony after the final. And then after that, we certainly will join you for a nice cold pint of beer on International Beer Day.
Yeah, absolutely. And whoever wins this one will have cause for celebration as well. Budget might not extend to champagne bottles flying around, but certainly they'll be lifting that glorious trophy up in the air, whoever wins this one.
Yeah, there will be a new champion, a 4th champion, of course, in England. Of course, we've seen tournaments being played at Wimbledon and 2nd time here, Hornchurch. Here comes Jackson again. That's going to be hit down the ground. It's a cracking shot from Mohammed Faizan. And he's just letting them know that he's not a player that you want to give a chance to, because he can really make you pay. And he's doing just that. After being dropped, he's hit the next 2 balls to the boundary, 4 and 6.
It was an outrageous shot, wasn't it? Just a front arm jab. I think his bat on the swing through never got above about shin height. But it went all the way, and that's 4 boundaries in a row now.
Got to stop the right. Jackson coming in again, where this time goes short, outside the off. It's a very, very good take there. It's an interesting one, this. I mean, this must have moved a lot after it's gone past the bat, because he was going down or standing kind of on the off, just outside off, and had to dive towards the leg side to stop it. It's a bit of movement there from Jackson. Gets a dot ball in, the heavy ball outside the off. Faizan plays at it and misses it. Lower ball, cleverly disguised, but well watched by the batter. Faizan takes the single.
Every over is almost a game within a game here, isn't it? Looking to see if they can get to that required rate of 16. So far, they've got 11 off the over, 2 left. So if they can avoid conceding another boundary here, then Jackson will certainly be happy with his contribution. These 2 go to the rope, then it's advantage Apex once more.
Oh, well, that really does tuck him up. Is a quick delivery there to Javed. And the difference between this short delivery to Javed than the ones that were bowled at him from Hanagavadi, it's right at him. It's right at his body. He has no room whatsoever to maneuver this over the leg side. So good, sharp delivery there from Jackson. Looking to finish a good over here. I get the feeling that something's going to give here. And there is something who's going to give. It was that slower ball from Jackson. Javed had already made up his mind he was going to go for it. It's the commentator's kiss right on cue. And it's going to be Javed who's going to go for 12. And it's Jackson that breaks through.
It's almost like you've done this before, Rico. You could see it coming.
Yeah.
With those couple of dots either side of the single. Javed went for one big swing too many. Has to go. Jackson rewarded for just sticking around. First two balls go to the rope, but he has the last laugh as he gets the wicket on the final ball of the second over. 24 for 1. Early breakthrough then for the East Londoners. That's exactly what they need. Not only the wicket, but that over only goes for 11. So the game within the game on that occasion goes the way of the fielding side.
Yeah, now this is where in the past somebody like Roger Sharma would be coming in and I'd be saying, well, they might have lost Javed early, which happened several times in the group stages, but Sharma comes in and takes the match away from the opposition. But no Sharma, of course, in the side. So it'd be interesting who they go with here. They could go with Majinder Singh. They've actually gone with Umar Riaz, who didn't do too bad, did he, in the earlier qualifier when he came out. He was good with the ball, and he certainly was good with the bat as well, scoring 34. So he's a good player, he's a good all-rounder, and he's a hard hitter. And while they're still in the power play, it probably makes sense that he comes out before Majinder.
Interesting call here as well for the bowling side as they throw the ball to Kabir Krishna. Kritik just has the one over then in the power play. Went for 13. Could have maybe come back for his second, having started so well. They throw the ball to Krishna as Faizan faces up already on his second life of this innings.
I don't mind it. It's what we were talking about just before the break, wasn't it? Would they try something different? Maybe open up with the slower bowlers, because you know that these hard-hitting Apex United batters do prefer pace in the balls. So this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, it could go horribly wrong, but it could also work out an absolute treat for them. Krishna with his first. He's going to start with a bit of a wide. We've got the field set there in trying to set a trap there on the offside. Maybe they feel that this is where he can be suspect. They've got two men close on that point shot, backward point and point. They've got a sweeper out who's in between point and cover on the boundary. And then the other player's out along off. So that's the plan. Keep it outside the off and see if Faizan gives his wicket away in that area. Oh, good delivery. Nice and full. Once again, outside off. And that's the area where we have seen Faizan get out when he's tried to cut and hasn't got the power in the shot. So they've done a bit of homework here on Mohammad Faizan. It's a wide and a dot to start with.
The boundary's just drying up at the moment for Apex. That's 6 balls now without finding the rope, although a bit of an ugly full toss will help the cause, and that races away. Not a good delivery there from Krishna, trying to overcorrect on the line, ends up missing the length.
Yeah, that's a bit of a letdown, really, isn't it? He started well. He's got a plan in place. They've set the field to that plan, and then he's bowled a full toss on leg stick, which is just going to put away for Faizan. So all of a sudden, they get another boundary after a string of deliveries where there hasn't been one. So 4 runs. The thing here is you just get the feeling, I mean, that rate, it has climbed up slightly. But if they keep their wickets in hand and they keep that rate below the 20 mark, you know that Apex United can go big at any time. So, ball does come back. And now I wonder what they're doing with the field here. It looks like Summer, the poor fielder, doesn't know where to go. Summer saying stay there, he stays there. And then the captain says no, come back. Field stays there. I don't think you can move the field there. It was a bad ball. You take it in the chin and bowl a better one. Played just out of the reach of the fielder there. I think that's Vibhor Yadav who's there. Thought for a moment he might have been diving into action, but it's just a little bit too straight. He couldn't get there. Gets past him. 4 runs. Good one to hit in the power play.
I think Mohammad Faizan was worried for just a moment as well. He held the pose, but more in nerves than posing. And that one is more of a pose as that one gets carved away. That's going to go all the way for 6. Well, I'm just looking. Some of the punters in front of us are just enjoying a drink, but they have their backs to the action. And I'm not sure that's what I do in this situation. They're enjoying National Beer Day, but they wouldn't enjoy it if a grizzly comes flying to say hello.
No, they won't want a grizzly in the beer either. And that one went into the area where we always see the kids playing next to the Western Co marquee. I mean, that part of the cricket never stops. Okay, that's been hit flat and it's just wide of the fielder. It's all about placement sometimes. And Mohammad Faizan, if you allow him to play in these areas, he will get the ball in the gaps. And here again, it's not hit that well, but it's wide off the fielder. 4 runs, cuatro más. So after a string of deliveries without a boundary, we have now gone 2 fours, 6 and a 4.
Still 1 ball left of the power play, and you'd imagine Faizan looking to cash in here. Again, easy with hindsight, but maybe they could have thrown the ball back to Kritik, who went for just 13 in the first. Decided to shuffle the pack. And at the moment, it's Faizan with the ace up his sleeve.
The wide ball has to be bowled again. The extra ball, will it be 1 in their favour? No, it won't. The extra ball will be mullered for 6. So it becomes a magical over. 25 comes from it. And they do win the power play. Only just, though, 49 to 44. So it's not a massive power play. But having lost a wicket, that of the inform Numan Javed, I think at the moment, the Apex United side will take that.
Absolutely. Just 1 shy of the 50 in the power play. Krishna gets a bit of punishment there. 25 runs coming off it. Umar Riaz hasn't had to face a ball yet, but he will be facing up the start of the 4th. You feel like East Londoners, in order to stop this momentum, they just need to keep picking up wickets. They've only had the 1 so far. Looks like they'll be turning to Ubor Yadav, or Yadav will be turning to himself, the skipper, to try and make this breakthrough.
Yeah, Purple Hearts Day being celebrated today. Of course, it was George Washington back in 1782 that ordered the creation of the first U.S. military decoration, the Badge of Military Merit today. Well, Golden Hearts Day today, but it's also a day that one of these 2 teams will pick up the beautiful European Cricket Series trophy as well. Who will it be? We'll have a new champion here in Hornchurch. At the moment, it's anybody's game, and a man who usually makes things happen, Vibhor Yadav, will bowl over number 4. Good Yorker start. And if he can nail everyone in that area, there's not going to be too many that's going to go to the boundary.
Been saying it all day, haven't we? It's less about the lines here and more about the lengths. Anything short just gets punched away. Anything too full as well, you've got to get it in that Goldilocks zone.
That's a nice looking shot, isn't it? He gets himself in a really good position. That's going to go all the way for 6 in that mid-wicket area. Interesting field, once again, that's been said here. They have gone for a man behind square. And here on the offside, just the 1 fielder. So, wonder if they just moved that fielder, the mid-wicket fielder, a lot wider there on the boundary. I haven't got anybody behind the square. So let's see what the change is. Is he going to stay on the boundary there? Yeah, he does. And has he got the cap? Yeah, as the Crows get pretty close to the attic. Full toss and blasted away. Gandhi ball. Boom. Shaka lagya. Kinna sona. And Faizan, remember, was dropped on 0. Moves to 48 of 14.
Almost a match-winning knock so far from Faizan. Again, there's a fine line between the perfect Yorker and a low full toss. And that one is fodder for the dogs there. It goes away to the bushes. Again, looking like an expensive over with that required rate now. Starting to drop. Already 13. Unlucky for Yadav off his first 3 deliveries.
Yadav. Right now then, that's really unlucky. This is going to sail for 6. It's going to end up on the top of Western Coast. So even when he miscues, he sends the ball sailing over the boundary. So this is a total miscue. He doesn't get to the pitch of this one, but he gets lucky. He gets a little bit of suerte. There it is on top of the Western Coast marquee. And those kids over there, they've got to keep an eye on it. And that is a quick 50 there for Mohammad Faizan. He brings it up in just 15 deliveries, 54 of 15, Tina.
It's been an outstanding knock after could have gone for a very early bath. He's used that second opportunity, and certainly East Londoners will be ruining that missed chance. You can't give away too many in the final. Mohammed Faizan has used his second life here.
Well, they're asking the question. I reckon this has probably come off the pad. Adnan, the umpire, is not interested. We'll get a chance to look at it again. So, yeah, I think it clips the top of the pad. And they were asking for the court behind, not the leg before wicket, I believe. Well, maybe that shakes Mohammed Faizan a little. And then the next one is bowled down the leg side. And Yadav gives a little applause there to his namesake for making the stop, because otherwise that one wide could have been 5 wides. Need a wicket here. And they're not going to get one. It's going to be another boundary as this gets whipped away. So Vibhor Yadav himself will also go magical here, go for 24. And once again, the extra ball that has to be bowled gets sent to the boundary. That's the thing coaches really hate, isn't it, Tina? I mean, if you're a coach and you're watching any team, you're making your little green ticks and red crosses. And when those wides are bowled, you're also making a note of what happens with the extra ball. And here, on 2 occasions, we've seen the 2 wides, so 11, it says 2 runs, and then a 6 and a 4 off them. So 12 runs coming off that extra ball.
Yeah, it's been a disastrous 2 overs here for the East Londoners. 25 in that 3rd over bowled by Krishna, and then Vibhor Yadav only goes 1 better, 24, so almost 50 coming off the last 2 overs. Apex United very much in driver's seat here. Still 89 required and a couple of wickets, especially if they manage to get Mohammed Faizan at the second time of asking. And the game could switch momentum once again.
No batter still to come. Of course, Majinder Singh, he was brutal yesterday when he scored a century. He was centurion and number 10, 125. It was a big one as well that he scored not out. They also have the left-hander in the side as well, Abdullah Zubair. Well, he wants to get funky, and he's going to get the reward. It's not brutal, it's delicate, but it's going to be 4 runs. So Umar Riaz gets his first boundary, and he brings it up with this shot. Well, maybe he's been watching Paul Murray, who's, well, Paul, if you are watching, and hello to you and the Murray family, but Paul Murray, who was right up there in one of our top 5 batters, he was playing these shots all day long when he was out there. So a little bit of Paul Murray there from Umar Riaz.
Yeah, I'm sad not to have seen a Murray scoop in real life this time, but absolutely legendary.
Slower ball, but gets enough of it. Oh, for a moment, this time it's Umar Riaz who thought he was going to find the hands of the fielder. And it just kept on going, though. Kept on going. I don't know if there's a little bit of a breeze behind this one, but it just got it over not only the fielder, but also the man who's been doing a great job out there. Well, he definitely... well, Robin, if that man comes into the bar, buy him a pint from me, because he's saved a lot of time by making a lot of stops.
Oh, probably more fielding than a fair share of the fielders out there today.
Comes down the track. It's going to be a long chase as it bobbles away, but does get fielded out there by Kabir Krishna, who's kind of fielding in the spot where we normally see Vibhor, and I think that's all to do with, I'm seeing Vibhor Yadav walking around. He tends to be clutching his finger a lot. Shorter delivery, and this is up in the air. Fielders can't just get there. Oh, that's so unlucky. The luck. The rub of the green at the moment going the way of Apex. It's a miscue. And well, that's the area we know that Faizan does give his wicket away. That's why they set that trap. Almost works. That's hit firmly down the ground. And it's going to be 4 runs. Jackson can't do anything about it. Cuatro carreras más. Gurvir trying to get the breakthrough. They're trying everything here. They're switching the bowling around. They've tried pace. They've tried spin. But at the moment, it's Apex United that are marching along and looking good. That makes him look even better. That one is, he goes all the way. I thought it was just bouncing before the boundary. And, well, somebody's showing or trying to show off their footballing skills, not able to stop it. It's going to be 6 more, 6 carreras más. And at the 5 over mark, it is 95 for 1.
Yeah, difficult stop there for the man without the shirt, and it's difficult at the moment for East Londoners. Apex United, 95 for 1. Very much one-way traffic, and it was looking bad for them when Mohamed Faizan was going well. He was 59 not out and still is. But then Umar Riaz has now got in the act as well, hitting 4 of his 6 balls to the rope. Suddenly, Apex United looking like nothing will come between them and the trophy. As for East Londoners, they need something to happen, and they need it to happen quickly. Turning back to critic Hannah Gavadi, their first bowler, to see if he can make the breakthrough. Heston Jackson, he's still got 1 left. Surely you bring him back earlier.
It's up in the air. Now, this is just going to squeeze through. Well, one for a moment. I thought perhaps that does find the fielder, Hannah Gavadi. Remember, he was the man who thought he was going to get the breakthrough early. Can't be that far away. Oh, dear. You can see it's an error in the field. 4 runs, agonisingly close. I think that's probably why the fielder's let that go through. Probably was thinking about the catch and then changed his mind. And when you change your mind on a quick outfield like this, the chances are then the ball gets past you. Here's the next. It's up in the air. Gear. Shutgalagia. 6 carreras. Turning on the style here, Faizan. He's brought up his 50, and now he says, there's no stopping me. This time, he does hit this one cleanly up and over the offside. 6 more.
Brings up the 100 as well for Apex United. 105 for 1, and this partnership now motoring along. They got together at the crease at 24 for 1. You'd say at that point it was delicately poised, but since then, been absolutely one-way traffic. Apex United now just 57 runs required to lift that trophy.
Slower delivery, but that's crunched. And the sound of Willow ball hitting bat around this beautiful Hornchurch cricket ground was heard by everybody. Crunched. No pace on this at all, Tina, but he's still giving it large. Big hit.
I heard that crack through my commentary headset. So sweet off the middle of the bat. Faizan absolutely steaming along. 75 off 21. That was his 8th Maximo of this innings so far.
Oh, my word. There's no stopping him. Well, he's cooking, Tina. He's cooking. Let him cook. Let him cook, because he's now exploded to 81 with an array of master hitting shots. He is hitting monster shot after monster shot. What a knock this is turning out to be for the man who scored 94 not out in the win against the Sharks.
He could go 6 better here, and that's an early curse from me, Rico, but looking unstoppable at the moment. How many 6s and boundaries is that in a row? 6 in a row, a couple of 4s, mostly 6s, and well, there we go. You're welcome.
You're doing whatever you can for the East Londoners. Well, all the East Londoners around here saying, yay, Tina, thank you very much. You know, that's your 2nd curse of the day, and they will get the wicket of Faizan. They've taken the rate right down to under 11. Zubair will get an opportunity. Well, maybe Abdullah Zubair is happy about this. But Tina, what have you done? Well, Faizan is going to have a chat with you later. Well, you're going to have to buy him a beer on International Beer Day. He goes for 81 of 23.
I think I'm going to hide here for the rest of the day and night until everyone's left the premises, because that one was squarely on me. I think we shared the blame earlier today, Rico, but I'll take absolute and full responsibility for that one. Apology in the post. Zubair in then. And, well, I suppose you got to say that most of the hard work has been done, but they still need 45. A couple more wickets. Could all change again.
Well, that doesn't go where you wanted that to go. It's a terrific comeback for Hannah Gavadi. He's been unlucky. All sorts of things have gone not his way. Rico Full here. Hey, it's brilliant to have you. I mean, I was still trying to think the last time that we did a gig together. It's been a long time. And when I heard you were coming down for the day, I was absolutely delighted. As, of course, were the Hornchurch supporters, because I think they remember you here from before last time, eating those eels.
Yeah, I certainly remember that for all the wrong reasons. I'm sure it was entertaining for them, but it's lovely to be back, lovely to be with you, even if it's just for one day. But we've had a brilliant day so far, haven't we? And it looks like it's going to be a brilliant day for Apex United unless East Londoners can pull a rabbit or an eel out of the hat here.
Well, they're going to try. That's all they can do. They've got to try. Oh, that's a quick, hard throw. Making the batter's run was Zubair. He does get in. He's yet to get off the mark is Zubair. Remember, you got Zubair in at the moment. They haven't gone for Majinder Singh. They've just held him back a little bit. So they've got batting, but it's all about wickets. That's what they need here, wickets. I think you might as well just take the odd gamble here as well. If you are the East Londoners, to just get a few fielders in catching positions rather than in defensive ones. Firmly hit. And it's going to be 4 runs as this batters the side screen. Well, those side screens, they've taken a hammering during the last 2 weeks. And here's another one. Zubair now opens his account with a dart that is hit straight into the side screen.
Long on and long off, can't be more than about 5 metres away from that. There's only about 15 metres between them, but neither of them moved a muscle.
And you don't have to move a muscle for this one as well. It's clinically hit. Timed perfection. Well, the little dog wants to go after it. Let me at it. It says, I'll bring it back. Let me go. Let me go. And still wants it. It's lovely, isn't it? Seeing the families walking around the outfield, enjoying the cricket, enjoying the walks, enjoying the action. Look at him. He says, let me at it. I can feel better than that, he's saying. Well, the dog's maybe putting off the batter here. Zubair just needing 34 of 21.
That lead is doing a lot of lifting. If that lead comes off, the dog will never be stopped again.
Slow ball. Now this one, it should be taken. It's been dropped of all people. Jackson putting it down. You would have put money on him to take the catch. Zubair gets dropped on 10. Gina, don't believe it. This is just pressure, isn't it? This is the pressure of the final.
Well, if anyone would be under that catch and you'd think he's taking it, especially after his performance today in the field, you'd say it's Haston Jackson. Just not gone the way of East Londoners, and that's pretty much the tale of this fielding innings for them.
Shot, 4 runs, don't bother. Carved away through the gap between the short third and backward point. Cuatro carreras más. Just 29 required here. Apex United, the team, just lost the one match in when you look at the standings, and that was the 1-2 Sharks, and that was yesterday. And here they are, the new team on debut. It looks like they're going all the way here. Slower. And just played away neatly. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. It's going to be 4 more from Umar Riaz. It's just a matter of time now. You feel 1 big over, and this match is done the way they're going. 137 for 2, 7 overs completed.
The cricketing gods aren't always just, but I think on this occasion, you have to say the best team of the tournament will end up winning. You can see they're at the top of the Maximo rate as well by some way. They've been hitting runs, taking wickets, and it's not by coincidence that they finished well on top of the table. It looks like they will be getting their hands on that coveted trophy in just a few balls' time. I don't even think at this rate it's going to go to the last, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look at how many they require, 25. And if you have a look at some of the over-by-over scores that we've seen, I mean, it could be done in this over. Zubair facing Donald, who's got to get it right to the left-hander, and he's going to start with the wide, which is going to get through everybody, and is on his way to the boundary. It's going to be a minimo. A disastrous start of the 8th of this over from Donald. Gets it all wrong, and it goes wide. It goes through Athara, and it goes to the boundary. That is going to be a minimo. That man there, I think every time we've gone to him, he's getting redder and redder. I think he's wearing Vinny's buggy smugglers there, actually. That is going all the way. 6 runs. They're doing it in style, aren't they? They're doing it in style as Abdullah Zubair goes down on one knee and carts this over the boundary there and fine leg. 6 more. There it goes into the road. Well, maybe a little bit of time for us to reflect as that ball, well, another one's been sent out there because they've decided there's no point waiting for that. But, yeah, what a series it's been. Once again, marvellous to have you here. And I know that you're a very busy person these days and doing a lot of the work there for the MCC. You're at Lord's a fair bit. But whenever we can have you, it's great. I know that people all pump ball, I think. Yeah, good stop there from Donald. So we will hear from you. Maybe Portugal. I think you're saying Portugal.
I'll be there for the Liga Grizzly in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks' time, and then the Battleborn series.
Battleborn, yeah, I've heard all about that. That's going to be a good one. And of course, folks, if you want to see some more action the weekend in Portugal, then on Monday, slower ball that is pumped. Adi Ospalota, Ginna Badda Shakka, Batke Chaped Mari, Zabardast batting, Adeke Shortana, Swad Agia, that's gone all the way. And I did say that the way that we've seen some of the overscores, it could be done in this one. With 5 wides happening earlier, it certainly could be 154 for 2.
Well, I said it might not get to the 10th. I think you're right, Rico. It might not get to the 9th now. With just 8 runs required, 3 balls left of the 8th. Zubair putting in a great little shift here. 23 off 7. Riaz is 31 off 9. So between them, scored 54 off just 16 deliveries.
8 required. There's still 3 balls to go here. Zubair is on a mission to finish it quickly. In comes McDonald. Oh, it's a full toss, and he's going to get the deserved treatment. Is going to be 6 more, so just 2 required. 2 runs required for victory. Zubair smashes the full toss down the ground. Now that is going to be 6 runs. Yeah, folks, so don't forget on Monday is also the start of the European Cricket Series there in Estonia. Now, we know that Estonia is a lovely part of the world there in Tallinn. Here we go. And that will be it. They are going to see new champions here at Hornchurch. And it is going to be Apex United. Apex United. They have done it. They are your champions as that one gets smashed down the ground. And very kind of calm at the moment, Apex United. I was expecting them to be screaming onto the field when this one gets mullered away from Zubair. So Abdullah Zubair, he'll finish 35 not out of 9, 5 sixes he muscles, and 1 big 4. Umar Riaz is the man who's out there with him, 31 not out. But I think it has to be said, and I don't think anybody can argue with this, that the best team of the tournament is the team that wins here, and they thoroughly deserve to be crowned the champions.
Absolutely. Best team throughout the 2 weeks, best team on finals day. It's not always the case on ECN, but this time Apex United, they take that favourite tag and they run with it all the way to the trophy. It was a brilliant performance up top, wasn't it, from Mohamed Faizan? He finished 81 off just 23 deliveries, and that really set the tone. So when he departed the piece on 117 for 2, it was really just a matter of time. And you got to say, it's a bit of a drubbing in the end, isn't it? 13 balls left to play for Apex United. Didn't need any of them. As for the East Londoners, they just never really clicked. As soon as Mohamed Faizan was dropped on a duck, you kind of feared for them, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I said that at the time, that catch being put down is not just the catch that goes down. It could be the match. And the way he bats as he went on and he creamed, 81 or 23 deliveries, 6 sixes was 9, 4s was 6. I mean, it's just an incredible play. He turned it on. And that's what good teams do and good players do, don't they? They turn on the style when it comes to the final. Unfortunately, the good players from the Camilla Warriors and also from the likes of the Sharks couldn't do that. East Londoners, look, for a team that were 4th and didn't even know they were going to get through yesterday, they put in a good show. They've had to do it the hard way. Don't forget that they had to try and win 3 on the spin. They won 2 and they scored big, didn't they? 184, 203. But in this one, we said 180's got to be the minimum. But the way that Apex United were going, maybe even 180 wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had 2 scores of 200 plus today. And I think if anyone could have chased down something bigger, Apex United were the ones to do it and win by 8 wickets in the end. That kind of tells the whole story. And it's nice to see that the shots there of the team celebrating together. A few of the kids, the next generation, I'm sure they're inspired by what they've seen as well.
Yeah, it's wonderful scenes, isn't it? I also think that they were very professional in the way that they did that. We invite you for the last time here in the commentary attic. I mean, we're so used to a lot of teams getting very carried away and very excited and running out there and showing all of their emotions. But I think that's, I've got to give them some credit. It's very respectful to the opposition. They made sure that they shook their hands first as they went out their middle. They've got together. They've kind of had a little bit of a brief. But now they know that all of that is done. Now it will be time for them to celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of just shows how professional they've been over the last 2 weeks as well. They've just got the job done, especially in that final as well. It just never looked like East Londoners were threatening them at all. Even when they lost that wicket, remember it was 24 for 1 at the end of that second over. They still didn't panic. We knew it was probably a score below par. But as we said earlier in the piece as well, pressure does strange things. But for Apex United, didn't feel the pressure at all.
They didn't feel the pressure at all. And they just went about the way that they're having this whole tournament. When I saw them right at the beginning, one of the things that I said, Tina, was that, the batting, we've seen good batting from all the teams. But one thing that Apex did, and what some of the other teams didn't do, is they had their change-ups in the bowling. They had their slower bowlers. And I thought that time, all right, this team, they've got 4 very good batters. One of them wasn't even here today. And that, of course, was Rajesh Sharma. He was outstanding. He's scored 2 centuries in this series. So even without him, they didn't blink an eyelid. They just went about their job. But those slower bowlers, I think they were key, and they did the job once again here today. Didn't even have to use all of them. I think somebody like Akhtar has been absolutely brilliant. Every time that they've been under pressure, Zain Akhtar's been given the ball, and he's come up with the wickets. This time round, we saw that Faizan Kiani wasn't that successful. He went for a lot in 1 over, but it didn't bother them. I think they're the sort of team that they know their abilities with the bat. They know they can score big runs, and they just said, look, doesn't matter. We stay calm. We stay, we always say on the network, stronger together as a team. That's what they did, and they won very easily with plenty of balls to go. And as we have said, deserve it champions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to them. Got to say congratulations to you, Rico, as well. Big shift from you over the last 2 weeks.
Thank you very much.
It's been an absolute honour to join you for just the one day. But I know you've enjoyed the last 2 weeks as well, haven't you? A couple of highlights as well. Hundreds. We didn't have a fifer, but we had enough hundreds to fill that gap.
We did. 10 hundreds. We didn't have a fifer. We did have a hat-trick, and a player that you probably know from Portugal. It was Thapa, Maduka Thapa, who got the hat-trick. But one thing that always has been special, and I'll talk a bit about this as well when we do the trophy presentation ceremony. So don't forget, don't go away. We'll get that set up as soon as we go off here. But one thing I've loved about being here, and I want to talk about teams like Hornchurch, Upminster as well, is some of the youngsters that we've seen out there in the middle. Hornchurch, of course, with a lot of their key players either not available because of work or on holiday. A lot of the juniors did play, and some of their performances for Hornchurch and also for Upminster was outstanding. And that's what tells you that a big club like Hornchurch, their future is very bright. And also Upminster up the road, I know they've got good things happening there as well. So it's always good to come back to England. Always reminds me of where cricket started for myself, and reminds me how the club culture, especially a great historic and famous club like Hornchurch, how important and how special that is, not just for the next lot of cricketers, the youngsters growing up and becoming the stars of the future, but also for the community around the clubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see people enjoying the cricket and the sun this afternoon as well. And I remember last year from that ECS, the main thing we talked about was the youngsters coming through, and they're only a year older now, but they're wiser. They're getting stronger, and it's really exciting to see where the cricket will go in the next few years. Hopefully, we'll be back next year as well. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we will. Look, on that note, I want to thank you as well. It's great to have you here. I mean, when you're running solo, it's great, but having somebody with you to, just talk about some other things outside of cricket is absolutely wonderful. So it's just a shame it was only for the one day. But I'll take whatever I can get, especially when a good friend of mine and colleague Tina comes in. So Tina, great to have you here with us. We are now going to sign off, but do remember, we do have a short presentation ceremony coming up straight after this. So do stay tuned and join us in about probably 10 to 15 minutes time. We're waiting. We're playing stills. What I can do, hey, look, don't go away. You might have stay there because, we're gone now. We're gone. I was just about to say somebody else could come say, but do stay tuned. We'll be back in a short while for the ceremony.
1, 2, 3.
of this European Cricket season. Hornchurch, that's your chance to make some noise, give some applause. And then after that, we'll do the presentation, okay? Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as well. Nice to see a lot of people here at the beautiful Hornchurch Cricket Ground. And we welcome you to the trophy presentation ceremony of this European Cricket Series, Hornchurch. For me personally, it's absolutely wonderful to come back to England and come to a great, historic and famous club like Hornchurch. And it had me thinking the last 2 weeks that we've been here is how my own love affair with cricket started. How did I get into the game? What was it that got me into the game? And one thing I realised was that when you're a young kid, and you've got a lot of juniors around here, which is great to see, but when you're a young kid, you don't really know too much about the game. You don't know about the skills of the game. All of these things come and they develop with time. So what is it? And then I realised, as I've spent 2 weeks at this club, Hornchurch, it's all about the people. It's at the people at the club, the way those people look after you, the way those people help you grow, the way they support you. They bring you fun, they bring you laughter. And all of those things matter. All of those things help you feel part of a group, help you feel part of a family. It's a relationship that grows during time. And then all of a sudden, your cricket gets better and that family grows and you have closer ties with those people. And not only do you learn to play the game of cricket, not only do you make great friends, not only is it about fun and laughter, but you also become part of the community. And that's one thing that Hornchurch has for it. I want to take the opportunity on that note to thank this great club for hosting this event, making me feel welcome, making me and giving me the time to think of some of the memories that I have about cricket and how they all started. So Hornchurch, thank you very much. Thank you for being our host and thank you for all your hospitality. Let's hear it for Hornchurch Cricket Club. And on that note, I want to ask Graham to come forward and say a few words. Graham, first of all, Graham, I want to thank you for all the hard work you've done. Let's hear it for Graham.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the ECN. We've got a couple of years' history with the stuff out in Spain, but to bring it over to London and England, this club, as Rico said, a family. I've been here since I was 11, and I look around here and there's people that have been here for many, many years. I'm lucky enough, I spent the whole week scoring and last week with my son. We are a proper club. It's a proper family club. It's been a real good experience. I'd like to thank the ECM for bringing it here, and hopefully you can come back next year as well, Rico. Working with Paolo and Parth, fantastic. Joe, who's back now, I think, in Prague, brilliant. I'd like to say a couple of thank yous as well to the umpires for their excellent work, not just today, but all the way through the event. To the spectators as well that come over here and, buy a beer and come and watch the cricket and get involved. Thanks, Dave. Also to Robin, he's inside on security on the door to stop people coming in and out. But he has given up a week of his holiday to work behind the bar this week. Also to the people not here today, Rita and Paul, who are away celebrating Paul's 70th, so happy birthday, Big Muzz. But Mark, also Clarkey, wherever he is, always behind the scenes organising things. Tommy's here as well, I think. Me and Tommy spend a lot of time often helping Clarkey out, it's a proper club, and we're all family, so thank you to everybody. Also like to thank the teams, some great cricket on show. It's what cricket's all about, and this is a proper club and part of the community, and everybody's welcome. So on behalf of Hornchurch Cricket Club, I'd like to thank ECN again, but also everybody who's here today and has been here throughout the event to make it a real success. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Graham. And Graham, come forward again, and I'd like Ollie to come as well. Ollie, come here. Come on, Ollie. These two have been absolutely amazing. They've been here every day. I know that Graham has been here before we've got here, getting the ground set up. And as you say, Graham, it's a proper club. It's a family club. Your work really has been appreciated. And young man, you've been an absolute star. Let's hear it for Graham and Ollie.
Well done, mate. Thank you.
Some of those thank yous have been said already, and I just want to just go over them again. So I know we've got Adnan and Nitin here today. The umpires have been absolutely amazing. When you've got the cricket of the standard and calibre that we've had here at Hornchurch, you need good match officials, and I think the umpires, all the umpires, did a brilliant job. So let's once again hear for the umpires. I know here at Hornchurch, Graham, you know, you're very fortunate to have some really good partners here at the ground. I don't know if you want to give some of the partners a shout out.
Yeah, main club sponsor, Western Co. Jeremy is our chairman. I think he's probably in Spain at the moment, but he invests a lot of time, a lot of money into the club, and helps us grow and get bigger and bigger. We've also got everyone active. Tommy's part of that. Got the lovely leisure centre over there. They again give us a lot of funding, a lot of support throughout, not just money, financial, but also promoting us as a club. We've also got Grizzly, who supply our kit. So I know that we have a lot of kit, normally football kits. And then we've also got J&S Heating Supplies, but we've got lots of sponsors as well. I know Dave over there of Bison Security and Moss Electrics sponsoring the club as well. So yeah, there's a lot of us here, and we get a lot of support. We're really grateful for that.
Well, first of all, yeah, let's hear it for those partners. And also, of course, on the European Cricket Network, our official time partner, Rado. So a big round of applause to all the partners. And of course, I mentioned the umpires, and once again, a big thank you, Graham, to yourself and to Ollie for doing a great job with the scoring. The match officiating here has been superb. So to move from one good team to another, and I want to talk about some of the work that's been done here with the camera men that we had. I should say men and women, because we've had Tony here. Tony, are you around? Tony was absolutely brilliant. And we had Maisie. Maisie is the sister here of Teddy. And absolutely, Teddy, you've been an absolute legend. Let's hear it for Teddy and all the camera operators. They were marvellous over the last 2 weeks. And then also on the commentating front, I mean, I was thrilled to have Mr. Maximo Vinu here for 2 days. Let's hear it for Maximo. Maximo, of course, now will take a little bit of time out, and well, pretty soon, maybe at the end of the month, he'll be a dad again, so we wish him very well. So Maximo, hope it goes well. And of course, for me, it was a lovely surprise and pleasure to have Tina with me today. Tina Goff, everybody. Tina, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be calling some great, exciting matches with you, and especially an exciting finals day like today. It's been a pleasure. And of course, how can I not mention the men that put all this together? And I think your captains like Imran and Vibra, you'll know that the ECN crew are here early in the morning getting things set up. You know, we've had work all around the clock, from an early start to a late finish, and the people to mention there is Paolo, who stood behind there. Paolo, thank you very much. Also a big thank you to Path. Path at the moment is still working and making sure that this ceremony goes out. So Path, excellent work from Path. He's been an absolute legend. And also don't forget that the first 4 days we had Joe Foster as well. So a big round of applause to the ECN crew. And on a final note, I think one thing that's been amazing about this whole tournament is the number of spectators that we've had, and some of the things that we've seen. We've seen fires, we've seen dog bites, and today is International Beer Day. So everybody cheers and enjoy yourself, and thank you for your support. So moving on to the cricket. What's there to say? It's just been a blast. I think that's the easy way to put it. The number of runs that have been scored have been absolutely amazing. I think we're pretty close to about 12,000 runs. That's extraordinary. The number of sixes that have been hit per over were over 12 sixes per innings, beg your pardon, which is incredible. And the average run rate, I think by the time we finished today, was around 160 per innings. So some of the cricket has been sensational. I want to say a big thank you to all the teams that took part. We on the European Cricket Network, we acknowledge the fact, especially when a lot of the cricket is being played midweek, we acknowledge the fact that a lot of sacrifices are made by the players. So to all the teams, including the two finalists here, let's hear it for the players. Thank you all very much. And of course, we have seen some amazing performances. We've seen 10 centuries in this tournament. Somebody like Rajesh Kumar, didn't play today, scored 2 of them. We also saw a hat-trick from Madhuka Thapa. Some of the catching was brilliant. Of course, those are all memorable things, and those have all made this series special. But then also, there's other things as well. Something like Jamie Green, some of you will remember the horrific injury that he had here last year. So he came back from that and he played outstandingly well. Let's hear it for someone like Jamie. Let's give him a good round of applause, playing for Upminster. And maybe Upminster didn't have the best of events, but they still did give us some highlights. Croom is here representing Upminster. Croom bowled very well, and also we did see Billy Corp score a century as well, so we've got to give him a mention to Upminster. But then there's things that also come to mind. Things like 2 Whitlocks out there in the middle, father and son batting. 2 Murrays out there in the middle. And then in the scorebook, you got something like bowled Fletcher, caught Fletcher. That is also special, and that's why Hornchurch has been really special. A big round of applause to everybody for a memorable tournament for a number of reasons. Now down to presenting the trophy. Graham, if you would please. First of all, a few words about finals day. A little bit first about the East Londoners, who were the runners-up. East Londoners, I think yesterday, most of you didn't even know if you were going to be coming here today or not. You were probably sweating buckets watching, those of you that were following, wondering if Raynham were going to do it or not. Unfortunately for Raynham, they weren't able to. So you probably found out late yesterday or early morning today that you were coming here today. But the way that you played in those first 2 matches, the eliminator and in the qualifier, was outstanding. We saw some great performances, and it's very, very tough, as we know, to play 3 matches on the spin and win all 3. But your effort today has been absolutely brilliant. So let's hear it for the runners-up. East Londoners, well played. Certainly did give us plenty of action and entertainment. But now, of course, to our winners, and of course it was Apex United. What can I say about you guys? You were playing the first time on the European Cricket Network. You probably didn't know what to expect, but when you came here on the first 2 days, you won all your matches, and you won all your matches by picking up all the points, which was quite spectacular. That's something that we don't see all the time. And then one thing I always believe in is that when it comes to the final, when it comes to playing on finals day, that's when the good teams step up, because you're under pressure. You didn't show that pressure. And also, that's when good players step up. And today, in the 2 matches that you played, Mohammed Faizan was absolutely sensational. 2 great knocks. Kept super cool, and even though you had a big chase there in the final, you were able to pull it off. So now it's your time to celebrate. So Imran, I'd like you to come forward and accept the winner's trophy here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champions, Apex United. Those celebrations behind me will carry on, I'm pretty sure, deep into the night. Well done, of course, to Apex United, and well done to all the teams, and particularly well done to our host, Hornchurch. Remember, the cricket does not finish here tomorrow. The Grizzly action continues there in Portugal, and then Monday it is the start of the European Cricket Series in Estonia. Well, that's it from me. As I like always to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy, and Apex United, you're champions!